Dashes once again, found the gap.
Just trades with him. A 1v1.
Stage 1 set the tone. New teams fought to prove they belonged. But the favorites crushed their path.
Jeez Louise.
Shopify dominated.
What a brutal play.
Dark Zero surged. But Space Station finished the job.
Space Station are your champions.
But in Stage 2, everything changed. Oxygen found its form.
What a call.
Atoms on for a double.
Shopify stayed electric.
Spoil out of nowhere.
But no one was able to stop the domination of M80.
M80 qualified themselves as the champions.
It started with 10 teams chasing one goal, but only 6 remained. From Stage 1 to Stage 2, every move, every round, every match shaped this moment. Now, the road has led them here, where everything is on the line. This is the Rainbow Six North American League Regionals Final Playoffs.
For the first time in 4 years, regional finals are back. And after a strong showing at the Munich Major, the winning region comes together for one final time this year to fight for glory and a spot at the Six Invitational. Welcome to the North American Regional Finals, everybody. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger. Alongside me, covering the action in Munich and in the NAL all stage long, it's Foxe and Laxing. Guys, watching that major from afar was amazing. I cannot imagine what it must have been like to be there, Laxing, in the thick of it. I mean, just tell me what that was like.
Yeah, it was honestly unreal. You know, out of all the events I've attended, whether as a player and now as an analyst, this was by far one of the coolest in my opinion, especially given that stage and the crowd, even in the first play day of main stage. I mean, it was really quite the experience, and honestly, it was one of the better events in my opinion.
Yeah, the stage was very beautiful, but the competition itself was amazing. Every single team was so competitive. There wasn't one standout favorite amongst the rest. NA took it home, and obviously not just that, but not just that, the fact that NA as a region, at least when it comes from, you know, M80 and Wildcard shoulders, they looked really good, very dominant. It gives a lot of hope going into SI.
Yeah, the international play from the North American teams, truly outstanding this weekend. And of course, in a couple weeks from now, when we move to LAN, we're going to be focusing strictly on North America and the top 6 teams who qualified for the regional finals. Those top 6 teams with combined standings from stage 1 and stage 2, their group stage performances are Shopify Rebellion, M80, Oxygen, SSG, Dark Zero, and Wildcard. Laxing, this is a stacked group on the top 6.
Yeah, it's certainly stacked, and we know what all these teams can produce. But for the side of M80 and Wildcard, internationally, they definitely produce higher. So when I'm looking at this now, I'll definitely have to change some of these standings, put M80 at the top, Wildcard underneath them, and then shuffle SSG and SR below, and then put Oxygen and DZ. But unfortunately, that's not the reality in terms of their points. But I can't wait to see what these new matchups are going to look like from what we've seen at Munich.
Yeah, you mentioned Wildcard. In that 6th place position, you see DZ and Wildcard 5th and 6th. Means they're going to start already in the lower bracket. Other than that, it's a very straightforward format. It is a simple double elimination bracket. They'll start down there, but the top 4 teams, they will get 2 separate chances to make it all the way.
Yeah, they'll get an opportunity, and for the 4 teams starting at the top, whichever one loses, essentially if you win 2-0 and the other team wins 2-1, or if you're tied in map count, it goes to round count. So whichever one has the better matchup against their adversary, they will be put one step further in front of the other team that loses. And it's just going to add to the lower bracket run, which, yes, Wildcard is sitting down there. But that being said, we saw M80 do the lower bracket run in Munich. We've seen lower bracket runs all throughout the year. So it's not an unachievable task.
I was going to say, I'd argue seeing Wildcard at the bottom with their backs against the wall yet again, I'd actually say that's more of the area Wildcard would want to find themselves, because time and time again, when their backs are against the wall, they seem to produce the best bit of siege that we see coming out of them.
Well, today we have 3 best of 3s in front of us. We are unfortunately going to be sending a team home at the very end of the day in that Dark Zero Wildcard best of 3. But it should be a pretty stacked day, starting off with Shopify and Space Station. Laxing, this one's exciting, not just because both of these teams have been strong all year long, but they've also had their moments where we have seen a couple of weaknesses. We have seen other teams able to exploit them. Both teams also coming off performances at Munich that they would probably wish to do again.
Yeah, I think it's important for both these teams, regardless of this matchup, to right their wrongs from Munich and get ready and prep for SI as much as possible, with also trying to qualify to SI. But it's more important that they fix everything where the mistakes happen in Munich and correct them here and all the way through the regional finals.
Well, let's start things off with Shopify Rebellion, because as we said, they did have a pretty good year within the region, upper bracket finals in stage 1 and stage 2. But despite that in-region success, Foxe, things did not go so well internationally, especially in Munich. They failed to make it out of the Swiss phase.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the questions that we had throughout the NAL. They were finally answered when it came to Munich. They are a team that loves big individual players, and it felt like they abandoned the IGLing from Canadian, an historic IGL when it comes to being able to micromanage teams. And we asked, what's going to happen if they don't have these big players step up? And that's exactly what we saw. Spoit was having a difficult tournament. Surf was having a difficult tournament. And the way the team is comprised, Canadian isn't really there to be able to put kills on the stat sheet. So the biggest answer, and everyone looked to him, if these kills don't stand up, they don't meet the expectations for Shopify Rebellion, will they be able to strategically battle all of these teams? And the answer was frankly no. I mean, they beat Furia, but they didn't look that great. And to lose 2-0 to NIP, essentially just bowing out, it really looked like the Shopify Rebellion that we've expected, that we've come to know and love, just didn't show up in attendance, and they've abandoned the strategical part of the strength of having Canadian as that IGL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've talked about this kind of being a contingency problem time and time again with this SR roster, is if Troy is performing exceptionally well, clearly someone's taking a hit, someone isn't finding their stride. And what we also see with this roster is, granted, they're all talented, but it really does come down to star performers having that pop-off couple rounds, whether they're getting multi-frags in it, carrying into the next. We need to start seeing that cohesion start here with regional finals, especially if we then see that going into an SI run, because you aren't going to win it off hero plays, and that's what what we've seen time and time again off SR.
Well, part of the problem, as we talked about for SR, as a team, they did not perform well. One of the possible solutions to that, maybe the only bright spot at the major, Fox, it was Ambi, who did have a pretty strong performance, if really you could separate anyone from the team.
I mean, strong is an understatement. Even though they were having their ups and downs, Ambi was still the third highest rated player in the tournament. And it goes without saying that when it comes to the big plays, Ambi is consistently turning up for the team. He's somebody to look forward to, somebody to keep an eye out when you're going up against Shopify Rebellion. And when it comes to NA specifically, we know that SR dominates in the big individual performances because they're playing teams that aren't on a major caliber just yet all the way around. So they have that comfortability, they have that confidence. The big plays is what carries them through. So now I don't expect them to change too much coming back into the regional finals, playing against NA teams. They're going to hopefully rely on Ambi, rely on these big players to come back alive again, resurge, get that motivation, and then go forward, hopefully, and adjust the issues that they had in Munich.
Well, like the Rebellion, SSG have also been one of the top teams in North America this year, especially through the first half of the year. It looked like you could argue they were the clear number one, but Munich was a very different story.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell if the major was an actual major or was a vacation for SSG because of how fast they bombed out. I mean, the initial loss coming out of BDS, sure, you could argue it was nerves, it was time change, but then to lose to Wildcard and then that match versus NIP, that was the biggest one that was kind of the nail in the coffin for me, is they would lose that last map 0-7 to then be sent home. This was certainly not the SSG that we were seeing throughout this entire year, not the SSG we saw at EWC. I mean, I don't really know what the issue is. Like I said, whether it was nerves, whether it was lack of communication, there really is no excuse to have such an abysmal performance, given the fact the resurgence that we saw after Reload and how dominant SSG really has looked. So I really hope that we start to see something different coming into this final.
You can only hope, but that's been the story when it comes to SSG. Since picking up Newers, we hope that they be able to change the issues of one day being amazing, being the best team in the server, then the next day looking like completely lost. And it really comes down to the motivation and I guess the momentum of the team, because they are a team when they get shut down early, when their entries aren't flying, when their aggressive playstyle is getting shut down and the momentum gets quiet. We talk about the resilience so much, but to be getting 7-0'd in a best of 3 to get you eliminated from a tournament, a team with strong resilience should not be in a situation like that where they are losing their mental attitude and not having responses. We saw throughout the whole year, they were adapting to being able to play slow, play fast. When push came to shove and the pressure was on, it was all abandoned. They relied on their individual gun skill and it fell flat, just like SR.
When we think about that mental fortitude from this team and we think about that confidence, one player comes to my mind, and that is Ashen. And unfortunately for him, all that confidence, all that bravado could not back it up at the major. Third lowest ranked player as a whole at the major.
Yeah, I mean, you got to put a CR in front of his name because he was definitely crashing at the Munich major. He was not performing where we typically see Ashen. I mean, even for myself, and since his inception of coming onto SSG, I've highlighted Ashen time and time again throughout the NAL. Even at international events, he has performed exceptionally well. And this was the one event that really stuck out where he just could not find his stride. I mean, the third lowest rater of the event, that was out of 80 players at the entire event. I mean, it clearly goes to show SSG was having some growing pains, some struggles throughout that, and Ashen not being able to find his stride clearly shows the lack of energy and the synergy that SSG as a whole has, and that we need to see him start to find his form coming into the day and resurge, I mean, revitalize the entire team, because if Ashen isn't performing, who else are you going to ask to then be the step up and be the performer that we need that is going to piggyback off that? So I think Ashen really needs to just be able to find his footing, and he should, going against teams that he's very comfortable with, understanding, but it's a matter of, are we going to see that, or is this going to continue?
And I've got the question of, like, are we going to see an SSG that can finally be consistent, not only regionally, but internationally, right? Fixing some of those glaring issues. They've performed decently well on the home front, but you take that to an international stage, you see these pretty major blemishes on their record.
I mean, this might be a little bit of a hot take, Jonah and Fox, and if you guys want to add on it, I mean, I want to kind of look at, we talk up SSG about their sort of fundamentals, the mentality, the way that they approach Siege inside and outside a game. We really highlight this and talk about it. But at the end of the day, they're treating this like it's traditional sport, you know, like that regular athletes go through, the regiments that they have. And when you're producing these results of not performing well, bombing out of a major, doing well regionally, but not internationally where it matters the most, it then begs to question, I mean, why are we going through this rigorous schedule, putting these players through this meditation? Sure, if we want to talk about it from a maturity standpoint and what it does for them outside the game, great. But what is it doing in game for them? What is the SSG that we're not being able to see to win an event? I mean, it really makes me question kind of what we really are highlighting SSG for when we're just talking about a mentality when they bomb out of a major. And as Fox was talking about, you get 0-7. I mean, where does that mentality go at that point? You get knocked out of the event. You don't even make your mark. So when we're looking at it, it's treating it in such a way that a traditional sports team does it. I mean, are we really trying to be like, yes, this needs to be every team's motto? When you look at a team like Secret that won EWC, they don't follow that regimen. You look at a team like M80, they don't follow that regimen. They're performing results. So it really begs to question, is this sort of, you know, mentality really the winning and driving factor that SSG needs to finally win an event? Because I would argue and say it's not.
Well, good questions asked there. Rebellion also looking to ask where they could go against SSG to have better success. 7-2, the map-by-map record, SSG over the Rebellion so far this year. Foxay, how can they shake this up?
I mean, if you're Shopify Rebellion, you're not going to be worried about the map, so to say. Again, you're relying a lot on the big individual skill, but Clubhouse for a map against SSG, great pick. It looks like the bans stack up to what both teams want to avoid. They want to be able to keep it comfortable. My biggest fear for SR right here is hoping that they learn something from the Munich Major, not just trying to rely on individual gun skill. I mean, they let Clubhouse go up, they pick Bank, or not Bank, they pick Labs, which I would say is a great matchup against them because SSG's aggressive roam style of play gets very shut down easily because they're so spread out. So honestly, I'm looking for both teams to see if they've taken anything away from Munich when it comes to the way they play Labs.
Seeing all these maps, I mean, this is honestly good for both these teams. They're all very comfortable on these maps. It's not like one of their best by any means, but that first Clubhouse really begs me to question that SSG is really looking at it from what happened at the Munich Major, because if you remember, SR would lose to NIP 3-7, where on that other end, SSG would beat NIP 3-7. So then it kind of begs to question, is SSG trying to exploit what NIP did to SR? Or is it going to be a matter where they kind of play into that and then be able to switch off it? Because you can't always rely on what other teams do, especially another region on top of it. So I think overall, for me, if I had to choose someone, I think Space Station is a little bit in the driver's seat here, just based off this first match.
Okay, interesting, because I was just going to ask you that, Laxing, because it sounds like what you're saying maybe even leans Shopify Rebellion's way, like, oh, maybe SSG have a little bit more to worry about. Fox, I'll start with you in terms of official prediction for this best of three. Do you think that SSG have it in them to continue the dominance they've had over Shopify Rebellion in their rivalry this year, or is it going to go the other way?
Even though the maps, in my opinion, do favor SSG, I would like to believe that SR is feeling very comfortable, especially when we look at how both teams performed at the major. They come back home, what they're trying to look forward to and change, and what the core issue is. SR is better equipped, in my opinion, and more confident because they know they're going to come back home and just be able to dominate individually. So if we just have a gun battle that goes head to head, in my opinion, I think SR is the one that's going to be coming out on top.
Lexing, it sounded like a moment ago you were looking like you were going to go with SSG. I'm looking at the graphic. It says Shopify Rebellion. Where do you fall on this one?
I'm gonna have to go with Space Station. I mean, when you look at what happened at Munich, sure, you can wipe it off. Now you're back on home soil. You have to look at what you did to beat these former teams that you recently played. And when you even look at the last time these two played, it was a pretty swift victory. A 7-3 on Border, 7-0 on Cafe. And, we talked about Canadian not being able to find his stride. He went 3-16 that game. The best performer on that game was Rexon at 13. And then the rest of all of SSG is sitting in all green, very high positives. And then their entry point was the main leading factor of why they were being able to find success. So if SR wants to win, they have to get the opening picks going in their favor. But for Space Station, I think they're just going to wipe off what happened at Munich, and they're going to fix all the problems that they had there, and then start it here with the Shopify Rebellion matchup.
All right, and in terms of SI implications, and this is hot off the presses, we finally have it confirmed. If SSG beat Shopify Rebellion, they confirm a spot for the Six Invitational. It's a big deal, and we'll dive more into that a little later on. But right now, we have Lynx and XR Troika standing by to kick things off.
Thank you very much, Jonah and Ali, for our first game of regional finals. I have to say, it's a little underwhelming. Not because regional finals are underwhelming, not because both of these teams are underwhelming, but the recent history for both of these teams. Bombing out of almost at Manchester, bombing out of Munich is the only way to describe how both these teams have fared in the past month.
Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to listen to that desk and think, oh, you know what? Like, are we really starting off on the strongest foot? I promise it's going to get better. All right, it must get better over the course of these regional finals. And let's be honest, it can only get better for one of these two teams, given their recent performance and what we saw out of them at Munich. I mean, I feel like, and I still feel like, we sent good teams to Munich. We just didn't see those teams perform the same way that we had them in the NAL. But to bow out 16th and 13th, you know, that's pretty rough going, especially when you talk about these two teams. SSG, they have been fantastic recently. But is the pressure of an international event a bit too much for them? SR, on the flip side, I mean, it looked like an entirely different mindset from SR at Munich.
Well, and I think the point about SR, for me, this team is a lot more quantifiable, right? I think there's actually things to talk about. Like the desk said, not really following Troy's calling, individual players falling off, that where we've normally seen them perform, especially Surf. You know, even when the team is not doing well, Surf can be quite solid for the team. With SSG, you got to respect the depths a little bit. This team is still nigh unreadable. And I don't mean strategically, I mean narratively. Because part of the reason I said Manchester earlier is despite the praise we lavish upon SSG, this is not the first time in the past year and a half or so that they've bombed out 0-3 at a major. It was Manchester where that happened. Then all of a sudden, we're in Montreal and they're looking excellent. Top 8 finish. We get to SI, top 6 finish. We're looking incredible. And then guess what? They win regional finals. They do good at EWC. And it seems like maybe this team's figured out their consistency issue. Bam, another 0-3 finish at Munich. And we're just left thinking, what the hell do we do? Which is, Ollie, I think we can attest, commonly an expression we say and utter when we're talking about Space Station Gaming. But the worry I have going into this game is that SSG have not broken free of what I guess we can now call the classic SSG consistency, the ability to win against any team and lose against any team, the ability to place really well in an event or bomb out of it. And going into regional finals, thankfully for them, Ollie, as the desk mentioned, the standards are not particularly high, just one win against Shopify, and they will secure their spot at the Six Invitational. So even if this goes poorly, just one win here will be enough for the long game.
And it'll be enough for the team that loses as well, because they will drop down into that lower bracket. There are so many chances through this regional finals. It's a double elimination bracket and it's best of 3. You've got every best chance. So really, there's no excuses for the teams out there. There should be plenty enough time for them to compose themselves in between games. Obviously, that is a little bit of a problem for the future, and I'm sure that they are both very much focused on what they've got to go up against here today. Obviously, we can look back to the last time that we saw these two teams playing each other, of course, inside of the regional league. We obviously played each other a couple of times already this stage. I'll be honest, it hasn't looked great for SSG. SSG did get a win back inside of stage 1, but since then SR have been I think fairly dominant, Lynx. There's a couple of 5-7s in there, but the last best of 3 that these guys played inside at the end of stage 2, it was a 7-3 and a 7-0. Now, that's obviously for the side of SSG, so SR really coming into this, they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and it's the tricky position for both of these teams where there are so many factors going one way, so many factors going the other way, and so much of it feels like extremely recent history where this was made inconsistent. It felt like in stage 1, the position of SR was pretty firmly set, solid top 3-4 team in North America. I would say for these players, top 3 or 4 is the absolute minimum where they should be, but pretty consistent, and we're doing all good. SSG, exact same thing. It's ever since stage 2 that both of these teams have started breaking away from the trend, doing well domestically, and then obviously at Munich having such a difficult time. So going in here in the rematch, where in stage 1 things have gone one way, in stage 2 things have gone another in this domestic face-off, which of these teams is going to come away the victor? And if it is Space Station Gaming, they will lock in their position at the 2026. It will all start on Clubhouse. SSG's pick, but comfortable territory for all parties involved.
A very comfortable map, and I don't think it comes as too much of a surprise, really. Looking at a third preference map for the side of SR. That's over quite a small sample size. Let's see if we can get a slightly bigger one on that, because, of course, there hasn't been too much Siege played in the last week, in the last couple of months, or last month or so. I mean, at least these two teams haven't been playing it, given that they bowed out so early. Goes down to around mid-preference if you look over the course of sort of the last year, 12 months, something like that. So still a pretty decent map for the side of SR, although they haven't got the greatest of record on it as of late, 3 and 4. So maybe a little bit of a question mark there. But again, it's a very basic map, isn't it, Lynx? You're not really going to want to overcomplicate things too much, especially after the drumming that both of these two teams faced inside of Munich. They're going to be looking for a bit of a confidence boost, I imagine.
Especially SSG, a team that, of all the teams in North America, I think makes use of momentum and the emotional force you gained from a match, from a map or a match victory very, very well in comparison to the rest of the teams. Thrives off the energy, thrives off the vibes. So getting a win here, sure on their own pick, but getting a win here would be very, very good. It's a point for both teams. But SSG always seem to make better use of the chaos and better use of that excitement. Fans have gone through, by the way, and I think we can all agree, pretty standard for Clubhouse. You've dealt with the 2 hard breach denials. Any map with external walls is going to likely see those 2 banned. I imagine we'll see both Bandit and Cade banned on Nighthaven as well, or at least one of them. Then for Shopify, Ace and Capital both gone. Ace a very powerful ranged breacher, and Capital quite good for clearing out positions like Rafters or just setting up for an execute in the late round. Some tools leaved up though, well, every single shield, and SSG have decided to bring 2 of them in round 1.
Not shying away from the fact that there are plenty of shields available. Hard breaches do tend to be a bit of a focus on club, so no surprise to see Ace taken out there. SSG sort of framing up for a little bit of a full clear here. They've got the shield, so they may as well. They've got the ability to very quickly take portions and control of this map. Although speed isn't really of the essence at the moment. Yeah, there's only a minute-ish gone off the clock, but you would be expecting maybe a little bit more progress. Nua's going to start to try and work that sledgehammer. There's already a little bit of kicking around up here, so it is just causing SSG to move with a little bit more caution. Doesn't seem like they've got a full idea of if that top floor is entirely clear or not, although the positioning now of Ashen and that drone working its way down those main stairs, you can pretty much guarantee that they are happy right now. Canadian just playing pesky on that half landing. And look to try and hold that for a little bit of time. Fortunately for him, does get away there. If that floor gets opened up a little bit earlier, then he's got a bit of a problem getting back down to site, but as such, makes it back down safely.
And you clearly see the game plan for Shopify. They are not trying to give SSG any unnecessary openings on that roam. We've got Kiba barriers, we've got castle barricades, and mirror windows all bolstering the site, with Vulcan patch ready to pop and layer the ground with fire at a moment's notice. With only a minute remaining as SSG start breaking open the floor on the middle, Ollie. I think all of those things just mentioned are going to prove a pretty big issue.
Timing for SSG, I mentioned it at the start, doesn't look great. That isn't going to make things any easier. Now, of course, you lose the sledge. Why have you not got the book? The book is better in every which way for this strategy. You don't have to be in the building and risk getting C4'd like that. The hatch now can be opened, but Fultz would be a bit of a fool if he just goes for a straight-up drop, although that's going to be the play. They do have a little bit of presence in dirt, but the dirt player is allowed to cross. Fultz now inside of the site, just going to try and nail this back plan.
Ooh, and it might just make it work. Ashen's moved in from dirt as well, cutting the site in half. Certain avenues for C4 are available, but the utility's already been used and used to ill effect. Seemed like an ill-advised idea, yet Fultz, combined with Ashen cutting off an angle through dirt, just makes it work. all the gunfights go SSG's way, save a couple small examples. Now Spoit stuck in the 1v3. Well, he is done and dusted. SSG with the first. They saw our concerns about time, Ollie, then immediately picked up the pace.
I mean, it's classic SSG, isn't it? Like, as soon as you call them out for something, they just instantly prove you wrong. I'm like, Fultz would be a fool to drop. He drops, gets the plant down, they win the round. He shouldn't be allowed to drop. There was a player inside of Dirt. Now, I don't know who it was on the side of SR that instead of taking the fight in Dirt and holding that ground, just ran out and gave it up. But I feel like that was a little bit of a problem at that point, because as soon as you lose, I mean, it's called a kitchen Dirt for a reason. Some people even call it a Kurt, which is sort of a nice cute abbreviation on the two. It gets called that in the ranking stack. We call it a little Kurt. It's a very common strategy. It's one of the main ways of attacking that basement. It can be very minimal, and you can pull it off. Guess what? When you haven't really got too much, which at that point in the round, SSG didn't really have any other options, which even further lends it into the mindset of thinking, well, Shopify know it's going to be a kitchen Dirt. If SSG haven't done anything, if there's no one in blue, if there's no one around Moto Hatch, like, I wonder what it's going to be. It's going to be a kitchen Dirt. Like, let's be real. So,
well,
bit strange, really.
But I will say, to defend the Dirt player a little bit, though I guess this isn't really a criticism of Shopify, but kind of, I love talking about unintended consequences. And one thing we often see inside of Dirt is a smoke, right? For that exact reason. If somebody walks up like a Monty with a shield, you throw down the toxic canister, detonate it, they can't really walk up. Well, there's no smoke in that lineup previously, so that means whoever's playing there, when that Blackbeard starts stomping up, you don't really have a lot of great options to either repel him or keep him at bay. So just one of those things where I don't think that operator lineup was bad by any means, but you can only bring so many tools in Rainbow Six, and I think a really important piece to dealing with that Dirt push was just unfortunately left off the table. Can't always account for everything, but Shopify seemed perfectly willing to resign themselves to that possibility. This line what they're bringing is almost entirely the same, except instead of a castle, Ambi is moving to the Warden, which is likely something we'll see a lot of since Ying is unbanned by Shopify.
Yeah, Warden does just come almost a little bit of a necessity sometimes.
Just in case.
It's a just in case, isn't it? Fultz. A very quick work there, getting himself up into Garage and onto those rafters. The EMP sent out, a C4 ripped and ready over the toss. It was, I tell you, a great throw there from Canadian. It couldn't have gone any better. Only problem was Fultz had backed up. Still been dealt a good portion of damage though. Sitting at maybe 10, 15 health. Certainly a little bit softer than you would like a Blackbeard being. Now becomes quite susceptible to any other splash explosives, of which there are 2 more C4s, by the way, in the lineup. But look at Ashen, a very aggressive position quite early on.
Yeah, SSG always do quite a good job at taking advantage of that pace, realizing they have an opening, and then immediately capitalizing off of it. So even though they clear green, at about the normal point, Ashen immediately moves into con, secures that forward point. Lost about 15 seconds or so on just, just a little bit of extra due diligence, but they don't, and instead they progress forward. Bolt's running into some issues though, as while he gets that nade kill, he can't jump in immediately. He ends up being downed in the process. That earlier C4 by Canadian really paying off. While they have the advantage, certainly not in control. For the moment they're stuck outside of the building, struggling to find a way into Gym. Another goes down, and they might just win this on kills. No defuse plant necessary. It's a flawless round for SSG. They take 2 in a row.
Do we see the timeout from SR? Very unusual to not be able to hold either gym and bedroom or upstairs or downstairs inside of Church and Arsenal on a clubhouse. SSG have just been crashing over SR at the moment, and I don't really feel like we've seen too much of a response, Lings. A lot of this has been SSG focused. I don't really feel like we've spoken about SR too much, and that's never a great sign. As predicted, the timeout comes, and it comes early. Not super uncommon to see a round 2 timeout, but it's definitely a sign that things aren't going too well. SR struggling in just about every aspect right now. Not able to get those trades out. It doesn't even seem like they can find anywhere to, I don't even want to say hide, but they can't find anywhere to sit comfortably.
Yeah, I think, and I think one of the things for me is the main lack of response we're seeing from SR is in that late round, which isn't to say that they have a lot of room to work with. As we just saw, SSG had an attacker playing down below, waiting to see if anybody from the Rebellion decided to go and play for a C4 from beneath. That's just checking all your bases. If you're Space Station Gaming, you know somebody's going to try to play for that C4. You know somebody is going to try and deny the plan, so you go downstairs. As a result, Newer's also holding that angle on Jacuzzi. Really, just a really great checklist and thorough work from Space Station. And yet, the unfortunate onus is still on Shopify Rebellion to try and find a way. Maybe try to hit a flank on the opposite side. Maybe that's what we'll see. Not necessarily a flank, but maybe we'll see some late round adjustments. But honestly, SSG, to their credit, are looking very good in this late round. And even though all of the opening picks so far have come sub a minute, the rounds have ended pretty soon after that. And that is a testament to SSG having a really good foundation and even better execution.
I think it's what we've come to expect from SSG, right? And it's definitely one of those situations where they've had a little bit of time off. They've been able to get themselves back into that SSG zone, and they come out like unbeatable. And then slowly, it's like a cycle. You sort of see that dip off a little bit again. Oh, Canadian. Was a Spawn Peak really the answer?
I honestly, mute Canadian. I'm worried this guy might have just been window banged, because you normally see a 417 like.
Yeah.
Oh dearie.
Oh dear.
It's gonna be one of those matches, I think.
Are we going to give Spoit the benefit of the doubt and say, did he get window banged as well?
No, I unfortunately. if
he's trying to salvage a kill that Canadian didn't get?
If he's been window banged, I unfortunately think that maybe we just forfeit the match for Shopify Rebellion right now. They do not have the mandate of heaven.
Just down to sheer bad luck.
Look out, it's on!
Not the best start, especially after a timeout. So he died inside a Logi. Maybe through the hatch, I guess?
I was gonna say either through the hatch. No, because they just it'd have to be through the hatch based off the angle. Oh! All right, well, I'd love to see that from Ambi.
Changing mix.
Well, fortunately,
It's kind of a tough game right now, isn't it?
it is.
Like,
I don't even really quite know what they're doing wrong.
Rexon's at least been recovered. So we've got the ROU projector, which has been bounced around quite nicely by Newers. That's just going to give him a nice little shield and allow him to play out here and try and exploit that angle on into Cash. A little bit of aggressive play here from Surf. Player that we've seen multiple times have real big moments. He's going to have a massive one right now as the smoke trying to command a position inside of construction, but there are so many angles for him to worry about. The worst part is it's J9O that's trying to be the spear point of that challenge.
Nice.
Ashen with the support. Surf, he'll find his one, but it immediately gets traded. J9O and him direct 1-for-1 trade. Ambi now trying to rotate back up these Cash stairs. It's not even like there's not a lot of time. There's still 45 seconds. No cameras to speak of, at least for the attackers. And Ambi is allowed to reposition right now. Surprised he's been given that much space, to be honest with you.
Oh.
He'll find himself one as a double. Surely he doesn't pick up the next two.
You'd have to hope not. I mean, with the time and the advantage SSG had early on, there's no way it could go Ambi's way, and yet he's just found another 1v1 as Ashen moves into the site. Creeping, peeking around the bomb chassis. Oh, the Ibana finishes him off. Through the wall, Ashen stops the bleeding, but then again, it's only a flesh wound, all things considered. SSG are up 3 in a row, and that round seemed done by the first 10 seconds in.
Gotta feel kind of sorry for Ambi there. I really thought there was a chance that he'd be able to pull that off. We've seen him do similar things in the past. But he shouldn't be left in that position. Yes, it's winnable, especially for a player of Ambi's caliber. But realistically, it should never have got to that point. SSG going to breathe a slight sigh of relief there, but the game still remains very one-sided, regardless of how close round 3 was. Oh, that's just bad timing. That keeper barrier's basically got people killed as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, it's really great positioning by SSG and awareness. They fully understood the implications of, but also the smoke in that position. Just really great work.
I think they're doing a very good job of very quickly reading whatever SR is setting up and coming up with a nice response to it. But again, it's a team that they've played a lot. You know, these two teams have played against each other plenty at this stage. So you're expecting both of them to be comfortable. SSG can be a difficult team to play against.
5 seconds remaining.
I think SR maybe less so. Maybe a slight bit more predictable, and that's where we saw that unpredictability come out at Munich, and it again didn't do them too well. So not saying that they're in like an identity crisis, but you do sort of wonder what you're going to get with them. Right downstairs, as we were in the first round. Now, we've seen the Blackbeard band. It has been a mainstay so far for SSG. They've played it every single round. Interestingly now, though, they don't still play the Monty. Instead, they've switched up things entirely and are going to go for something slightly different.
I think keeping Shopify on their toes is just an excellent strategy. I'm not going to complain about it. Certainly makes our jobs easier and makes the siege more entertaining. So happy for that reason, too. Ashen's 6-0, by the way, highlighted by the desk, third lowest rated player at Munich, which is a low that is shocking for Ashen, even going 0-3. Somebody you really expect to put up decent numbers. Doing a good job this game, and not only with the kills, but as you can see, in the first 30 seconds, already creeped up through strip, moved into billiards, and has acquired great forward positioning for SSG early on. They were getting to the vertical destruction about a minute and a half, a minute 15 remaining. And while they still have the sledge and could find themselves dying to a C4, here he is again, pushing down main stairs. This is SSG, hungry for the initiative, hungry for momentum, and always ready for an opportunity.
Benji just seeing if there's anything that he can find right now. Going to be playing that perfect and very important blue roll. Hang around on side of the hatch and then eventually make your play down blue. Definitely not a kitchen dirt that is being attempted this time. At least that's what the indication is right now, given the positioning of these SSG players. Can start to try and rip open this floor. Still no book play, which is a little bit of an interesting one for me. I don't know if it's the nades back on the sledge that is sort of making that difference a little bit. Hatch, that can start to be chipped away at, although 3 impacts left. With no book and only the sledge to rely on, it's a bit riskier, as we've already seen, opening up that floor in kitchen. Nobody there for the trick. Hatch now opened, 45 seconds left. SR should be able to hold these power positions. If you look at the kit that they've still got left, they've got 2 C4s. Yes, they haven't got any sort of smoke denial, but they've also got those Vulcan canisters. I'm not too sure how well SSG have done at dealing with those. Ambi going to kick things off with a kill onto Action.
Yeah, this is where the lack of that Monty or a shield in general really hurts. It's how SSG forced their way into the site, now lacking it, and down Ashen. Somebody's got to go big from the space station. Will it be Benja? No, dies in blue. And normally, if that position doesn't go big, the whole round falls apart. Newer's with 1, but it really doesn't matter whatsoever. Shopify run the same strategy back, basically, and it pays off. Without that shield, SSG have no way in.
Yeah, bold strategy going for the no shield play. You just got to look at the lineup and understand that you really haven't got as much as you previously did. In that position, it'd be nice to have a Capitao. Capitao is, of course, banned. It makes it just a slight bit harder. And again, you kind of need the players that are making the vert to see a little bit more success, but pockets of safety were found. And as predicted, those power positions, they really came into play. That's, like, you know, let's be honest, that's kind of how round 1 should have gone.
Agreed.
You can't just drop into that site and expect things to happen. It's a very difficult site to attack. So good on SR for managing to steady themselves there and pick up that round, because let's be honest, basement should be kind of a given here on Clubhouse. They've started late. It doesn't mean that they are out of the fight yet. Still got 2 rounds on this defensive side to bring things up level. And of course, still got the whole other half of the game to go.
Gym bedroom is similar to basement, or at least the first iteration of basement, with an opening kill coming quite late in the round. It's been the trend so far. SSG were able to remove the defenders from cache and CCTV at about the normal point.
Keep it active.
With Ashen then moving into construction. then all holding angles either outside a jacuzzi or outside on metal balcony, and picking off the Rebellion defenders when they walked into SSG's crosshairs. It's not Ashen this time, but Benjamaster, who's moved below, taken an early positioning and secured that important vertical control that we highlighted before, denies anybody from the Rebellion. Of course, rotating below for a C4, but right now, could catch anybody who thinks it's safe to rotate back from CCTV either down red or to rotate down metal and go for a flank later on in the round. It's basically SSG running things back and hitting all the high notes that we saw hit in the early game from round 2.
Canadian's still going to be rocking that mute. Still heavy on the C4s as well. 3 C4s being brought in this lineup yet again here from SR. And they're making good use of them. Ambi is going to find one over onto Fultz. A bit of an attempt there, but just not enough of an angle for Nuas to really take advantage of. It's going to be Benja and Ashen doing the hard work, though. Finally, we see a book in the lineup here, and Benja, very known for playing on that operator, often finds himself on little solo missions, and he's been successful in this one.
It's a very tactically sound play from Benja. It's not picking off a flank or denying a C4. It's just that when the defenders start rotating back into sight from CCTV and cache, other defenders are going to rotate, move, and give up positions so that way everybody can settle into their late round spots. So as they're moving that rotation, because Benja's not been spotted, he can look up through the hatch or make any holes actively and then take down the Rebellion defenders as they start setting up. Ashen also gets a pick as they rotate back in. And while breaking through this is going to be a bit difficult, once that fire clears, SSG have the advantage, and because of these Bs, have the utility and information as a result. Flashbangs go in, but Surf does not lose his vision, retains it, picks up Ashen, could easily find themselves in line for another, but J9O quicker to the punch. The Type 89 working very well, moving in with the bearings, spotted on the default, ready for the angle, yet Canadians quicker. The advantage is shifting hands, but SSG still hold on with Canadian low, dodging the flash. Space Station are ready for it. 4-1 right now on their attacks. Less one-sided, but still SSG's game.
Another round where the opening pick goes the way of SR as well. It has not been an indicator in this fixture so far as to which way that round is going to go. Opening pick in round 1, SR, SSG walk away with it. Same story there in round 5. SSG, again, showing that they are a good team at fighting from behind here. Back on the Monty. Now, it didn't do them too well. They did a little bit. They were able to gain a little bit of early control and sort of bully the way in. But as we saw, Fultz, he didn't last too long. It wasn't necessarily the Monty that was the big success in that round. It was, again, the rallying of SSG. And in some ways, SR maybe just overcommitting a little bit to holding that cash side. But then what else do? You've got to hold it. You maybe just need a slightly better strategy to do so. Clash being banned out there, maybe coming into a slight bit of effect. But even still, I'd like to see like the old, why am I playing a shield at the top of cash, and you know, someone that's, or even the warden in that position, just someone that's going to be really difficult to budge and, you know, play everything around him. But I don't know, it's not been going SR's way today.
No, it's not, and we didn't really mention it, but the Clash ban from SSG is a very good ban, just because, well, obviously, one, it's Clash, but also SR, specifically Canadian, can use him, and it's something we see a lot of teams do where they won't play an op like Clash the first 3 rounds, hope it doesn't get banned, then they bring it out and showcase all their strats with it, but SSG, not trying to, just calling their bluff, not really wanting to deal with it. It might have been the kind of tool that makes a position like Red Stairs stronger, as Ollie was talking about, without it available. SR forced to bring things, in this case, like the Wamai, like the Fenrir as well. Perfectly good operators, especially the Fenrir, can be quite strong. But lacking a very obvious and useful tool like that Clash can prove problematic. Final defense will be on CCTV and Cash. And while it's an opening pick for the Rebellion, it's, well, 1, quickly traded, but 2, even if it wasn't, is not the bellwether for success that it is for most teams.
Fenrir is going to slow things down just a little bit. J9O not able to gain the control that he wants on that top floor as he tries to transition across that main stair. Benja back playing that flank watch. He's got a chance here. They could line up for him. Finds one onto Ambi. Just waiting for someone to double dip and surf Will. Oh, no way he gets two there. You could see it just lining up there with the outlines. That's going to be a nail in the coffin here for round number 6. Unless Rexon and Canadian can pull something incredible out of the bag.
This unfortunately just doesn't feel like a Rebellion that can do that. We saw Ampy come close when, 1v1s were being isolated and given to him. But right now, SSG have the positioning, they've got the manpower, and they have the time. 5-1 right now. Space Station running away with their attacks. And arguably, I think in an alternative reality, Ali, SR only get 2-4.
Yeah. I don't think that they've played better Siege than 2-4. There's the Ambi round, and that's it. There's an Ambi individual round. There's a decent defense downstairs inside a church in Arsenal. And then aside from that, this is very representative of the Siege that we've seen today so far. Something that surprised me is how stuck in the ways Shopify have been with the lineup that they've been playing. It's been Goyo, Mew, Azami, Mirror. It's really not changed all too much. Now, obviously, they're playing that for a reason, but it isn't the time that these rounds are coming down to. A lot of the time, it's just kills. It's just SSG are winning gunfights. There's really no two ways about it.
I mean, this is crazy right here.
You could just see it coming a mile away, couldn't you? When you've got those 3 out, like, you just like, there's almost going to be, if it was a Cali, you'd be like, there's going to be a collat in a minute. 2 players are going to cross and it's going to be boom.
It is reaching that point for Space Station, at least on map 1, where it feels like either they can do no wrong, or if they can, it doesn't really matter all that much. And the aggregate things seem to come their way. Fan phase goes through. Basically a rerun for SSG if you just say ranged breacher and not the exact operator, but it's Hibana Capital this time rather than Ace and Cap. Then Bandit is still in the cards for Space Station if they want to. Shopify, Rebellion only banning the Cade and the Mira. But you can see SSG are quite happy that the Rebellion did not ban the Clash like they did, bringing it for their first defense on CCTV. And right now, Clash and Azami potentially both on rafters. The Rebellion have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, it's not really a combination that you want to be seeing, is it?
Especially with the Cap ban.
I was going to say, not when good old Capital's banned. I mean, yeah, you can deal with it, or maybe you just go somewhere else. Maybe that's just the easier option.
That's how you deal with it. You just don't. The only way to win is by not playing.
You deal with it by not dealing with it. You just ignore all our problems there. You just hope that they go away. Jokes aside, SR doing a pretty good job of getting everything open so far. They've managed to open up that breach, and they are going to be able to just navigate around that mute jammer somewhat as well. Ashen, he's going to be playing close with the shotgun for the time being. Now time, a little bit of drone work into the site. The problem with avoiding or just ignoring Garage is, of course, that's a big point of vulnerability. We don't just take Garage for the fun of it as attackers. You take it because you don't want to be shot from there. And if you're going to try and move in and get a plant down into the site, well, you need a little bit of something going on inside a garage. And it looks like that's what SR are framing up for now.
They're going with the method that's come into favor, which is using these air jabs and firing them up. But Newers, we saw him prone right underneath CC window at the beginning of the round, and I don't think he got droned. Just pops up, takes down Rexon. That's meant to give the information for Spoit to place his air jabs. With Canadian going down too, you've still got the method by which you were going to deal with J90. We have a whole lot less guns meant to shoot him once he falls due to those air jabs. We'll send the next one up as he's got direct information. Flash and air jab both go out. I was about to say should get J90 pretty easily. Yes, it will. Spoit coming alive in the late game as Newers late on the draw. Spotted by the Nomad as he hops up. Not entirely his fault, but the breach open and players flooding into garage. There was very little places he could go. Spoit has just brought the round back in a big way for the Rebellion. That wall is reinforced, so they cannot jump directly through it. Spoit Void's now also rappelling outside, joining his team on the plat wall. The diffuser outside will come from this way. Ambi down below to make sure nobody goes for that C4. Benja is his main target. Yeah, we see plenty of teams stay up there, still throw that C4 up top. A very late rotation as Serve drops off plat. Spoit holds the cover. This plant's going to go down with less than 10 seconds remaining. Can Benja get that C4 into position? Ashen playing close. Oh, it's perfect! Don't even need a buzzer beater. That was right on time and right on mark. Over the top. Map point for Space Station Gaming.
I don't think I've ever seen so much hesitation as to, do we go this way? Do we go that way? Are we going to push through the breach? Are we going to actually take advantage of garage that we took? So confused there from SR. They really spent a lot of time figuring that one out. Spoit did a good job by taking control of garage. But the problem was they just had nothing off the back of it. No hard breach left. That was the big problem. 56 seconds, 55 seconds, garage control was gained. And we got down to 5 seconds on the clock. 50 seconds, and it was, are we going this way? Are we going that way? There was no way to get through garage at that point. And the denial, it was there. SSG, 3 Toxic Babe canisters, a C4 from Benja, which was just sent from the heavens to pick up 2. And Ashen playing in a really off angle. One person on cash window, Ashen's dead. Ashen can't play there. If they've got a hint that somebody's going to be playing in that position, can't do it.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, obviously because of the 11 and 2, but the positioning from Ashen has really been excellent so far this entire series. It always feels like he's making space for the team, finding himself in these little off angles, hitting the shots as well, but a comeback performance from his massive I was gonna say crash out, but honestly we could have used a bit more crashing out from Ashen. He might have got more than third to last, but he's an excellent player, very, very good, and we're seeing some of the heights of his play style in this game right now. I mean, Ollie, I kind of just feel like this one's over. I don't know much else to say.
I feel like it's map 2, isn't it?
Yeah, and I feel like Nighthaven's already in the cards.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely going to be on the cards. It's just whether we, it's just how quickly we get there, but I've got a feeling we're going to be there in around 2 minutes 12. It does depend, though, you know, and stranger things would have happened. It would be rude of us to count SR out at this point. But they haven't shown us anything that I can really get behind at the minute. And it's not, you know, it's nothing strategy. It's a lot of it's gunfights. Rexon's 1 and 7. And that's a player that, on his day, he can hang with the best of them. There's nobody positive. Ambi 6 and 6. And what, 3 of them are exit frags on the round that he didn't end up clutching out? By the way, no diss to Ambi. It was a difficult clutch to make, but that just puts into context the lack of kills that we've seen so far for the Shopify side.
As you move to the late round, Ashen holding a very normal spot. If you've been watching this SSG roster for a long time, it's a normal spot generally, but he often finds himself on the Sazami playing inside of construction. Great with the impact trick. Doing everything for this team at the moment. Well, I mean, everyone from SSG showing up, but Ashen doing quite a lot. Unfortunately, misses the second one. But with 2 minutes wasted, he's got that Kiba to fall back behind.
Barrier activated.
I would. The worry or the anxiety in me, Ollie, is saying that's a bad spot to sit. But how many times have I seen Ashen play that on Bank, for example, and somehow find a way through? Well, maybe I should have listened to that, because unfortunately, Ambi playing at the window will take him down, and Rebellion get a much-needed opening.
As we've said, the opening pick hasn't always been an indicator as to which way the round is going to go, but this one has gone a lot slower so far. 35 seconds on the clock. C4 gets sent out there from Benja, doesn't do enough damage to Canadian, and he's threatening to hop in now. Benja is going to find one onto Rexon, and Canadian desperately looking for a pocket of safety, but I'm not sure he'll find it.
Oh no, neither him nor the Rebellion, yet we find ourselves in the 2v2. Jay9O creeping around as he gets the call. Somebody inside a bathroom, it's inside the house, and Jay9O's kicked him out. One down with the C4, another with the SMG. One of the best players in North America, he's often called, but SSG looking in top form on Clubhouse.
Well, SSG have come out there and kind of stunned us, to be honest. This wasn't billed as a game that either side was going to really stomp on. And there was a bit of a question mark above both of these teams coming into the fixture. They both had lackluster showings at Munich, and we needed to see who had put the work in since then. And well, if map one's anything to go by, it's SSG that have been putting that work in, because they have come out and put a very good account of themselves out on the table. They have slammed a flag into the sand and said, Clubhouse is ours, and we are taking this best of 3 in a very quick fashion. We're going to hit a break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
An eye out for contact.
Available now.
One in count.
He's gonna plant 10, I think. Gonna plant 10, I think.
Case down, case down, case down.
Top. Pushing him.
Yeah, top on me.
I'm pushing top.
Short, I think. We're in bathroom,
Bathroom. Oh my god.
Bathroom.
Oh my god.
What a
We'll
shot,
fucking
bro.
clear.
Shit, boys.
Seems like dominance is an understatement. SSG obliterating the Rebellion to start off this best of 3. We said it, only one best of 3 win here, and they will clinch a 6 invitational spot. Clearly they heard that, and they are taking this one very seriously, Laxing. They were playing lights out the entire way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, whether it was the starting half with getting even some of those opening kills going in their favor, but Ashen is a player I really want to highlight. I mean, I talked about him in a negative sense, didn't do good in Munich. I saw some of the Twitch chat shit-talking him. I mean, this wasn't an opportunity for you guys to shit-talk Ashen because he had one bad performance out of the millions of times he's at the top of the leaderboard, and this is just another millionth time he's at the top of the leaderboard. But his performance was so well. He was so disruptive, and this is what I was talking about. This is where they lacked in Munich, was the fact that Ashen couldn't find his stride. And when Ashen's able to find his stride, whether it's on the shield, being disruptive on the shield, forcing players out of position to make them more uncomfortable, or even using the Grim, taking space, forcing players into unwinnable positions, forcing them into line of sights for his team, taking these engagements. I mean, he had the big 1v1 that he ended up clutching out, which was massive from him. But this is the Ashen that I was talking about that I wanted to see, that we didn't get to see in Munich. And I love to see him performing today because he's doing a damn good job.
Yeah, he absolutely needs to be commended just because of what a bounce back it is to have such a difficult performance, his first difficult performance at any ever event, to now just come back to it, shake it off, bounce back. That's the resilience from SSG. But the team as a whole, I mean, they weren't really dominating when it came to the opening kills department, and still were able to bring rounds back just because of how naturally aggressive they were, how they do everything coordinated. And that's the SSG that we know and love. But like we said, it's always the same thing. You know, one day it could be they're popping off, the next day it could be they're asleep. Today, they came to prove something. They popped off. I think the map pick definitely asserted them in comfortability, and everything was really in their favor.
Let's flip it around for a moment here, Foxy, because obviously we talked about Shopify Rebellion needing to stop relying on individual plays, really work as a team and pick up the pieces that clearly got left behind right before Munich. Map number 1, this was not a good sign that they have taken steps to improve that.
No, I mean, you said they left it behind. I think they left it before they even took the flight to Munich. They have not found it since coming back. It really is a struggle if you're an SR fan to watch them, because they have so much talent on the roster, but they're just relying on it. There's no real problem solving. You'll see in moments, even when they get the opening kill, they're still so spread out. There's no real end goal of how we're going to play the X Factor, how we're going to play denial of the diffuser, how we're going to try to progress anything into this, into anything. It really looks like they'll get the opening kill and then everyone's off on their own. Everyone's holding their own position, not really understanding who's supposed to play off of where. And again, relying so much on a player like Ambi to be the spearhead, to be able to get such an advantage that they can just close rounds out. It doesn't look like they really have anybody else that is alongside with him. And again, I mean, Canadian, rough performance. Rexon, rough performance. Like we said, if one player on the team that isn't Canadian is underperforming, the team struggles in that aspect.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to see, but I mean, it's a best of 3. It's not to say that they can't bounce back. That was SSG's pick. We're going to move to the second map, which is going to be their pick. But something needs to change. The dynamic needs to change. The teamwork needs to change. There needs to be more attention to detail, understanding the setup that's in front of you, what SSG's throwing at you, and how you can counteract that. Because, I mean, as you said, Fox, and as we watched time and time again, even in the little 2 attacks that we saw out of them, there wasn't a lot of problem solved. Time was being stalled out. Then they would have to go last second. Comms are chaotic because everything is just at the last minute notice. So for me, I mean, whether Canadians going 1-7, 10-7 doesn't really make a difference. He needs to be the one calling and leading everyone. And then Ambi just needs to continue doing what he's doing, especially with those opening picks. I mean, he had 3 of those opening kills. There's no excuse for them not to be able to piggyback off of that, play a numbers game and put it in their favor, because they're going to need to do that going forward. I said they need the opening picks. They got the first job done. They just couldn't convert them. So going into map 2, we need to see the opening opening picks still continue to go in their favor. But again, for Troy to be able to reel it back in, whether it's on defense or attack, and say, let's slow down, let's play the man advantage, let's play our numbers, and dwindle those numbers down into their favor. Because if they can't do that, SSG is just going to steamroll them in another map and then in another series.
I feel like we should pay off Ashen a little bit more, because he was somebody that we highlighted and said, hey, not the performance at Munich you want to remember. Map number 1, Fox, he did come out and, at least for the time being, put the doubters to rest, say, I'm here to play online, I thrive, and he put up some good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Ashen's always been that one player when you look at SSG for consistency and wanting to see a more consistent SSG. Ashen's always been consistent. So very uncharacteristic coming into the regional finals that he had his bad event. But now, I mean, he really is firing on all cylinders. Still, you know, opening deaths, he gave away 2 opening free deaths. But in the rounds where he wasn't dying first, he was so impactful to being the spearhead to the success for SSG.
Well, now SSG, they are a single map away from clinching a spot at the 6th Invitational, something that all of these players have been eager to do for quite a long time. We're going to see if they can do it, so we're going to head back to Lynx and XR Troika to see if Labs is where this series wraps up.
Well, if Labs looks anything like Clubhouse, this is going to be a foregone conclusion. I mean, SSG wiped the floor with Shopify Rebellion on Clubhouse. Admittedly, SSG's pick, but led by a really great comeback performance from Ashen. I would be really shocked if that momentum or that quality slipped so extensively at map 2.
If you actually sort of blur your eyes a little bit and like semi-close them and tilt your head, Night Haven Labs looks a lot like Clubhouse.
I do agree. That's a funny way of putting it, but I do see your point, and I agree with you.
It's quite a similar map. We often compare the two, and in my opinion, Night Haven it's replaced Club as the go-to map inside of the pool for a lot of these teams. Now, I was having a quick look. Oh, Ashenstein. This is good.
We gotta be a little careful. Op bans have not even completed, and we got ZZ. You are all bots. And it's like, okay. Maybe a little early.
I was having a quick look at the old statistics for this map. If you could just humor me this for 1 second, Lynx.
I'll always
if you ignore losses to Wildcard, this could be SSG's best map. Because they have currently got a 5-4 record on it over the course of 2025. They have lost to Wildcard 3 times. 2-7, 2-7, 3-7, and then they lost to BDS. So ignore the BDS one. I think that 8-1 is a really good record on this map if we just ignore the Wildcard 2-7s, because God knows what happens in those games. But yeah, something a little bit freaky. Something else to take note of is that Labs is usually over quite quickly for SSG. It is not a map that they stick around on. They've stuck around against FaZe, but we all know about FaZe in this map. They've got a bit of a ghost in the closet with this map, as it were, and it does seem to drag on for FaZe as well when they play it. But SSG never seem to stick around on Labs too long. Regardless of the result, it's usually over quite quickly. Now, if that's going to have any bearing on the game that we'll see today, we'll have to wait and find out. But I just thought it was interesting as we move into the start of Labs.
Well, it is funny as well, because in my brain, as I was going into the series, of like, I've seen SSG play Labs quite a bit, and I'm running back, and I didn't even consciously recognize it until you pointed it out. But yeah, looking back through it, I'm like, I remember that loss. Well, that was against Wildcard. I remember that loss. Oh, well, that was also against Wildcard, wasn't it?
That's weird.
But dude, I think it is a valid point. I mean, there might just be a bit of a hang-up with Wildcard on this map in particular, and I mean, even including the losses to Wildcard, 8-4 is still not a bad record by any stretch. So, or was it 5-4?
5-4, yeah.
That's still a winning record.
It's still good, you know. It's competitive siege. Like, you should be going up against the best teams in the world. Like, to go even +1, I'll take it.
No, I'd absolutely take it, especially since this is ostensibly your well, it's not ostensibly, it is Shopify Rebellion's pick, but ostensibly this is the map that's supposed to favor them, and if on that map you're a winning record by 1, and 3 of those losses are against one team. I'd say we're doing mighty fine. A lot of yapping from us, by the way, because aside from a roam game that's not fired a shot, nothing's really happened. And, well, all right, good timing from me. Ashen gets the first pick onto Surf, recognizing that we might start losing viewers if the pace doesn't tick up. Ashen will knock down the first, and boy, it's the Thermite. Vigil for Therm trade, and you don't even get the Vigil, and you lose the Buck as well. Ashen is outside the building. If he gets this kill, we should forfeit for the Rebellion, or forfeit for SSG right now. He doesn't. And yet, both Fultz is still on the roam. Ambi does check that corner. Things all square out at a 3v3.
With 45 seconds left. Like, how have we found ourselves here? It's a basement attack, by the way. Or a basement defense, depending on which side of the table you're sitting on. I just find it a little bit strange. It was a big extension from SSG. Now, you could argue that Fultz has done his job there, because you look at the time left now, at this point, 2 Toxic Babe canisters. Okay, there's no C4 in Benja's hands, but there's 20 seconds. There's only so much that you can do, right?
Ooh. There's only so much, but with Canadian getting in your face, he's found one. The next falls soon after. Newer's in a position where he's got to fall back. They've got him spotted and figured out. Ashen doesn't fall on that engagement, and Rebellion recover quite nicely. It is a huge gain by SSG early on, and yet the Rebellion keep consistent and win their second round in 2 maps.
Little bit of overconfidence, and I think overcommitment to the roam game by SSG. I think they were really hoping that that was just going to do the job for them and that the time was going to sort of do the rest as the 6th man. But it didn't. If you got a blitz in the site, and especially if that blitz is getting active, it can be super difficult. I don't want to say that that was the moment that it failed when Ashen died. Honestly, I feel like it was when Fultz died, because if he could have made his way back down to site, if he could have done something to try and upset the apple cart there instead of just hiding in the corner inside a kitchen for the whole round, yeah, he wasted a little bit of time, got a drone, and they still lost the round. In other news, Canadian has doubled his amount of kills that he got in map 1 in round 1 of map 2, which, I mean, I think that deserves a round of applause.
I'm clapping. It was also a good call by Canadian. I think just betting on SSG being a little frenzied in the comms, having lost the 3v3, and making a very SSG-like call. If you know, we're only talking about 2 games in this series, of recognizing the opportunity and picking up the pace. It's very smart, very astute, and it worked out very well. But it's only 1 round, and it's only their second in 2 maps. Maybe SSG will use that as a learning moment. Maybe take a little bit of a step back. Nighthaven Labs is it's similar to Clubhouse, but it is a big map. If you extend too far for too long, a team like the Rebellion, assuming they're playing well, will be able to exploit it. Here, I will say a little bit less the case. You're a first floor defense. You're likely going to have 2 defenders up top playing around the controller aqua area. You've also got the Clash to bolster the site itself or the roam with that shield. So we still will see some vertical presence, not likelihood from SSG, just hopefully not one that is an overcommitment.
BlessR seem to have managed to get their act together a little bit, at least in the break between maps. There was a bit of a concern that this was just going to sort of continue being an SSG day. Ooh. That's a little bit unfortunate.
That's unlucky.
Yeah. Throwing the drone onto the Boogie drone. Those drones don't interact too well. They're not friends.
No, they don't. They don't speak at Thanksgiving.
No, it's got pointy shoulders, you know?
Yeah. I hate pointy shoulders.
Me too. Can't find shirts.
No.
Very difficult. A little bit of knocking on the door of the site already here is Ambi. Got some really good and valuable control. This mid floor, you gotta be really careful. A quick plant is always a fear, and always something that's ringing in the back of your mind. Now, there is a Valkyrie. Often teams will play a pulse to give themselves that little bit of information. Somebody hanging out inside of the basement. In this instance, I imagine there's a Valkyrie camera somewhere that's going to be a little bit of an early warning system. There's plenty of C4s. We do have players just dotted around. Well, at the moment, I can't see anyone downstairs. Maybe there is, and just sort of out of view right now. But SR really seem like they're setting themselves up for this. And it kind of telegraphs what they're doing. Because if SSG can't see him, they know that they're going for something a little bit sneaky.
And you can see it transpire. Ashen shut down on a long angle held by Rexen. The Rebellion realize that somebody might be playing down below. They can't get all the bases covered, so they don't hop in with the soft floors. They rotate, and all the kills go their way. You said that Rexid, when he pops off, he can really take over a game. We didn't see it on Club, but we see it in round 2 on Nighthaven. Benjamaster creeping up, blows the C4. The moment for that to have its impact is gone. You might find 1, maybe 2, but unfortunately the collateral does not line up, and they all know Benja's position now. He's got great information, but far too many angles to cover. Good for 2, but not anymore. Shopify Rebellion pick up their 2nd round and are recovering quite nicely from that thrashing on Club.
SR starting to find a little bit of momentum here in the series, which is what we needed them to do. You can see Fultz there. We just got a glimpse of his monitor on the right-hand side, just going through some like blueprints, some sort of strategy there that's needing to be employed. And SSG with the timeout. Early timeouts today, Links. Both teams taking timeouts after only 2 rounds. So let's be honest, the timeout for SR wasn't very good at all. I think the main timeout that they had was at the end of map 1. At least for SSG's sake, let's hope that theirs can be a little bit more effective mid-game.
It is always hard, taking a tactical timeout after rounds like that, but just because there's a lot Shopify Rebellion did well that I think can maybe be a little bit difficult to predict. Because similar to round 1, we see the Rebellion thrust into a situation, 3v3, things are a little hectic. They bet on SSG not being ready for them if they were to run in behind that blitz, and what do you know, it pays off. In that round, they realize that, we don't have great information down below, and it seems like there's a lot of energy being dedicated to one half of the site. So what if, a little late in the round, but not enough where it's too late, you rotate over to the opposite side, flood in, maybe we can catch them off guard again. Boom, what do you know? The bet works off 2 times in a row. But that's not something SSG can necessarily anticipate. Ideally, the Rebellion don't give away that whatsoever and don't give them information that SSG can base their decision-making off of. It's just really good calling from Canadian or just good decision-making from the Rebellion as a whole. Now as you move down to basement, repeat site, I'm not saying SSG are going to run that roam back, but nothing about this lineup on face value indicates they're shying away from it whatsoever.
Never one to shy away from a fight, really, SSG, are they? Usually a team that's happy to really put themselves out there somewhat. Speaking of out there, Ashen currently outside of the building, just reinforcing the hatch. It's one that you can only get during the action phase, but you can get it very safely. So it's if you want to do it, feel free. It's worth doing. Ashen going to be rocking the Solace. We do often see a little bit of Solace play on Labs, and I feel like we saw a heck of a lot of Solace at Munich as well. Just on the whole, it's definitely had an uptick in the pick rate. Due to some of the recent changes with the gadget and the way that things work, it can be a little bit more valuable now than maybe it once was. Ashen just still keeping to that Solace stereotype, though, of keeping his face pressed up against a window, ready to jump out at a moment's notice. I don't think he's going to find himself any success early on here. The drones are hot on his heels, and with IT breach already open, now time to start thinking about vacating that top floor, as we can already see SSG players dropping back down.
Ashen not staying on the... But even when it seemed SSG were falling back in good time, Rebellion were still able to cut them off. The drone network for the Rebellion, unfortunately, letting that slip a little bit. Ooh, great comm. Benja throws out the C4. And while Ashen falls, you lose the Blitz. The very operator that the Rebellion used to bring them back into the fight in round 1. On top of that, SSG get a brief advantage. You got Spoit fighting back well. It's the trades that are doing the work, or at least the highlight of round 3. As neither side to moving into the late round, a 2v2. But yet still flashbangs in the hands of the attack, smoke canisters in the hands of the defense. I think this is genuinely an even game. Well, it's not anymore.
Yeah, from a util point of view, you look at that and go, oh, maybe the attackers have the edge. Although 3 Toxic Babes, that's a lot to deal with. Now you look at it and you think, oh, GG's, 2 Toxic Babe canisters, default camera up. Surf, is he going to have one of his magic moments Got 45 seconds, so he's got a bit of time to drone, but SSG already know where he is.
The name of the game here is just playing passive, especially like we said, J&N with those toxic canisters. He lets one go as the Vulcan pack, I think, begins to dissipate. Surf trying to create a rotate hole, it appears, which I really admire, recognizing that his options are limited, and so he will chip away at that wall. Fortunately, he will not see its completion, nor will he see a round victory for any of his efforts. It's only the first round for Space Station Gaming, though, as that roam is still present in round 3. But by taking down that blitz early, and I think just getting ahead of some of that Rebellion information, Ollie, things go quite differently.
Yeah, I think that SSG just needed that little bit of a shake-up, didn't they? It's nice to see them get around off the back of the tactical timeout. We fully round out the hard breaches being banned and are now left with only Maverick and tin openers. Try and get that job done. Especially with the pace that Shopify have been moving with, could make things a tiny bit more difficult for them. That third kill was
really unfortunate.
Pretty unforgiving, to be honest with you. Like, you shouldn't really be falling for that at that point in the round. I feel like if that was 2 versus 2 right up until the end, because there was a good portion of time left, what was there, about a minute?
Something like that. Yeah. If it was less than a minute, it was barely so.
Felt like plenty of time for that 2 versus 2. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time we get to see it, eh?
Rebellion at least have a good understanding of labs. I mean, trading it down that effectively, being the big difference maker, that there was no recovery really needed. Well, no recovery needed until Surf was put in the 1v2, but Rebellion clearly have a decent understanding of labs, which we knew going in. That's not a surprise, but it's just that that understanding has not fallen by the wayside in favor of their really lackluster performance, as we saw on Clubhouse. And so as SSG win the first round on the retry, well, they'll retry the second site once again. See what kind of a roam we see here. If we see a roam, I should say, as it's not guaranteed. But SSG don't appear that they want to give up this control all that much. I should mention, by the way, as the outban phase has concluded, we will see all but one hard breacher taken off the board. Surf with the Maverick loses the Thermite he's played for the past few rounds, and Benjo loses a C4, which seemed destined to land at Surf's feet.
Benjo's had some pretty good C4 sauces today, so it really wouldn't surprise me. You mentioned there about Maverick being the resort now for the hard breachers. Does leave you a little bit more vulnerable to those C4 tosses. Although Benjo's being the only in this round means that it isn't something that Shopify are going to have to continue to worry about for the time being. No tin openers left, though, so only the ammo or the charge, should we say, that's left in the blowtorch. An operator that I absolutely love to see, but I feel like we don't get to see enough of, is the Brava. Rex in there just able to hack a couple of the default cameras and set himself something up. The information really on point right now for SR. We've got a very good handle of where these players are, and you can see this little pinch starting to develop here. Surf walking in through rafters, Canadian making his way across that corridor and those rafters, and Ambi with the opener.
Making good use of that Z-ping information. Looks to find the next fight behind the pillar. It's Newers instead to get the first for SSG, yet it's no advantage resulting for Space Station Gaming. It's another really close affair, just like round 3. Shopify Rebellion get vertical control off the back of those trades, but again, they lose the shield. Canadian going down on the Blitz early last time, and now going down on the Monty here as well. What you're left with is utility that is not very well suited for this late game. You get those vertical angles, great, but you don't really have the manpower to make good use of them. If you send 2 down below and only 1 up top, could easily get flanked by an SSG defender. You've got some flashbangs and smokes, sure, but only 2 from Ambi. And those smokes can only cover so much for Shopify Rebellion. JNNO still has 1 toxic canister remaining. 10 seconds of denial. An impact grenade from Newers as well. Not much, but in a pinch can deal some really good damage to deny a plant. And the worst of all, is that sixth man. The time starting to breathe down Shopify Rebellion's neck as the control is lackluster, the kill's non-existent. Ambi's first comes much too late, and SSG tie the game.
SSG doing such a good job of getting themselves back into this game. Their timeout proving more than effective now after 2 consecutive rounds tie things up, and you start to get flashbacks almost of SR's performance on Clubhouse and wonder, was the start of Labs just a bit of a flash in the pan? It was a very successful opening to round number 4. I don't think you really could have asked for much more for SR. They put themselves in a very, very winnable position. And the Canadian strays too far, dies to the nitro, and everything starts to unpick. And then part of you just sits there and wonders, did SSG just let him in a little bit? You know, or did they just deal with the attack that was coming to them? Okay, they lose Benja straight away. Ambi's there for that. I say straight away. It was kind of a late opening pick in and around the minute 20 mark. But then they're able to react off the back of that.
10 seconds insertion.
Even game now. And pressure back onto Shopify. That lead that they'd got themselves at the start has been dwindled very, very quickly.
The game is not gone. G of 1. Well, the trade's been prodigious. It's been a very close affair when it comes to the man count advantage. So all hope is not lost, especially since it's a tie game. We're reaching a new site now. We've not seen second four played at all throughout this map so far, as SSG opted to repeat the first 2 sites they lost, and it's worked well. But now for both them and the Rebellion. Who that will favor is, well, yet to be determined. But something we want to see is Canadian alive to use that shield. He's not really had an impact with it in the 2 rounds, well, the past 2 rounds that we've seen. And we know how good it can be based off that round 1 victory on basements. So getting Canadian active on the Monty, keeping him alive for a long time and getting value out of him might be the key that Shopify need for these otherwise very close affairs.
Because let's be honest, the rounds are coming down fairly close. It's one of the reasons why hard breach bans can be so powerful here. Look at the difficulty in opening up just a simple IT wall at the halfway point in the round, and only now are both of these walls going to be open. I mean, at least one soft ready to be open, but look at Fultz. Not one to shy away from a fight, but will be punished. Surf on the tight angle there, just making sure that Ambi's nice and safe on that book as he opens up that wall.
Well, another kill. Reaching the point where it's hard to see this round going SSG's way. Canadian taking Raptors with the Monty just like we hope to see. Denying Jane, I know, the ability to use that pocket reinforcement. Newers will swing out from below, throw up that C4 underneath IT. Doesn't blow it, might have information or might just get lucky. That C4 and that headshot. All of a sudden, SSG are back in the fight. Only 1 attacker remaining is that Monty. Only 1 remaining has a gun. Canadian's gonna move in. Look to put that diffuser down as Surf watching these feet holes should be able to make mincemeat of Newers the moment that bandit walks across Aqua Stairs. Where's Benja? C4 in hand, ready to throw, ready for the information. And yet SSG continue to wait. Newers baiting Surf's attention, maybe letting Benja get in position, but as you move halfway down, nobody can get in position. Canadian, no, he's not safe! Newers from below, no C4 necessary. Benja through the vertical hole, shuts him down, and then the 1v1, only 2 seconds remaining. Can Benja get the angle, or can Surf get off in time? He falls off, the SMG 12! It's far too jumpy, and the time is far too low. In the 1v1, the Rebellion retake their lead.
That could be a big momentum swing right now that the Rebellion oh so desperately need. Don't forget, it's early days inside of the regional finals. Game 1. There is a lower bracket. Just because it's there doesn't mean that you want to fall into it straight away. finally starting to see a little bit of life in this fixture with rounds coming down close. Big plays on either side. Nura's massive quad. And Surf with that clutch up. What did Surf? Surf had something like 6 clutches inside of regular stage NAL. Was it not something ridiculous?
I mean, he's always been a really good late round and just backline player for the Rebellion. This is the kind of thing that, you know, even if he didn't have 6 clutches this is in the regular stage, this is not the kind of thing I think any of us would be surprised at seeing.
No, he's that kind of player, right?
5 seconds left before insertion.
I'm trying to pull it up now because I'm curious on it. I remember it being a ridiculous, unless I've misremembered, but I'm pretty sure it was something crazy.
Either way, got
Yeah,
a
it was
feel for
8.
SSG there. even better than the already ridiculous number you had said. Got a feel
It's like
for SSG
1.5
there.
a week or something.
Something like that. But now that was 3-2, and in a map that is seeming like it's going to be extremely close. You need every round you can get, and that was already one that Newers had basically stolen from Shopify Rebellion. Surf was just making that round what it very likely should have been from the get-go, at least from that 5v2 that Shopify Rebellion acquired. Sure, it's a testament to Shopify Rebellion letting things slip, but SSG need everything they can get their hands on Nighthaven Labs. Losing that will hurt. Basement for the 3rd time now in this half. SSG did a good job on the roam last time, but again, it's been close affairs in all of SSG's victories, coming down to 2v2s both times. If the trend continues here, that's basically coin flip odds, especially with enough time remaining.
Yeah, it feels like a lot's coming down to this last round as the sides sit right now. Big chance for SSG to level it up and kind of salvage the half. On the flip side, if Shopify could get themselves a little bit of lead, they might get that very dangerous thing called belief. Sometimes all it takes is teams to get a little bit of belief in them, and we can see them go on and build from that confidence. Certainly some of the players are starting to exude it now a little bit more here. Ambi 5-2. He had a decent game on Clubhouse. He was able to pick up plenty of kills. They weren't always the most impactful. At least this time, opening pick again going in favor of SR, but immediately traded and then some.
SSG just bleeding Shopify Rebellion a little bit on that roam. By and large, playing a bit closer to the site than before. Making use of that pulse to gain information can also influence Newers' play up top. And while they lose the Dokkaebi, the Rebellion keep the Blitz. They keep that shield. What has been a very big difference maker for them. When Canadian is allowed to get active down below, here he is. But this time, he's not catching SSG off guard. They can hear him clomping around. He's not speeding up the pace. Shopify Rebellion are running out of time. They'll try to create an alternative avenue. I like this switch. But again, information. Shopify Rebellion switching places, making late calls, and trying to find a home for the diffuser. Yet with only 1 HP, Shopify Rebellion has to cover. They have to be clean, and no shots landed on that C4. It's a tie game at the half.
Jane, I know, is one of the best players for SSG and consistently shows himself to be so. That Zoto canister has literally just won them the round. Okay, so why are we bringing Zotos? Well, you've banned all the hard breaches, so it's quite a good question because you start thinking, well, you know, what can you do? Slow the Maverick down a little bit, stop the tin openers, but it's such a great tool against those shields, especially when they're moving through those choke points. Little combination, Zoto canister goes out, C4 over the top, bish, bash, bosh, and you've got yourself a round when it really matters most. SSG now tie the game. Now, interestingly, if you have been listening since the start, I did mention how this has been, well, a map for SSG that, let's be honest, if you ignore certain results, they look fantastic. Their attack isn't something that can be ignored, Lynx. They have a 39% win percentage on the attacking rounds. So I don't know how much hope I'm holding out here, given that they've gone 3-3 on the half and maybe haven't leveraged that defensive side as well as they could have done, given that that is their favored side.
really hope we don't see that percentage today. Well, one, because that would make for a very boring half we're about to watch, but also because it would be wildly inconsistent with the attacking prowess we saw from SSG on Clubhouse, making really good use of their positioning. The comms, you could really see that they were flowing between the team, rotating at the right time, providing support when needed. They won 5 out of the 6 rounds, of course, but it was often on the back of that cohesion, finding those opportunities, and in particular, Ashen taking the initiative, 1 in 6 right now. And it was the attacking side where he got the majority of his kills and made a lot of the impressive work that he did on Clubhouse. Given the similarities between the maps, I'd be kind of surprised and really disappointed if SSG fall off like that and this ends up being, well, and I suppose another quick game for SSG on Nighthaven, but they're quick in wins and quick in losses. Based on how we're looking right now, if their attacks don't look good, this is going to be a very dominant win for Shopify Rebellion.
It could very well be. But let's be honest, it's best of 3. You're always going to have a map that's exposed to you. You've just got to make sure that it's one that you're happy to be exposed on. So SSG, if they were really thinking that they were struggling on this map, could have very easily banned it out and gone somewhere else. That hasn't happened. And here we are. Now, they're going to be dealing with a similar playing field to what we saw Shopify Rebellion have to deal with, in that 2 of the primary hard breaches are banned. For the meantime, Ace is up, and it will be used every round until, I assume, it is banned out, as we often see that being the trend here. But if speed is anything that we want to talk about, this is already seeming fairly slow, especially compared to SR when they really got themselves going. They were looking pretty good on these attacks, and they're often moving with a lot of conviction in the early portions. Information game starting to be gathered now, but this isn't a lineup that you want to be playing slow into, Links. It's quite a lot of time burn here that Shopify are bringing.
And especially that clash. I mentioned on the last map that this is something that, when left up, Shopify Rebellion typically like to play, and if they don't play in the first 3 rounds, it means they might just be saving it for the next 3. In the case here, Canadian brings it out for the first defense, and combined with the Kibas, the Black Mirrors, you're right. There's a lot of tools you have to be worried about, or at least you're going to have some difficulties pushing through. That being said, if you are able to do so, the site itself doesn't have a lot of utility. No Vulcan packs, you only have the smokes, but hitting shots like that, well, you don't need utility. 2-piece for Rexen as the entire backside of the push basically falls into pieces. Ashen, who's normally finding gaps, is picking up the rear from that failed attack over on Connector's side. Jane, I know, choked out of electrical. And stuck outside the window. It's not really looking likely that SSG will come back from this one. They don't have any vertical angles, don't have any backstab potential. It's far too late to rotate. Rexen is not losing a single fight on this wall. Finally, he does. Benja with 2. Yet going down in the process. Jan, I know, has time to revive, but stuck in front of the electricity. They're both slowed, put to even lower HP. This is the easiest round for Shopify that they've ever had to clean up, retaking their lead, and SSG resuming the struggle.
This is what we expect from Shopify. We want them to start really putting that pedal to the metal now and increasing the pace in this fixture a little bit. Put SSG under that pressure. And they did a very good job of that. You look at the bans. Cade Bandit. I don't know if it's the way to go. Look how much success SSG saw when they removed the Clash. You know that Canadian's going to play the Clash. He might even play it. Okay, he's not playing it in this round, but he's at least going to play it on the top floor, and there's a very good chance he's going to play it in the mid floor. So you know that you're going to be getting a lot of good value out of that. Just seems a little bit like a missed opportunity there to remove both of those denial operators when, let's be honest, you know you're going to have a problem breaching anyway. You know you're going to end up on a Maverick at some point. Just kind of putting off the inevitable, right?
Well, another thing I was going to say was that one thing we saw Shopify Rebellion do on their half was shield 5 out of the 6 rounds. And on a map where, even with both hard breach and outband, you might still have a little bit of trouble breaching. But because the defense doesn't have to bring Bandit, they don't have to bring Cade, they're going to bring a lot more annoying site operators. it can be good to bring a Monty, get in the face of a player like Rexon, take some control in a bit of a safer way. I think that's why we see Fultz switching to it in this round. Looking to some of the successes they had on Clubhouse or some of the successes Shopify Rebellion have had on Nighthaven so far, I think this will be a good swap, especially on a site like Basement, to either move in through the breach or move down the staircase, or even like they did before, just hot drop the hatch and feel a little bit more safety than if you were playing some different op.
Ashen's starting to creep his way in this time on IQ. SSG going to be looking for that opening once again here. Got a good bit of information there, and Spoy gets caught on the catch. Brilliant support there from Ambi as well. A really good back and forth from both of these two teams. Newers, right place at the right time to catch the player dropping, and there was good information on that. But then you got good positioning from Ambi to be the right place at the right time to support his teammate dropping back. And as such, it costs pretty much nothing. And to be honest, you look at who it favors, definitely favors the defense. They've only lost the Goyo. The Vulcan packs are already placed down. What are you going to do about your soft breach now, Lynx? You've lost your RAM.
Yeah, lost your RAM and no breaching charge substitutes, no primary utility substitutes either. Definitely a trade that favors the defense, unless this comes down to gunfights. And Ambi is low HP, and knowing these two teams, it could very well come down to gunfights. But in terms of the utility, for the early to mid game, the loss is a much heavier burden for Space Station Gaming at the moment. A lot of presence by Shopify Rebellion inside of Exo at the moment. Rexon taking a gander up the staircase. Ambi ready with a C4 down below. The one player not in this position, Canadian, has just shot Benjamaster from I don't even know where. SSG will try to take the initiative and pick up the pace, but as they drop down, you can see Shopify are well aware of it. Rebellion fires some shots their way. Fultz tries to make his way in. This is the benefit of the Monty. You can reach behind, but 2 C4s and a toxic canister. This is not the play I think SSG were hoping it would be. Even the off spot is spotted. The C4 goes out. Fultz is triangulated, figured out, done and dusted. Ashen with 1, tags up a second, but the time is running low. Minimal opportunity to pick up that diffuser. He will make it, yet it's only J9O to cover. No C4s remaining. Only 1 toxic canister, and Ashen on the follow-up will pick up 1. J9O with the next. All of a sudden, again, Ambi, it really does come down to the 1 HP. Only 1 bullet required. That's it. Looks to make it around the corner. J9O smacks him down. Funny the way things come back to bite you. It is the health that does Ambi in the end, but boy, what a recovery by Ashen in the late game.
I'll tell you what, the determination on this SSG roster is commendable. They are never out until it's over. They had a really good position there as well, let's be honest. Okay, it wasn't ideal. I think Shopify, the only thing that they didn't have to throw at them was the kitchen sink, because we saw C4s, we saw toxic babe canisters. Poor old Fultz, just in a world of hurt. He may as well have been playing a sponge operator at that point. But for all of the attention that it attracted, it opened the gates for the final 2 players to get the job done when it mattered most. Ashen was able to move up, push forward, pick up that diffuser, and continue the bait out. And Shopify, they kind of overheated. I feel like they threw everything at once and just needed to pace it out a little bit more. There was quite a bit of time left, and that's what was really nice about the position that SSG found themselves in. They got into that position with enough time in the 3 versus 3 to bait things out. Granted, it could have been elongated a little bit, and I think that Shopify could have burnt a bit more time had they spread that out a little bit, but it kind of looked like a layup from their point of view. The flip side is SSG, they felt like they were in control for the majority.
Not in control of this game, though. Got to do a little bit more work for that. Do well in that round. Keep a good pace. Close it out. But to actually qualify to SI to win this series 2-0, which is not a requirement, would be very nice. Got a little bit more to do, a little bit more to prove. Time and tested strategy for Shopify Rebellion. Seen Spoit bring out the Scopos on this site, on this map, quite a few times. I hope SSG will be ready for it once they spot that the site is cafeteria and kitchen. You know Spoit's going to be moving around on that top floor, gunning for the kills over on connector side. But right now, Benja going for the lurk. Instead, creating a little bit of an opening on the lateral. might find himself taking a fight with Surf momentarily, who sends out Akiba and reveals his presence. The Benja is more focused on Ambi, the Fenrir in 90 at the moment, who's playing very passive, wisely so. Unfortunately for SSG, nothing breaks quite yet.
Really taking their time in these. Looking like they're moving with a lot of purpose. Dokkaebi call comes through. It's just going to remove Sport's ability to teleport, but it's not really where he's at right now. He's bearing down against Amonti. And as we see him do so many times, tries to leverage the ingredient pipe on the wall, but gets punished for it. Sticks around for a little bit too long, and the team play once again on the side of SSG is there to back one another up. Yeah, Fultz is getting bashed down, but he's got a player right behind him. And this time, Nuas isn't the opening pick. And we can finally see those boogie drones start to rip open that floor.
At this moment, a lot is going SSG's way. The main threat that Shopify Rebellion still have, the active threat, is that clash. The Kibas, sure, they could stop even if Surf was up, but with that 5v4 and the time, SSG have time to take them down. The F-Knots, if they're active, that could be a problem too, but the Fenrir, the one controlling it, is falling by the wayside. The moment Spoit fell, the moment that keystone fell from the arch, everything collapsed for Shopify Rebellion, and a flawless round for Space Station to take the lead.
This is where we find ourselves in a very difficult position if you are a Shopify Rebellion or a fan. The momentum shift that's been going on in this game since the start, that's a massive shift of momentum back to the side of SSG. Now, don't get me wrong, SR have had their own momentum shifts in this fixture, but they haven't been as significant. And with that clash bang coming in, as I guess both of us would have very easily predicted, Lynx.
Yes, absolutely.
The game is about to get a lot harder here for SR, because that's, again, something that we've seen them play into quite heavily so far. I said that Canadian is likely going to play Clash on every site. He didn't pick it for the basement, but he still picked it for Command upstairs, and he still picked it for Kitchen Cafeteria. Removing that from the mixture now, it's going to further make things a little bit more difficult here. Now, granted, we've got the full trifecta of hard breaches removed. You're now down to the Maverick, but teams drill for that. You're expected now to be able to transition into a Maverick and still get the job done.
Yeah, you don't really get the benefit of lowered expectations when something is so predictable like that. We're like, all right, Maverick is harder. Yes. Should you be able to do it? Yes, because you know the situation is going to come about. Not just generally on Nighthaven, but I mean literally in this game. It happened 3 rounds ago. We saw the same situation, just with the teams flipped on different sides. It's to be expected, and so both teams know that the Maverick's going to be their only option. And I imagine Shopify Rebellion also knew that the clash was likely going to be that operator targeted by Space Station and are not going to be shocked by the loss of that shield. Question is, will it harm them too much? The clash was, I wouldn't say the most important thing in round 7. Arguably, the most important thing was Rexon not being able to miss a gunfight if you paid him off. But it didn't have the impact on round 9, I think, because of the verticality established. And while that's not the biggest deal on second floor, we see plenty of teams go with a Buck or Deimos below, and it not really matter all that much. For taking down Rexon, who, if you recall, and Ollie, I know you do, got some nasty shots playing on that bomb chassis. Where do most vertical ops make a beeline for when attacking second floor? Right at that exact spot, down below, to make sure that generally players in Rexon's position can't do what he did. And you can see Fultz making sure by picking the Deimos that does not happen again.
It feels like a bit of an old school way of dealing it, right? Because we've got the Deimos, but without the shotgun. And then we've got the Sledge, because the Sledge has got nades now. You've not got that Buck, and Buck was so popular for this. And SSG themselves, I can think of rounds where Benja has played that very role. They're maybe going to try and go about it a slightly different way. Different as well in the fact that they've only got 2 secondary hard breaches. Or breaches, should I say, on Fultz. He's going to at least try and get one of those on that IT wall. He's got a nice little target for himself right now, but he's going to try and aggressively push up at the same time as his teammate make that backstab in from the side of Fish.
It's working well so far. No shotgun dropped by Ashen. We've seen the popularity of the 612 really come alive in the past 6 months. SSG only dropping 1 body so far. This Aqua push, it really hasn't worked out. It's not failed, but not much has really happened. All the action is on the opposite side right now. It's the IT side, which shockingly, has been where all the actions occurred. It seemed like Fultz might be stuck, really just playing this weird game of chicken with the Deathmark trackers. That him and J&O have found very good success on the garage side, and that might give SSG some pause. Whether this was the plan or not, Ashid can hold Aqua Stairs with the shotgun. If somebody rotates around, they are not making it out of live. Benja lurking down below, gets information on one, throws a nade over. It will unfortunately keep, I think, Fultz outside and stuck out or on the exterior of garage. But everybody retreats inside the site. Surf and Ambi's guns both find their marks, and now SSG in a bit of rough shape.
Not the best position that they find themselves in, but we've seen them here before. 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1 now, as it's all down to Fultz. 6 and 6. You have to make that 9 and 6 if he's trying to pull this one off. Looks like he's got a good bit of information as to where at least one of these players is, but SR shouldn't be giving this one away. It should definitely be going to 5-5, and it will do. Surf tucked in from behind the table. You can feel the frustration, regardless of the round win there on the side of SR. There's no big celebration. There's no whooping and hollering. They know that the job is far from done at this point.
They let SSG get a lot of control early on, at least on the Aqua side, constantly posing a threat. And yet I think the importance of it began to diminish as the round went on, because as SSG start, holding their positions more and more, that information becomes constant and consistent for Shopify Rebellion. So when they're thinking of how to move, they know somebody's garage, they know somebody's probably Aqua. And then when they see the nade come up from bottom rafters, they have intel on another remaining player. And so once they all move into the site, SSG begin to focus, begin to consider how they can pinch these remaining players. And with some enterprising plays from Shopify Rebellion, in particular, Ambi retaking through IT like that, fortunately, I think SSG were squeezing so hard on the site, they let a few people slip through their fingers in the process. And you got to hand it to the site players on the Rebellion, not letting themselves get, I suppose, complacent with the current situation and reacting accordingly. It caught SSG off guard, and it's keeping them in the fight.
5-5, a tied game. Feels like the polar opposite. Well, it is the polar opposite to the way that Clubhouse went a little bit earlier on. I thought that we were going to be in for a quick series, but as this game draws to a conclusion, kind of feels like we might go map 3 here, Lynx, It doesn't feel like the craziest thing that I've ever said. Neither team has a timeout. There's no real way of flipping the tide. SSG, as we know, not the best attacking team over on Labs. That's kind of been shown up until this point. They're 50-50. They're going to have to do better than that. Breach open. Boogie drone, unfortunately missed. Looks like a horrible throw to make that, to be fair to Ashen. It's not like a nice throw. At least he doesn't get pops as he actually goes for the conventional
You could see it happening, though, couldn't you? You could see it happening.
I was waiting for it. I was honestly waiting for it. I was like, that would just be so siege timing for that to happen.
I think we're all glad it didn't. Most of all, Ashen. I imagine he was thinking of that possibility himself as he had to go the alternate route to throwing that boogie drone.
Tracker on the prowl.
Getting the vertical, but it seems to be a half clear on the vert and then a more robust clear in the middle floor as the tracker goes out. Fultz spots one, pushed back with that Monty shield. Is able to take him down, but Canadian going for the trade. Oh, Fultz flicks up, domes, what was that, the Fenrir? Yes, indeed. J9O lining up another. Now Spoit's got to play retake. He's got to play aggressive. This is what he's built for, moments like this, and yet 6 and 9 for the moment, not having the series of the day, or really the month that we would hope for a player of his caliber. Him and Rexon creeping around lost territory. Fultz has got a line on one. The other's finished off, and now Spoit is trapped in a mess of his own making. Once his stronghold on the top floor now falls all the way back, and I think SSG just let him go. This is a red herring at this point. You've got all but effective control of the site. Realize now with Newers' presence down below. question is just making sure where is Spoit, and obviously not giving up any engagements. There's the line, and there's the kill. Map point for Space Station Gaming. A tense game so far, but now 1 round away from SI 26.
Kind of feels like a sigh of relief from SSG now. They've got themselves onto that match point. It feels like they've done the job. They've still got to get that all-important 7th round, though. And that is not going to come for free. SR, more than capable of getting themselves back in this thing. But we haven't really seen them compete in this series so far. We've not seen that killer instinct that we're so used to seeing. And SSG have come in, and it's kind of just felt like another day at the office. It's an SSG series. They're going to 7-1-1 map, then they're going to play 7-5 next. It's just the way that things go with this team sometimes. SR, you got to feel for him, because you know there's talent on this roster. You know there's ability. And no one's been able to really step up and show it today. Surf's had a good night, Avon Labs. He didn't have a very good clubhouse. Ambi, been pretty mid all day, to be honest with you. He's had a couple of moments where he's had big rounds, but overall, for the plays that we're used to Ambi making, it's been a little bit below his usual standard.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
You look to SSG with Ashen having such a dramatic fall off from map 1 and 2. You have to think if he was even performing a little bit more like how he was on Clubhouse, this map would probably be over. This series would probably be over. And SSG would have qualified for SI. They have gone further in the upper bracket. You'd be listening to 2 different casters right now. But not the case. SSG making it a bit more difficult for themselves. Not to say that Shopify Rebellion haven't been active. They've been good on Nighthaven. But as you said, the individual performance is still struggling a bit for Shopify Rebellion. And SSG admittedly starting to come alive a little bit more on Nighthaven Labs. Shopify Rebellion 12. Storage and control. They played cafeteria and kitchen last time as their tertiary choice. So new affairs for both teams, and who that will serve best is a question we'll have to answer later.
Picks that we've not seen so far yet. Capcom trying anything that they can to get one over on SSG at the minute. J9O looking to bear down once again on this Monty. The shields have been very effective today so far for SSG. With the way that the bans have gone, they've had all the shields they could wish for here on Labs, and they have used them. Joker Call comes in, but Wrexham with a nice little 2-piece. He must have gone undroned. Just found himself a little rat corner downstairs in control, and he's grabbed himself 2 kills. That could be the difference maker. That could be overtime right there in those 2 frags.
I mean, it's gotta be. Just maybe finding a little bit of a gap that didn't exist. Thankfully, it wasn't a full sight hit. Or if it was, Fultz just at least wasn't in the line of fire, as neither of those players had diffuser. So SSG will move up top, still have a chance of getting that plant down. But this is the kind of situation I'm loath to think Shopify Rebellion would throw it. We've seen a late round collapse from Shopify Rebellion earlier in the game. When SSG were on the attack, their first attempt at basement, Ashen just somehow finding all of these little 1v1s in the late game. But here with only 38 seconds left, Rexon again sitting prone on the side, Canadian prepped below for the C4. You can see Fultz is aware of it, and that information is good, but by losing those 2 players, they just don't have the time or the ability to deal with it or account for it. 1v5 now for Newers, a 3-piece for Rexon. And it seems in our second map of the day, we will likely have our first overtime of the NAL Regional Finals. C4 might blow up, but it's the gun that shuts him down. A flawless to send us into overtime on Nighthaven.
Rexon's had 3 kills from the same spot, by the way. But how does he get away with that? Ridiculous behavior. All the way into an OTA. 3-3 side splits. SR doing a really good job of the opening pick as well in this series. Been pretty consistent. Canadian and Wrexham both there in rounds 11 and 12. Wrexham, of course, notably, not just with a single kill, but it was actually a double. Wrexham's a 3-3 case so far as well.
by attackers.
which I think, given the fact that he's got 12 kills, it's fairly impressive. Is the game decided here and now just in the sheer sides that we've started on Lynx? I don't think Lynx is there.
No, I'm here. Sorry, I'm gonna be honest. I zoned out because I was like, really? We're just seeing a Ying now? Have we seen a Ying? Have we seen a Glass? And then all of a sudden I was like, wait, Ollie just said something. I have no idea what it was because I'm thinking about when last we saw a Ying. Run that one by me again.
I can tell you that we haven't seen a Ying so far this series. And that's series, by the way, not just map.
We have once. It just Ashen ran into Aqua, and then I think we saw like one Candela used, and it was barely of note.
Oh, okay, round 10. I can see it. Yeah.
But it was just one time, which is one more than what you said. It was very forgettable, considering I had to spend active thought reminding myself, like, did we have a Ying?
I'm not sure if it's going to be the difference right now. Definitely a disruptive lineup that SSG have gone for. Not only the Ying, but also the Capitao. Nomad as well for a little bit of crowd control. And that Blackbeard. Monty maybe not having the desired effect. It's something that Shopify have really dialed into dealing with quite well, and Fultz hasn't had that impact that we'd maybe like him to have consistently. Had a couple of good rounds with the Monty, but it's not always been the recipe. Ashen, his early target is going to be that mirror window. Trying to get rid of that. A little bit of safety here from J90, just making sure that Fultz is going to be safe as he tries to place a tin opener on that wall, but something off. They're not wanting to go for it. Maybe they're trying to go for a little bit of a bait here, or just to ensure that this gets opened. When you're only bringing tin openers, you've not got a lot of redundancy.
No redundancy to speak of. Could be a lethal combination. The Candelas and this Blackbeard. Smokes to cover off more angles, and the Firebolts to drive players out of positions. The operator lineup is good. There's a lot of ways you can see this round playing out, and a lot of them coming up SSG's way. Alarm bells aren't starting to ring either on time just yet. You've got time to make these rotations to start taking new positions. There's no reason to worry for SSG at the moment. The only downside is I don't really see a reason to worry that much for Shopify either. That air jab goes out, and it's meant to keep control of IT. But Spoits recognized that and worked himself into an off angle. I don't think SSG clears that. Ashen will pick up the first. Finding Surf on the garage side. There's another player to retake that position. Rexon throwing out the C4. It's not detonated just yet. In fact, Newers should hear it. Ringing out, buzzing on the opposite side of that door. And yet, while they're down a man, there's still nothing for Shopify that is making me concerned too much just yet. Spoits off angle pays off. Benja running up so quickly to take garage, understandably so, yet dies due to the lack of information. That's diffuser dropped as well. Only Newers on that side to pick it back up, and he goes down too. All the kills in the late game, they go the Rebellion's way. No momentum for Space Station, no control, no kills, and not a chance. Map point for Shopify Rebellion. They are not out just yet.
Another round where the opening pick doesn't indicate the way that the round goes. Ashen looking good with that opener over onto Surf. And you think, God, that's the smoke that they've taken out. That's bought them loads of time. The kill only came in at 52 seconds. The time, was it really necessary at that point? Or have you still got a very difficult site to try and get into? For all that we saw impact operators be brought, we didn't really see the fruits of their utility. Didn't see people getting really stunned by a Candela and then someone charging in off the back of it. It was all just a little bit flat. Canadians led prone on the electric door. We've got a flank coming up those aqua stairs. It just didn't seem like it was, for the fact that we brought impact operators, we brought Capital, we brought a Ying. I don't feel like we really saw it. We didn't see that level of real burst in and make something happen, or a nice little 3-2-1. It was kind of death by 1,000 cuts. As such, Shopify take the lead for, well, the second time this series.
10 seconds to go.
Other than that, it's been a very close game, aside from that nice little streak they went on at the start.
5 seconds remaining.
2 rounds in a row on Nighthaven Labs, and maybe, just maybe, this is where they bring the series back and take us all the way to 3 maps when we see Chalet.
It's looking like that'll be the case. It's been very close for SSG, and not to say that Shopify are clearly going to close this out 8-6. But the one trend I feel like I have picked up on, or the one main trend, is the inability to make good use of a lot of that utility. The shields generally working for SSG, but Ying not really getting played a lot and not being used to great effect. The Grimbees on Clubhouse and this map as well, not really being used a lot. It was the positioning and the way they played off each other. Operators and utility not really factoring into it. That was the thing for them on Clubhouse. The way they navigated those situations just by playing off each other. But the utility, thinking back on Clubhouse, sure it was a quick game, but I can't really think of any major utility plays there either. It was kind of an absent and unnecessary factor on Clubhouse, and yet here, it's costing them in some very important ways. Will that be the case on defense? Benjamaster with that heartbeat scanner should be giving information to the players on the roam, influencing whether or not they fall back early or stay up late. First Dokkaebi call goes out. Potentially, actually, there might have been the second Dokkaebi call. No, just the first one. Good, I was like, please tell me you didn't use 2 Dokkaebi calls and got nothing for it in the first half the round.
It looks like they've got one firmly in pocket there. SR looking to try and make a little bit of an inroad into this map, though. Still, like, nearly 2 minutes has trickled on by. Haven't seen anything in the way of an engagement just yet. Just a lot of posturing, a little bit of positional advantage at the moment, as we can see blue silhouettes just scurrying around outside, repositioning. SSG, they are spread fairly thin here. It could be a good thing. It could equally be a bad thing. I would wager that with Canadians positioning, they are framing themselves up for a little bit of a drop. That and the Dokkaebi call coming in. Toxic Babes now getting sent out there by Ashen. Canadian already knocking on the door of the site. We've spoken about this before.
Ooh.
But SSG commit too heavily to that roam and leave themselves light on the site. Although with J90 finding 2, maybe they hang in.
Ooh, maybe J90 putting Spoit to 1 HP, so close. Finished off by Newers on the flank. Him and Fultz off site. Snapshot onto Rexon, now surfing the 1v2. Similar position as he was on upstairs last time, and yet much more angles, a lot more factors to deal with and consider. Not a 1v1, a 1v2, and on 1 HP. It seems like round 15 should be here, yet Surf, doesn't get it down. SSG keep things going, and we need all 15 max overtime to see whether we get map 3 or whether SSG gets SI 26.
And this is really where that side start and side swap really sort of comes into it for SSG. Command and Servers was won, well, has been won 3 times. It was won twice in regulation by SR. Storage and Control was the other site that they were able to keep hold of. So you would expect to go down to Storage now, given that Command is off the table. I think in this instance, it was one of those where the fact that they did still have a couple of lingering bodies out there was a bit of an advantage for them in the end. I was kind of a little bit worried because we've seen them commit to that roam game a bit too heavily before, and we've also seen it hurt them a bit. Interestingly, we actually go downstairs right now. Now, Tank and Assembly, that has been won twice by SSG so far on the attack. It's the only site that they've won twice. And SR are like, yep, we'll go back there. That feels a little bit of a strange decision, Lynx.
It does. I was thinking something similar. Now, I mean, if we properly contextualize those 2 wins, round 8 was a bit weird because I think like what was it, 2v4 with Ashen kind of maneuvering and getting a lot of picks inside of the site. So it was not a close affair or it was a close affair, but it was one SSG had to really claw their way out of and had very little room to breathe. For round 11, I mean, that was Kading had the opening pick, and that was the only kill Shopify got that round. So there are close battles to be sure, but also quite a dominant one. See how Shopify Rebellion react. SSG bringing 2 shields, Monty Blackbeard, Dokubi out as well. Trying to get a line on Spoit's position. Monty giving the information. Ambi goes down early, trying to support the Azami. Oh my God, they're coming at him from every single angle. He tries to find something. Surf creeps up and gets one, but SSG move full bore against Spoit and Ambi up top, and they reap the benefits.
Well, if there was a time for a crank round, it was definitely now, wasn't it? 7-7. They've given themselves a man advantage. Surf going to jump into his Helio scanner, see if there's any info that he can glean. Going to spot a drone out there, and he can see a player on drone as well, so we should be able to feed that around. I don't think info is going to necessarily be the problem for SR at the moment, but you can't have it where both Canadian and Surf are in the heartbeat and the Helio scanner. You're going to need a gun up as well in the fight. With the amount of pace that SSG brought in the first half of this round, they've given themselves plenty to work with as well. They've kind of defaulted back into that double shield that worked so well for them on club. More information being whittled away here from these attackers. Oh, but a nice angle there being held as Surf going to find himself down. That could be the beginning of the end here in the second half of round 15.
Ooh, indeed it might be. That second Dokubi call going out, it's just going to dissuade the roam. It's going to keep Shopify Rebellion at bay. Now Fultz drops down, spots Rexon inside of the site. Surf confirmed. Good to see SSG covering all their bases. Now, if the guns get in position with both of these shields, it's slim to none the chances for Shopify at the moment. Canadian in the 1v4 has got J9O spotted, and it's not going to work. 2-0, 8 rounds on map 1. Might need all 15 on map 2. But we don't care about odds. We don't care about stats. The highlight for SSG, they move further in the upper bracket, but they have qualified for the 6 Invitational 2026.
It's such an SSG way to win a series, in my opinion. It goes all the way to an overtime. It's been evens on the attack so far, and in the last round, in round 15, they bring out something magical. A really aggressive round, excellently paced. I can't wait to see more from this team. We're going to cut back after a short break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Contact.
Available now.
Hang on. I think this guy's wrapping trend.
No, I have your trend.
Bet.
What is nice? That's what's fucking short Canadian. On me.
75.
Nice.
Nah, bro. I'm actually the king of calling. Nobody calls better than me, bro. I'm the king of this shit.
Good fucking shit.
Fucking go.
Let's go.
Well, SSG are now 6 invitational bound. We will, of course, see them in the finals on LAN in Philly in just a few weeks' time. But the SI box has been checked, and that was their biggest priority. We've got Ashen standing by the victors against Shopify Rebellion, and we'll welcome him in now to get this one started. Ashen, obviously a huge deal to make the 6 invitational, something that you had to have set your target on when you came into the regional finals. Now that you've done that, I mean, what is the mentality going to be like for the rest of this team?
Yeah, I mean, we're just sticking to our fundamentals. That was the biggest thing that we kind of messed up going into Munich. We were trying to add more, and, you know, we forgot about some things, and that ended up costing us. And now we came back, really just honed in on our fundamentals and just keeping it simple, you know, just being in sync, 3-2-1s, all just the basic fundamentals. And as long as you have that, you can beat any team out there. So just got to keep hammering what we do best.
Well, Ashton, I want to say congratulations on qualifying for SI. And I do actually want to look back at Munich and then kind of go in conjunction with today. Even for your own performance, I mean, I think you know that was probably by far one of your worst performances you've had, whether that had to do with just the team dynamic, you guys saying you were adding a little more than you needed to. I kind of just want you to give me something back and for the audience to kind of take, and players that look up to you. How do you bounce back from such a poor performance and just focus on the next? I mean, what do you go through to make sure that you are going to be in the best form possible coming into today's matchup, regardless of what the outcomes were going to be?
Yeah, I think going back to Munich, it's, you know, sometimes it's tough because, you know, I play a lot of the operators that just depends on the strat. You know, sometimes I'm picking IQ and flying in the building in the first 5 seconds. Other times I'm on shield, sometimes glass, you know, but it's what the team needs, and
you're disruptive.
I'm there to get it done. Yeah, I'm disruptive. I'm there to disrupt it, but, you know, I kind of, when we picked up Doers, I had to accept that, you know, it's more team focused now, you know, and we got a lot of stars who can really just shoot back, and anyone can pop up at any moment. So, you know, I just got to play and just know that I haven't gotten any worse. I just have had a more team role in the team, so to speak. So I just come in with the same confidence. I tell myself I'm the king. No one's fucking better than me. And then, you know, I just play.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, congratulations on the win. I really love that mentality, especially when we see it in game, that you guys have a bunch of shooters. Nobody's better than you guys in the moment. In this game specifically, a lot of the opening kills weren't really going in your guys' favor. When you guys are in a man-down deficit, how are you guys so consistently bringing rounds back? Is it the communication? How do you guys go about breaking down a round when you're already at a man deficit?
Yeah, I think those guys just like shit their pants a lot because as soon as they get a pick, Troy's screaming at them in their ears to layer, so they can't think about what's in front of them. So we usually catch a lot like that. But other than that, yeah, our team play, you know, that's the big thing, you know. Regardless of what I just said, it's, you know, we're on sync, and as long as we're on sync, you know, we can always cut those layers, we can always refrag. You know, sometimes that may slip, but majority of the time it's there.
Yeah. Also, quick question: in the end of the endgame comms, we heard New say, the last guy's Troy Canadian. Would you like to share some insight on like what that comm means to you guys, or if there was something behind that?
It's just sometimes Troy doesn't know what buttons he's clicking. Or pressing. That's all that is. That's all it is. It's just fun banter.
Right.
All right, Ashton, thank you so much. As always, fun to see you guys finding your stride again. This means we will see you in Philly in just a few weeks. So congratulations, and yeah, we'll see you on land then.
Thank you. See you guys.
Alrighty, it is SSG who clinch a spot for the 6th Invitational, and Shopify Rebellion who are now sent to the lower bracket, relaxing. They'll have to fight their way and hope that they too can eventually work their way towards the end of this bracket, and maybe also a 6th Invitational spot. But right now, we just have to look back at that best of 3. 2 maps, clean and simple. It did get a little bit more spicy on that second map. Labs went all the way to round 15, but it was SSG who set the tone, who set the pace with a very strong map 1 win.
Yeah, you know, we have to look at a few of those rounds because I think those is what really sparked SSG's composure and what we talk about and highlight time and time again. I mean, round 8 is a prime example. They are in a man deficit. They need to be able to clutch this back, and what do? They stall out the time. They force Shopify Rebellion's hand and be able to bring it back, when realistically, this was not a round they should have played into their favor, but they made it work, and that's based off the trust and the synergy this team has. And then we fast forward into round 14, and it's almost the exact same thing here.
Yeah, every single round was them just bringing it back. Already at a man deficit on defense. It looks like SR has this round in the bag. They have the Monty, a place to be able to shield, plant, and safely be able to defend it. But then they're able to get 2 back-to-back picks on the players defusing. It forces Shopify Rebellion to get stressed out. They have to go for some type of pushes, but they know SSG doesn't get those 2 picks and then runs in to keep getting more kills. They hold steady. They wait for Shopify Rebellion to make that next mistake, then they act on it excessively.
And again, it's those 2 rounds that easily could have been Shopify Rebellion in their favor. They had all of the keys to the castle right there to win both of those rounds, but it just came down to nerves. It came down to calling. It came down to the chaos that was happening within the round. When you look at SSG's then, they were clearly composed, even when odds were stacked against them. And that really is the defining moment in those rounds, is SSG was just far more composed, understood the win condition. Regardless of what the win condition looked like, they knew that they could make it happen. They executed flawlessly. They stuck to a plan, and now they're one step closer to being in the finals for regionals.
Well, our next matchup, M80 and OXG, a similar story. A team that has already secured their spot at Invite, a major victory under their belt, and the challengers of OXG looking to return to the best form they've seen all season. We've got that and another game coming up after that, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
What happens when a major champion returns home? Something that we haven't really had to figure out here in North America for quite some time. But it's M80 who hoisted the trophy in Munich and now back on the home front, look to continue to do some damage here in the regional finals. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. Our second best of 3 of the night. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxay and Laxing. A big one here, Foxay. As always, we've got big SI implications on the line. Not necessarily for M80 because they're already locked in, but OXG, they can't guarantee themselves a spot here, but they can certainly heavily improve their chances if they can get on the board with a win.
Of course, I mean, there's so much pressure on OXG's shoulders. They have to be able to make it all the way to top 2 to be able to have a chance to go to invite. But that being said, I mean, if we would have talked about both of these teams at the start of the stage, we could have argued OXG might have a chance at winning the Munich Major. They played amazingly well.
Well, OXG, as we've talked about, Laxing, they found themselves in the middle of the pack for the most of the year. The biggest exception, though, was their incredible group stage performance in stage 2. But you see it here. The problem was they could not back it up when the playoffs came around.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit unfortunate for them because, I mean, you also have to look at this roster. They were abandoned misfits coming into stage 1. You weren't sure what you were going to expect out of this roster. And I would say in the beginning, it was kind of as expected. They were struggling. They didn't find their stride. There wasn't a lot of chemistry between them. They didn't have a foundation, but they would immediately start to rectify that throughout stage 1, even into qualifying for EWC. And then what we saw even in the first stage, as you were talking about at stage 2, we would see dominance from them. We would see a new revitalized Oxygen. They changed their entire dynamic of how they approach their attacks, and I think that's what really propelled this Oxygen to the lengths that they are today. But as you said, gets into playoffs and then immediately falters, doesn't qualify for another major event that they so desperately need, and now they're here on the cusp of not making yet another major event, it being SI, the biggest event of the year, where they want to attend. They need to make it, and there is a lot on the line, especially going against the likes versus M80.
And yeah, let's get down to it in terms of SI chances, because due to their performances this year, 50 points in stage 1, they're guaranteed at least 50 here in the regional finals, but it means that they need to lock in and try to get at least second place if they want to have a chance.
Yeah, they absolutely need to lock in. I was talking to Spur Bunny over the implications and how they can make it, what they can do, and realistically, right now, if they get this win over M80 today, they go from 30% to 83%, which I'm sure those numbers have shifted just based off the matchups today. But they need this win desperately if they want to make SI, because if they don't make this event, that is a long off season of watching teams play and yet another event that they cannot attend and be able to work cohesively as a unit, especially at an international level.
And after their run through the playoffs, when it went sour and obviously they flopped, essentially, I had a chance to speak with Forrest. He specifically said that with the amount of effort, everything that they were putting into being a good team, for the consistency just to go out the window, it felt very unfortunate. It felt like it was robbed from them, especially with him taking a lot of that pressure on his shoulders. They had everything they needed to be able to find success, continue the run during the regular stage into playoffs, and it did not come. And now they're playing with a lot more of a chip on their shoulder to be able to prove themselves that they, lost. It's okay. They have the bounce back, but now they're in a situation where everything is in their hands. They have the potential to go on to this amazing run, but there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders on top of trying to prove themselves as well. But that's a situation where a team like OXG, with everything on the line, they have nothing else to lose. So you need to be able to hit rock bottom to understand what went wrong, to then go forward and reach limits you've never hit before.
And that's the great part about this entire year, is we've seen that rock bottom. We've seen those high highs, those bigger moments. Laxing, if they do want to make that run, if they want to get all the way and make this SI run through regional finals, what is it that they need to do?
Yeah, the SI run starts today. It starts now, and it's going to start from the IGLing side from Forest. And as we saw from that game where they played against SSG, that's where we saw an entirely new look at Oxygen. Force took a step back off the shields, played more of an aggressive role on that IGL, which then allowed the spearheads of Adam and Gomez to be able to open up a site, open up a round, while then also reining in Yaga and Grixer to be those supports, to be able to help facilitate the rest of the round where they could all cohesively come together and get the job done. Now it's going to need to be even more dire than it was before. Every round's going to practically almost have to be perfect. They're going to have to carry it round by round, match by match, opponent by opponent, just to secure themselves a spot at the 6 Invitational.
And this is a rude awakening to start off the regional finals, because guess who? None other but M80 to open things up, coming hot off of a fantastic performance at the Munich Major, a team that we now all know very, very well. I feel like this roster graphic should almost have a little Fabian kind of sneaking in behind them. Just how much he was a feature of the Major and the kind of force that he brought to this team that contributed to that win.
I mean, the run that everyone called a fluke in Manchester by the Core 4 finally put to rest. They really had such a dominant showing, especially after it being started off with a loss to FaZe, going through the losers bracket, and then playing all the way win to win to win to make it to the finals, and their most dominant showing at the Munich Major against Falcons. And it was all backed by teamwork. They really were flawless in every aspect of the word teamwork, because everybody else on the team, other teams had star players, people that stood out, not M80. M80 had players that stood out, but they did everything together as a cohesive unit.
Well, that was the thing, right? It wasn't just the story that got better and better every single time they won a game in the lower bracket. They were doing it together, and that was the difference that really put them apart a lot of their opponents.
Yeah, all of their statistics across the board are very average when it comes to it. There's a couple that stand out, but not amongst the rest. Obviously, the entry conversion being among the best of the tournament, that's one thing. It just shows that they're trading. They're on top of each other. Diffuser, Gunner, entry kills. They're dominating the league in entry kills. And then the one standout statistic to me was Hot and Cold's plants. He had 22 plants during the Munich Major. The closest to him was 9. So that just goes to show, it paints the picture. Trading, planting, getting those opening trades. They understand the fundamentals of playing the objective-based style of Siege, and they executed on it flawlessly. Nobody was getting ahead of themselves. Nobody was kill hunting. They really did everything.
Well, we can't talk about just how important, how significant this win was to M80 without talking about someone who claimed their very first major title. I know a good friend of both of yours, and that is, of course, Kino, who played incredibly well on his way to his very first major win.
Yeah, I mean, Kino, we've talked about this, Fox, and I'm pretty sure, we almost had a heartfelt moment to see Kino's growths and even his falls. I mean, he fell very hard, but we've highlighted him throughout the entire series, all through Munich with his shield play. It was so exceptionally well. We obviously made jokes throughout stages that he wasn't that strong on Monty. He struggled with the shields, but coming into this roster, coming into this new version of himself is where we really saw him shine. And he was such a force and so disruptive on those shields that it really was a big proprietor as to why M80 was finding so much success even in their cohesion as a unit, because Kino was opening up a lot of the round and being so oppressive on those shields.
Well, it is always intimidating going up against a major champion, as OXG now have to do. Fox, does this mean they're gonna pull out something crazy in the map bans? Does that really shape how this matchup could take place?
I think they just need to take away M80's best maps. We haven't seen OXG since the NAL Stage 2. So at the end of the day, OXG has been working on a lot of things. Bank is one of those maps that we know that they enjoy playing Bank. We saw Falcons get rid of Bank against M80 during the Munich Major because they didn't want to face them on it. It was too much of a risk, but Bank is one of M80's arguably worst maps. I mean, that's the map that Cruelty got the win against this roster on. So there's a lot to look up for when it comes to OXG, specifically since this is one of their good maps during the NAL Stage 2. They just needed to be able to iron out some kinks, and there's a lot of new things from OXG we're hoping to see that they've been able to work on that off time.
And as for that Cafe, I mean, that's a rematch from what we saw even in the regular stage, where it was a 7-5 between these two. And what you have to keep in mind, to not count out Oxygen here, that was before Oxygen completely changed their ideology and how they approach attack. So a very different approach that I'm sure M80 isn't going to be expecting. But I do want to pivot back to that Bank, just for the simple fact is, when you look at the serving sample from the size of Oxygen, you lost to Dark Zero. Your only win on it, realistically, that you can hold to your name was beating a team like Standby, LFO, winning 7-1. So when you're comparing the serving size between the two, M80 is far better suited for a map like Dank, just in terms of overall team play, whether that's on attack and defense, where of Oxygen, we've seen them really good on attack and stumble a little bit on their defense. So I am curious to see what this matchup is going to look like, and also if they try to ban out those shields and stop Kino from being impressive.
Well, quickly, we got predictions, of course, before we head into this matchup. Fox, I want to start with you. Obviously, M80 are the major champions. So the question is not going to be who's going to win this game. It is going to be, are we going to a third map? Do OXG have a chance at being competitive here and taking this win?
I think at the end of the day, OXG just needs to put their best foot forward and they can consider it a win. If they beat M80, amazing. You know, we've seen teams win tournament and then take their foot off the gas a little bit afterwards, but you got to give it to M80. I mean, they're the best team in the world currently, so you cannot take anything away from them. It would be hard to vote against them.
Yeah,
Looks like you agree.
Well, yeah, I'm not a complete naysayer and saying Oxygen can't win this. It's definitely possible. It was a close matchup last time they played. Fact of the matter is, though, it's been like a week and a half since they just got off winning the major. I can't imagine even letting their foot off the gas a little bit as it even crossed their minds or even implemented any of their scrims. So just based off M80's performance so far, I think the clear decider here has to be M80.
Yeah, I don't think that was too much of a surprise for anyone. We'll see what Jesse and Parker think. We're going to send it over to them as we dive into our second best of three of the day.
An M80 hot off of their Munich major victory. The team that, I don't want to say stunned us because I think that discounts how good M80 has been this whole time, but I don't know if everybody had them as the top team at the major. Technically, their second major, Jesse, if you go back and count that Beast Coast lineage, as that org was picked up by M80. But they're not going to be the story here in this matchup today, Jesse. No, it's going to be OXG, because not only do you have the NA League Finals on the line, but for a lot of these teams, the bigger focus is Six Invitational. It's been talked about on the broadcast quite a bit. OXG have had a pretty miserable November, right? They made it to the playoffs. They got 2-0'd by Shopify Rebellion. They get 2-0'd by Wildcard. They go down to that 5th place match, and they lose to Dark Zero 2-1, and they finish in 6th place. This was a team that was flying high during stage 2. What do you think is resting on the shoulders of M80 here in the NA League Finals?
I mean, for M80, it's still an important game, right, Parker? A $100,000 prize pool is nothing to sneeze at. There's always going to be pride on the line when you look at these inter-regional matchups, these North American finals that every team wants to be the winner of. But there's no doubt about it, right? Every other team not named M80 is playing for something a lot more in these playoffs than the guys in bright green. So it's going to be really important for Oxygen to step in and show their best stuff in this game. This will send them up to top 3 if Oxygen can walk away with the victory. They will get that 3rd place minimum. That is what they need to even have a chance at making the Six Invitational. If they don't finish in the top 3, they are headed straight to the last chance qualifier. So it's a critically important game for Oxygen. M80, listen, I expect them to bring their A game as well, but if they haven't been changing all of their strats since Munich, well, I won't be so surprised.
If you watch the matchup that preceded this one, you'll know that there's a lower bracket because both Lynx and XR Troika talked about it a few times on the cast. You are not a one and done team in this situation. If you lose, you go down to that lower bracket. And that lower bracket is where our third matchup of the day will come from. Dark Zero and Wildcard will close out this broadcast once M80 and OXG is done. Shopify Rebellion failed to win a map against Space Station in the first match earlier today, so Shopify Rebellion will await one of the Dark Zero Wildcard teams. I'm not sure who it will be or how they get there, but we will see. And then, of course, they might move on to the lower bracket semifinal. It gets kind of goofy with the lower bracket quarterfinal, lower bracket semifinal, so we're not going to talk too much about which team ends up down there. We'll have to wait for the result here. But OXG have been really a fascinating team to look at. They seem to have a lot of tools at their disposal, yet they really struggle to use them. Adam was unfortunately in the crosshairs through much of the Stage 2 playoffs. He failed to show up the same way that he did during the regular season. Now, that could be shakes, that could be lack of experience, that could be the pressure put on him. But you've got to move past that performance and you've got to dial in, because if Adam does not show up, you've got your hands full against a major champion, and I don't know if the other 4 guys on OXG have what it takes on their own to do this.
That's no doubt, Parker. Adam's going to be a critically important piece, and he is immediately going to lose a teammate. Yaga goes down to Gunner for the opening pick. A Nitro Cell pre-placed from down below is going to remove the Ram, and that's pretty tragic coming through. Grixer gets one back onto Gunners. They take the mute back, if nothing else, clearing this back down to a 4v4. Important to see that player being traded back out. Minute 30 on this clock. It's been a really interesting set of operator bans. We haven't gotten to talk about it too much, Parker, but OXG banned the Warden and the Smoke, the two primary operators that Kino plays on this bomb site. It feels like M80 might have expected the Warden ban because they took out both Glaz and the Blitz, but Gomez will still have this Ying for the next 3 rounds. They're still going to have flashbangs on both Grixer and Adam. You're going to be really struggling to stay alive on M80 for this anchor defense. The time is going to be on their side, and they've got a lot of plant denial, but I'm worried about OXG just throwing a million stuns into sight and rushing them for the kills.
We're long past the days, Jesse, of where a smoke is necessary for this bomb site. You've got Tachanka, who's in a great spot. You've got Maestro, if you want to bring him. You've got Echo. You've got Tubrau. You've got Goyo. And right now, 4 of those operators are being played by M80. Those are the 4 remaining operators after Gunner died. So 16 Molotovs still in pocket for Tachanka with 35 seconds left. You've expended all your Zoto canisters, so Tubrau's just going to be a real good gun, quarterbacking whatever defense you have. You've got the Flames that now need to be waited out, which OXG are going to struggle with here. Lots of stall potential from the defending major champs. They're playing this so well, yet Forrest has found a loophole, Jesse, and is taking no damage whatsoever. OXG has somehow managed to pull off a successful defense. It's a baffling situation. All of this utility used by M80, and yet a small exploit that OXG was able to discover and use to their advantage. Now a scramble as nobody has died in the last minute. A retake from M80 up the stairs, greeted by OXG. Adam finds 2 for his trouble, almost a third, but Diffuser shuts him down. Time is running out on the side of M80, and Diffuser now has the heady task of getting back to the bomb site. He's fishing through open area, can't find anybody for the time being. Kino picked apart by Grixer, time running out, and Grixer will get the final 2 to send this one home. Round number 1 going by very quickly. OXG toppling this defense, and I'm a bit surprised that M80 allowed them to get in, and nobody on the side of the defending major champs were wise to OXG's tricks.
Well, they definitely knew the plant was going down, Parker, but they just missed on the Tachanka fire. A little surprising to see Kino not hitting that utility. Often it will be hot and cold that takes over the Tachanka on this bomb site, so perhaps that comes down to part of it, but still a tough round to see go by from M80. I really thought OXG were going to try to flood the site, but the Monty is going to be your best bet when you want to go for a plant on that site. It's the best operator in the game. Try to get a plant down with the shield on your back, but that fire just not quite going deep enough from Kino. A little unfortunate there. Really good post plant coming through from Grixer. 3 kills playing on the hatch, playing just in that strong position where he gets the vert onto those site players, and that's a bit of a statement round coming out from Oxygen. This is their map pick. We want to see them doing well on the first on bank here, but even still, winning a bank basement attack round number 1 is never an easy feat.
No, this is a tough map to crack, especially that bottom floor bomb site. When you get tools like you saw M80 have, you're able to slow down this advance so quickly and frankly so effortlessly. We've referred to this bottom floor take that the attackers pull off as almost like a dance, a rhythm, right? Gotta open up one of the panels. Right now, it's actually being left soft. You just saw it on your screen for a second there by M80. It was reinforced previously. You've got to open it up. Usually you'll bring a thermite. Lately, teams have been favoring more of the secondary hard breach gadget, so the can opener will open it up. Usually big enough so that a Monty can go on in, but you've got to wait out C4s. You've got to wait out the Goyo flames. That's 20 seconds on each of those Goyo canisters that get popped. The C4s, instant death for pretty much every non-shield operator, and will almost certainly be an instant death if a shield operator's positioned poorly. A smoke only adds to that. No smoke means if you've got Evil Eye cams or Yokai drones in sight, you can tase away and easily stop a plant in its tracks, and yet OXG was able to skate on by, and very impressively so.
And notice that immediately Hot and Cold has taken over the Tachanka role. So again, that's historically been the person that we've seen play Tachanka on this bomb site. Kino misses a few fire grenades and immediately gets demoted off the operator. We'll bring the Mira instead. Still a very strong op to see being played on this bottom floor bomb site. Guide some of those nitros, keep yourself safe. this player in the elevator should drop down. They see the feet of Gavin, I believe that is, just playing inside the elevators. Gunnar is here as well. Now, Gunnar's going to have a tougher time dropping without a hatch, but he gets back in barely. And with the cover come through from Gavin, it looks like they're both going to be able to make it back to site without any problems.
Yeah, Grixer posted up on that flank watch position. He took out Gunnar early in round number 1 and then just held the hatch, and that's all you really need to do. He's got the cut, so if you try to push past him, you are doomed. Second round in a row that M80 will strike first. This time it's Gomez to drop early, so you'll lose the Ying. That's one of the best operators in OXG's arsenal. They lost the Capitao previously of Yaga. How will they be able to pull this off now? You can see the wall has been reinforced. And a fuse in the hands of Forrest. Boy, oh boy, an operator that we always hold our breath when we see him play. But good news, Jesse, he does not have a shield in front of his face.
No, run of the AK, so just wants that util to clear out the Goyo canisters. Still really important to be able to burn out that fire. Looks like they got most of it now, but again, without that Ying, Kino stepping up and getting a big kill on the hatch before this plant comes down. And I don't think Hot and Cold is going to miss these fire nades. So they're in a really strong spot still to keep control of this bomb site. 30 seconds, OXG need an answer.
Never heard them called fire nades, but you know what, Jesse? I'm here for the new words. It's a new generation. They're Molotovs, Jesse. Fired out of a Shumika launcher. Gunnar takes down Grixer. OXG's advance nowhere near as successful this time. 15 seconds left on the clock. M80 still with everybody upright, even though Kino's taking a beating. Diffuser's Nitro Cell works on the Forest. Adam trades out Kino, who'd been dropped earlier. And Yaga's the last to die as M80 rebuffs the advances of OXG and learns from their mistakes that were committed in round number 1.
Maybe I'm just too much of a TF2 head, but does that Tachanka launcher not look like a grenade launcher that shoots fire?
Of course it does.
I.e. making it a fire nade?
Breaking news, no one cares.
That's a little harsh.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're round 2 and we're casting major champions. I feel like you have to tone it down a little bit, Parker. I didn't come here to be attacked. M80 did come here to be attacked, but they managed to fend it off on the second round here on Bank. Good adaptations coming through. Again, I think the Tachanka Fire better place. Getting that early pick onto the Ying helped quite a bit as well. And I really do want to focus in on Kino. The desk highlighted him, of course. Fox and Laxing, both former teammates of Kino. Brought him in when he was just a rookie on OXG, and now after a long career has made his way over to M80. Played really nicely on that Mira to get the opening pick. I think he's just able to be a lot more free when he's not constrained to the Tachanka, able to make a lot more of those moves around the map, which can give M80 the advantage.
We'll have to see how OXG is able to pull off an attack on another bomb site. Hot and Cold will rock the Tachanka 2 rounds in a row. And, you know, I think there is something to be said, Jesse, about using your bans to specifically target one player. There was a period of time where teams against Dark Zero would hinge all of their bans on the operators played by Spirits. And if memory serves correctly, there was great debate over whether or not that was a viable strategy. If you think Kino is a major difference maker on a map like Bank, you can take him out of the equation and put him in uncomfortable territory. I will say Mute is a great analog for Smoke, functions extremely similarly. Obviously, you're going to find yourself in harm's way a little bit more as a Mute because as a Smoke, you're going to want to toss out those gas canisters and survive a little bit longer. But same loadout. This time, you're going to be tossing a Nitro Cell instead of gas canisters, and you've got the shotgun and SMG to function the same way. Yeah. Completely different op, though, plays a very different role. But it should be a familiar op for Kino to play on. I am interested to see if OXG continue to ban out Kino's comfort ops with their third ban, but we've got to wait about 2 minutes to get there.
Kino's actually played a bit of Oryx on this site in the past. Smoke and Warden are, again, his most common operators on this bomb site, but we'll be interested to see if that comes out maybe in the second quarter. For now, this top floor push is getting underway. Force trying to take this space. There are a few players up here, including one in the elevator. Gunner sees the Monty and decides to drop the hatch.
Diffuser's on the ground. Gunner now will follow. Hot and Cold taking a lot of damage very quickly. OXG doing something that eluded them for most of the second round, and that's get kills. Gavin and Kino, the last two standing. Gavin yet to get on the board. He's positioned very aggressively and has a golden opportunity as long as he can get the Monty into an uncomfortable spot. All the while, Kino doing his damnedest to keep this close. Gavin trapped inside of the elevator, no recourse, no way to fall back, and now it's Kino to clutch out with a shotgun pointed point blank. The Monty will dance around him. Kino just wasting time. The Monty will be giving calls this whole time, and it'll be fed straight to Adam, who, yet again, finds a kill. Adam already performing better through 3 rounds than many of the games we saw during the playoffs. That's good news for OXG, and they'll take the lead 2-1.
It's a high-pressure game, too, right? I mean, some people talked about how Adam maybe goes a little quiet in those playoff matches and the best of threes when the pressure is a bit higher, but it's been a great start coming through from Adam. I love the Forest Monty play coming through in that round as well, Parker. The desk talked about it. His eye gelling has to be top-notch today, and I think so far it has been. Knowing when to focus on the plant like we saw back in round number 1, knows when to get aggressive and try to force some players down on the Monty like he did just now. Great util work back in round number 2, even if that didn't end up in a victory for them. So I really think Forrest has shown up to play. 2 out of 3 rounds now, he's brought out that shield, and both times has resulted in a victory.
He is good on shields, and it really will come down to whether M80 decides to use that ban to remove the Monty, remove a potential Blackbeard. Fuse shield obviously did not work out very effectively, but they were able to get the job done.
It was Fuse AK.
Let me finish. I said Fuse shield obviously doesn't work all that well for Forrest, so he decided to go with the AK, and he had infinitely more success, which is good. The AK, pound for pound, it's long been one of the best guns in the game. It was just tied to the boat anchor that was Fuse. But we can end our speculation here because OXG will remove a Mira, and M80 will take out the Monty. So now if you want to run a shield on the side of OXG, the Fuse shield, or I guess an OSA, is really the best you're going to get.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Monty get taken out. Obviously, Forrest has been so good with it. He's going to just stick with the Dokkaebi this time around, so deciding he doesn't need the shield, doesn't need the AK. Bit interesting to see them running this bomb site back. It's a completely new strategy. I don't think we've ever seen M80 play this setup before. Hot and Cold in the Clash is going to try to lock down the site, trusting his teammates to then hold up above him. Gunner on that Scopo was able to make a lot of good movements. Gavin's going to be playing up towards Stock as well, which is being opened up by Forrest and Kino, just playing Janitor Closet. This is going to be a bit of a tough nut to crack on the top floor. They've got some good tools for it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gomez use some of these Candelas in the early round, just to try to clear out these players. You definitely had to think, would it be worth banning out this Ying coming into the 4th round? But M80 just deciding that the Monty's more of a worthwhile ban. I do agree with it, but it's still going to be annoying playing against this Ying.
You've only got 3 bans, right? What do you want to take out? The Glass ban is to me the most surprising here. You could have easily swapped that one out for the Ying, but if there's no Warden on the board, then you'd have to run Bulletproof Utility or a Maestro to deal with the Glass to see through those smokes. Back and forth, these teams seem to go. M80 has found 3 kills in the first minute of action. Goodness gracious, this is quite the pace, but again, they're a formidable team. They did have a bunch of slow starts in Munich, so the fact that M80 looks like they're about to go 2-2 here through 4 rounds is quite good. That's a bit of a quicker pace than what they showed when they played on land just a couple weeks ago. Gomez and Yaga will now blindly clear this map as they have no drones seemingly at their disposal, just wandering in, and they've managed to find one target. That's Kino, who takes some damage from Yaga. Top floor control for OXG is good, but that's not where the bomb site is. You need to translate this to open area. And Gomez is the first one moving in that direction, now making his way through lobby, trying to clear out tellers. Out will go the Candela, swung and read perfectly by Diffuser, who gets a belated flash. Yaga will be quick for the assist. Jesse opening up a line of sight into the doorway, and yet Diffuser will persist. Yaga taking damage, flashing his way in. Who needs a Warden when you're Diffuser? You can see through it, Jesse. Flashes Candela, doesn't matter a damn thing. M80 equalize, and we're 2-2 through 4 rounds.
Beautiful positioning from Diffuser in that late round to counteract those flashes being tossed at him. Plays it really nicely, but it's the early round where M80 really steal it away, right? Starts with an opening pick from Gunner. He actually swung out onto Banana, I believe it was, and got the kill onto the Ace, who was all the way out on the lobby rappel. So got a very early pick onto a player outside a window, and then Kino just a big 2K from Janitor Closet. Being a bit of a rock that they can't get past. I said it'd be a tough job to clear that top floor, and it certainly was. We get a tack timeout pretty early from OXG. The scoreline's not so bad. It's only 2-2 right now, Parker, and they are on the attacking side of Bank. I'm curious what the reasoning is for this tactical timeout. There must be something going on in the communications or maybe in the game plan that Coach Kizzy doesn't like, because this feels quite early given the game state.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going on here. Again, coaches have the ability to hear what the players are saying that we don't. So there are lots of times where we've been critical of why coaches haven't been calling timeouts until the very bitter end, or have called them, frankly, quite early. And it turns out that it's not always improper. It's not a coach just being bad at their job, Jesse. It's something as simple as, oh, well, the boys knew what they needed to do. They just were losing a couple gunfights. If 2 gunfights go the other way, we end up winning 2 rounds instead of losing them, and that makes all the difference in the world. No point calling a timeout because your opponents do get to talk through those timeouts as well. If you feel like the fundamentals of your team are really good, you're just getting unlucky in gunfights, and your opponent's fundamentals are quite poor, maybe you don't want to call a timeout because their coach likely knows it. Fabian is watching M80 here. Let's say M80 was just kind of fumbling their way into victories. OXG might not want to call a timeout because they know that a coach like Fabian is aware of M80's problems, and they don't want to give him an opportunity to fix things. Or it could be something as simple as, so, well, you know, the guy's attitude was off. Structurally, what they were doing was fine, but they weren't talking, and I needed to wake them up, and boom, we call the timeout just to try to recenter things and get their head back in the game. Because even though it is a best of 3, 1 map, 2 map, they go by in the blink of an eye, Jesse.
Well, for the 3rd time today, Parker, we're going down to the basement. M80 going to try this once again, and because the Mira got banned out, Kino's forced to yet another operator, and he brings out the Azami. I kind of like this. He's still trying to play just in server / top of blue stairs, trying to make sure that he can delay time earlier on. We did also see Diffuser taking a bit more of an aggressive position just inside of admin, and Gunner has just crept his way up the main stairs onto a top floor flank. Watch out for some of these aggressive players in M80. This might not be expected by Oxygen.
And there's just a bit of a stalemate now as we get a minute in, hoping for action to break out. By my count, Jesse, this is the slowest round so far for an opening pick.
Looks like they're all just backing off. We did see, again, Gunner was on the top floor not that long ago. Diffuser does still remain in open area, but with the hatch above him, he's just looking to shoot a couple drones and then back off. Here's the key barriers from Kino that we saw him setting up as well, but even he has now backed all the way back to the site, sitting in lockers at the moment. These fire grenades are not going to find anybody.
They're flushing out ghosts, by the way, who don't even exist in this position. Following up very quickly on the Candelas that were expended by Gomez on blue. He's just inching his way, and again, they have no intel whatsoever. I'm not sure how Oxygen have completely lost all of their info, but they wasted a ton of utility, and I stress the word waste on people who weren't even there. They'll lose Yaga as Diffuser plays around this bomb chassis and finds a second on the Forest. Don't lose your head, son. 5v3, no damage done to M80 with a minute to go.
Gavin's on the top floor for some reason, but even with him going down, it feels like M80 are still in control of this round. Gomez with these Candelas, 2 left. He's going to have to be the one to make a move. Adam has Diffuse Kit all alone server side. He is desperate for his teammates to make a play, and even more so now that he has died. That Nitro finishes him off, no problem, and Gomez and Grix are with it all to do.
Looking a lot more like round number 2 than round number 1 here, where M80 did allow Oxygen to take up map control that they probably shouldn't have gotten. It's a minute later in the round, and Gomez finds himself in a very familiar spot, marching down blue, swatted away by Gunner. Another DMR will hit its mark, and now Grixer will twist alone. By the way, he's in the middle of the bomb site, but he's got nothing for it. Diffuser will shut that down. M80 taking their first lead of the map. Maybe there was something to this OXG timeout.
Well, maybe there was something for M80. I mean, it's not ideal, the result that they get right after the TAC timeout. Maybe there is something, I guess, that is going wrong on the side of Oxygen. It does feel like that's just such a strong bomb site. Information not there, as you said. Wasted a lot of util trying to clear server when it wasn't being held by M80. Big site play from Diffuser, too. Just playing some strong angles with the DMR. He's set up really nicely in this spot, but he hits the shots he needs to. He positions himself really perfectly in the basement when he has to do that as well. This guy got 183 kills back in Munich, the most of any player at that event. Entered this game with exactly 600 kills on the season. Ooh. Add the 10 he's got right now, and that'll be 610. Very likely the most out of any player in North America. I don't have the stats to confirm, but I'm just going to say it's the most because there's no way anybody else is close.
We do a bunch of stat prep before we get into the game. You in particular have, I would go so far as to say, you might just have the most prep work of any caster. Maybe some of the analysts have you beat here, but I know you'd want to probably fight them. Not in real life, in the server.
The analysts have some crazy stuff. There's definitely some guys out there that beat me these days.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, you also, as a caster, we shouldn't be the people with the most stats. We should be benefiting from the people with the stats. That's what we should be doing. But my point is that you have actually pushed me to do more stat tracking more than usual, and I always thought I was relatively prepared. And there are just times where you'll find yourself in the middle of a game and you'll be like, I do wonder how they do on this bomb site historically, and then you just don't have it. Just little stuff like that will trip me up, and it always irritates me because I so desperately want to have them. And it just means more exhaustive prep. And then, of course, here you are talking about islands and that kind of thing. And I'm just like, all right, man, you know.
Well, Parker, we do have tellers and archives coming out, and if you want some more stats, OXG have attacked this bomb site 3 times this season. They have never won it successfully. 0-3 record on the offensive side. M80, this is their first time ever bringing this bomb site, I do believe, actually. I'm getting conflicting data.
Are you asking me for clarification, or are you just...
You know what? Either way, this is going to be a tough bomb site for OXG to attack. Their offensive stats are not good.
M80 has trailed all but a minute and a half now. OXG will answer back on a very quick M80 kill. Hot and cold drops. Gavin yet to find a frag. Gavin, a bit of a mystery here as to why he's performing so poorly at this current point in time. Things are not going to get better from M80 as Gunnar is now deep outside of the building. Diffuser has 11 kills, by the way, just in case anybody was wondering. Imagine we'll see that tally creep upward if M80 wants to be competitive in this round. A 2v3 as Gunnar's position will be known as he found his way back in the bomb site through the sewers. Now Forrest finding an opportunity to get Diffuser down while Gomez and Grixer guard over top of him. Gunnar now taking main stairs and answered by Grixer again. That AK, an oh so formidable weapon, and players will always be reminded when they find themselves on the losing end of it. OXG ends up drawing even through 6. We are tied 3 rounds apiece on Bank.
And for the first time this season, Oxygen will successfully attack Teller's Archives, Teller's Office and Archives. That was their 3rd attempt since the season started. M80 prior to that 3-1 record, that becomes 3-2. And it's a tricky bomb site, as M80 will discover. Oftentimes, it's not the bomb site itself that becomes the problem, but it's around the bomb site. But that time, it really did feel like OXG going direct went pretty well for them. We see a little bit of smack talk in the chat as we hit the halfway point in this game, telling Gavin that the game has started. And they're not wrong. It's been an uncharacteristically quiet game from Gavin. One of the best entry fraggers in the entire world, but yet to find a kill in this match.
How are you saying that when Yaga also has no kills?
Fair point. Fair point.
Like, look at your own team. What are you talking about? You both have players that haven't spawned in yet. We've been watching a 4v4 for 6 rounds. How are you talking? Like,
yeah.
I don't get it.
It's important to have confidence even when it needs to be faked a little bit. You fake it till you make it in this industry, Parker. And in a game like this, it's always important to get into your opponent's heads. I don't know if M80 are ones to shake in the big moments. They do have 2 major championships under their belt, but you can send anything to the enemy team, try to get under their skin. Worked pretty well for Ashen just a few hours ago.
I think it's always an interesting one to watch. A very highly played map. Up next is Cafe Dostoevsky, and for a tiebreaker, we do have Consulate. You look in the top right corner of your screen, those are maps. If you are on mobile or watching on a small device, it might be hard to tell what they are. I mean, you could show me blurred out pictures of that in black and white upside down, and I could probably tell you what those maps are because I've looked at them so many times throughout my life. I don't expect the audience to feel the same.
Yeah.
Though if you are a super fan of Siege and you too could see them upside down with your eyes closed, particularly with your eyes closed, do me a favor, type 1 in chat. Just try to get some audience in on this as we now find ourselves in the discovery phase.
Thanks, Parker.
Operator bans from the attackers, very similar, but they've completely swapped things up for the defenders. No Echo, no Valkyrie. Valkyrie didn't really have a high amount of prominence through those first 6 rounds, despite the fact that she finds increased value on the bigger maps, especially this yawning chasm that is the main lobby of Bank. There are 1,000 places you can hide those cameras, and it often requires attackers to bring an IQ. No Valk means you're not going to get boxed in, so M80 does not need to bring the German operator with intel. And of course, we are playing on the old patch, so there's no Thatcher to help you find it either.
Of course. And so it's going to be important going into the future rounds how that Valk goes. We don't really see Valk in the basement, but Echo, this is the only operator that Grixer really plays on this bomb site. So he's been forced off, goes to the Goyo instead. OXG still banning out on Kino, both the Monty and the Glass. Signature operators for the Brazilian on M80. So more and more bans headed his way. We've already got players inside a server on the side of M80. This has, of course, been a full bunker setup from Oxygen. Nobody even smelling the top floor this round. Shot a couple of drones, but really they want to be locking things down in the late round. They've got great utility and a bit of a stroll from Grixer. This could be his demise. Gunner's just letting him go deep, Parker, so that he can get this kill later on.
It's just patience right now by Gunner, and goodbye to Grixer, who's not aware of that. DMRs right now very much in vogue. Very sexy guns for you to use. That 417 does so much damage. Still a DMR on the side of the defenders as well. Tubrow will hang on in the hands of Forest. Final minute now, and Diffuser's going down. Kino's got case in hand. Right now, nobody from OXG able to do anything. My goodness, they toss out a gas canister and a nitro cell, and now a scramble to pick up the case. Oxygen reduced to just 2 players. M80 with an advantage, but they'll need some more time before they can settle down next steps. Adam and Yaga, 6 kills in the hands of Adam. Now he's in the ground. Yaga still searching for kill number 1, working his way around, and guess what? He won't get it. 0-7 for the Yog Dog. As an overexposed Kino graces your screen to let you know that M80 has taken the lead.
So this could be a good learning experience for Oxygen, that maybe when a guy goes 0 kills through a half, you don't type at him. Because Gavin may have taken that personally. 3 kills in the Deimos, walking down the main stairs in the midst of that execute, times it perfectly, hits all the shots that he has to. Gavin is, once again, one of the most talented players we have in North America. It was odd to see him go 0 kills in the defensive half, but once he picks up that Deimos, once he can take the pacing into his own hands, he is so talented down in this role. 3 huge kills in the midst of that. The other 2 frags, of course, going to Gunner over inside of Garage. We have a quick rehost, it looks like, here in the chat. But again, the players inside a server really didn't need to do a whole lot that round. They faked the plants while ended up dying to the nitro cell. They threatened that. They distracted a lot of those defenders. But it was the 2 kind of pinch players coming down from main stairs and in through Garage that got all 5 kills in that offensive round for M80. Really nice stuff coming out from them. And again, I really want to praise the patience of Gunner, the 2-time major MVP. So crazy that he gets that kill. So many other players would have just shot at the feet inside Garage.
I mean, when you've got the skill and the experience to contend with some serious titans here, admittedly, maybe Diffuser just really hates the French, because both of his major MVPs came against the same team, just one when they were competing under BDS and the other under Falcons. Maybe he was like, maybe he just said, no. And that was it. You know, I don't know what he was thinking, but I mean, you don't get to this point without fixing your fundamentals. You know, we got a really good insight into this M80 team, and I'm hopeful that what I'm about to say isn't self-promotion here, even though I guess in a way it kind of is. Hasn't been pushed live yet, but we had M80 on a podcast the other day, and we talked to them about accountability in the team and how to fix issues. And they have very frank discussions with their players all the time about stuff that they do wrong. And Gavin, who right now I guess is kind of a lightning rod on this M80 team, it was talked about that Gavin just kind of shows up and just does whatever and doesn't really think too much about it and just gets told what to do, and he just does it, and he executes it really, really well. Whereas the rest of the players, they always talk about the theory behind it, and they always want to be held accountable. If they do something stupid, you know, they own up to it, and they get pushed into a position where they're not going to do that in the future. I think it's very healthy for a team to do that. So I think on the side of M80, we saw a lot of the pep talks that Fabian gave them throughout the course of the major, and they were all kind of different. Some of them were quite heated, which was talked about as well. Some of them were a little bit more laid back. But at the end of the day, they all hit the same note, which is pinpointing what's gone wrong, addressing it directly, and expecting there to be change immediately. M80 has actioned upon most of that through the first 6-7 rounds now that we've seen Jesse. Individual performances obviously can't be helped, but this is a team that is going to work through the process as they go along. That was a big key to how they were able to win Munich in the first place. They would have so many bad starts, and yet their mental resiliency was something that would allow them to constantly land a solid counterpunch and stay competitive. Whether it's against a team like OXG or whether it's against a team like Falcons, this is an M80 squad that is really hard to keep down, and when they're down, they are almost never out.
And how much of that comes from the culture of leaders that they have on this team, right? We talked to death about Fabian, likely the greatest player to ever touch this game, greatest mind to ever touch this game, head coach now of M80 since the new year, hot and cold as well. A guy who has been through it all since year one, season one, a veteran of the scene, 27 years old, IGLing this. It's been dropped from more teams than most players have played for, but still is able to step up and be the captain of this squad. Kind of crazy to think that Hot and Cold took an orgless roster to top 4 at the 6 Invitational, and only then did he finally get brought back onto his somewhat former team, getting rejoined with Diffuser and Gunner on M80, along with Gavin making that journey with him. I mean, it's been a real roller coaster a couple of years for M80, but consistently they find the success in the big moments. Now up against Oxygen, the pressure is a little bit lighter, the stakes are a little bit lower, and the competition maybe is a little bit easier, but even still, they're showing up just the same, have looked very good throughout this map so far. Oxygen, I think, have played a good game too, to be fair. Losing that first defense always stings, right? Because it's the basement defense. It should be the strongest bomb site on the map. You can choose wherever you want to go. Oxygen won't have shown their strats on that map yet, and we know XG haven't played any Siege in quite a while at this point, so they've got plenty of strats, I'm sure, that they haven't shown yet. But always a bit of a worrying sign when you do lose your first defense. Didn't slow down M80, but still something to worry about, I think, going forward. I also want to say, Parker, whilst you were talking previously, I was desperately looking through my notes to see if I had the name of Hot and Cold's cats. I don't. I do have some cat names in my notes.
Jesse, how are we ever going to be the best duo in Siege if you don't have that type of information at your disposal?
I'm going to have to reach out to him after the game. I bet you Ace and Des know the name of those cats. You know that? They probably do, Parker. Maybe that's why they do the major finals and we do upper bracket.
Excuse me, I did a show match.
It was a great show match, too.
One of us worked the final Sunday, so one of us did. I got to do a show match on the new Fortress, and again, you can't teach that level of skill. So, very cute cats, though. I actually had to stop talking a couple seconds prior to that because my cat's automatic food dispenser went off, and it was tremendously loud. I forgot that it went off at this time. I didn't want the broadcast to hear it. But like Hot and Cold, you and I, both cat fathers.
Yes. Your cats eat at 7 p.m. apparently. It's good to know.
He's a very big Bengal cat who's extremely annoying and very food motivated. So we actually got him an automatic feeder, and it feeds him 6 times a day, but just like small amounts so that he eats throughout the course of the day, instead of eating once in the morning and once in the evening and then spending 6 to 10 hours in between those feedings, driving me insane. So,
okay. I just want to say, Max the cat, if you're listening, I don't think you're annoying, and you don't have to put up with your owner speaking ill of you on the broadcast like that.
Okay, Max A doesn't speak English. B, he's currently at his food bowl, far removed from where we are, and C, I am wearing headphones. So I don't know in what universe you thought that would be relayed to him, but I appreciate the effort.
We're going to open area for round number 8, Parker. The second defense attempted from Oxygen. Unlike M80, they don't want to run back that bottom floor bomb site back-to-back, thinking they're happy to mix things up a little bit. This can be one of those bomb sites where, again, the top floor is critical to hold down. We see Adam trying to play inside the elevators, and then Yaga holding on to Janitor. This is the same position Kino was playing back in round number 3, where he got a massive 2K that basically won the round for M80. If Yaga can do anything similar, then they're in a good spot. But Yaga, as we've said, has kind of struggled this game, still hunting for his first frag.
I mean, the scores everybody's score reset except for Gavin's and Yaga's, Jesse. What happened here?
No, Gavin got a 3K last round. You can't talk smack on his name. Come on now.
I was kidding. I was kidding. I just wanted to try to get a dig in, but you got to bring reality into this and make it less fun. And there's Gavin getting on the board again. So even if I'd made jokes that were based in reality, this time, Gavin patrolling the hatch above inside of Janitor. He can also patrol square here. This is going to be really, really tough. If OXG do want to retake the top floor, you've got 2 players on M80 that can just sit, cut, and hold those angles and be the anti-flank watch while the rest of the team gets ever closer. Only one shield on the side of M80, and that will be Kino using the Blackbeard. He does not hold the case, though. That's Houghton holding it in hand, so Kino will use that shield to great effect should M80 pull off and execute.
Information has been exceptional from M80 this round. It got them 2 kills, and it might get them another. Gunnar seems to know the position of Adam down here in the basement. Adam, I'm not 100% sure if he does the same. No, he certainly doesn't know where Gunnar is at. Walks farther into lockers, so we'll have to see how this one goes between these players. Definitely aware that somebody could flank up those main stairs. It's what he's hoping for. It's what he's watching for. And this is such a weird angle for Adam to be sitting in. If Gunnar does make a move later in this round, try to make it up the main stairs, there's no universe he checks that spot. But it really just comes down to patience. Who moves first?
They'll only be able to open up some of this quad panel wall, and they will be watched by a bulletproof camera as Gunnar is still holding Adam, or vice versa, and this will be a tough engagement. I do favor the DMR in this fight, but I mean, it's an SMG-12. This is an atom bomb versus atom bomb here. Forrest now taking damage, as does Diffuser. Does not bode well for OXG. If you trade on the side of Oxygen, you lose this game, and well, this round in particular. Adam does finally complete the kill onto Gunnar, and Ungold perishes too. So suddenly it's become imminently more winnable. Gavin will find his second onto Forrest as now Yaga tries to play around the bomb chassis, still killless. And Adam will make his presence known as he goes from the basement towards the main floor and closer to the bomb site. Making an awful racket in the process, bullets whizzing over his shoulder, depleting what little bullets are in the mag of that DMR, only 10 at this point in time. Diffuser goes down, M80 can now sit with those 3 players, just watching as Adam is largely boxed out, but seems to be getting watched by whatever intel there might be on the side of M80. 5-3 for the major champs. It happened in front of our very eyes. Gavin, another big round. Is that 6 kills through 2 rounds for Gavin? And he is all smiles.
It's 7, Parker. That's 7 kills for Gavin across 2 rounds.
I'm sorry, Jesse, I said 6 and you said
6-7. No, Gavin, crazy round once again coming in, walks in through admin after making his way through the main floor. I really want to bring it back to the drone game in the early round. Once again, we saw the drone get information on, I believe it was Gomez, just sitting inside of tellers. That gave them their first couple of picks. Somehow they lose the gunfight down below. Gunnar had the logic bomb, but I guess we didn't catch it. Still was unable to take down Adam in the basement, but it didn't matter because Gavin just storms the bomb site. 4 frags in that push, coming through and claiming so many names. Just seems like he took it personal, and Gavin Black doing exactly what he needs to do to get his team back in the lead. 5-3 now on the offensive side.
It's not like the attackers or defenders have a decided advantage on Bank. The way it's played in North America, it's a 50-50 map, so you have to look at the operator bans, you have to look at the bomb site rotation. Are the defenders failing to defend the fortress that is that bottom floor bomb site? Are the defenders opting to go to somewhere goofy, like maybe, I don't know, Teller's Archives, Jesse, which happened in the first half? These are all factors at play, and then the operator bans will have a very large impact as well. We're still awaiting the 3rd ban that will come in. M80 could be on the cusp of a victory. 6-3 scoreline is possible when that final ban comes in. That would obviously be very bad for OXG, no matter whether there's a ban happening or not. The guns on Oxygen have been fine today. That has not really been the issue for this team. Maybe it just falls down to coordination, or maybe it falls down to the fact that there are days, Jesse, where you can do everything right and still lose because your opponent was either better prepared or more skilled, and well, you are going up against the major champions.
Feels like a must-win round for Oxygen. 6-3 is a mountain to come up against. This is your map pick too, don't forget, and this is one of the most critical games that OXG will play all year. A win here gives them top 3 at the NAL finals, gives them a chance at making it to the 6th Invitational. They did win the SI qualifiers last year to make it to Boston and had a pretty good run at that event too, but you always want to be avoiding those if you can. Twistron gets deep into the site. Gunnar already popping some of these Goyo canisters. Many of them were placed upstairs on some of those hatches, so only finds 1 in the site. Gate's going to provide a bit of an interesting challenge too here in the bomb site. If they want to go for the classic breach, they might have to clear that out before they can actually get the plant down default.
You've summoned my cat at some point, by the way, because now he won't leave me alone. I don't know what powers you have here, but he keeps bringing me his little ball.
He heard me.
Like, I'm trying to work.
He must have been listening to the cast.
I don't think the cat has been listening to the cast.
It must have been. Showed up.
Well, maybe that's the case. Eerily similar lineup from OXG, bringing 4 of those operators that we talked about for this bottom floor bomb site. Smoke appearing because he wasn't banned out by M80. We didn't get to see the smoke when M80 was defending because there was a target ban from OXG on towards Kino, but also just the operator being removed makes it a little bit easier to deal with. As we saw from that very first round, smokes, gas canisters, easy to blanket that main entry and do some serious damage. A little bit harder once the Goyo canisters have ran out. And you've only got Shamika's in pocket. Kino is off to the races, chasing Grixer into a bad spot. Hot and Cold getting Diffuser down while the midst of this attack is following through. Hot gets dropped, as does Gavin though, Jesse. That's Diffuser not planted. Gomez will bite the dust. 3 players from OXG in the ground. Make that 4 as Adam falls 2. Forrest on the Tachanka last standing. They call him the Lord because you got to pray to him that you're able to do something. And in this case, the prayers fall on deaf ears. Diffuser, for the 3rd, 4th time so far in this map, gets the exit kill, and it's map point for M80.
Undefeated on these bank attacks, Parker. This has been real rough for OXG. I want to say Yaga did get his first kill in that round. It was a really important kill, too. Probably the only thing that gave them a chance in that round. He stopped the plant from going down, made it past the blitz, but with all the chaos going through, Kino sprinting forward on the blitz, making that gold drop happen, the cover from Gunner, Diffuser hitting the site at the same time. I mean, it was just pure chaos, and that's where M80 thrive. Really nice push coming out from them. They just run over that basement bomb site, and that's twice in a row where OXG will fail to defend the strongest site on the map. They have got a task in front of them now. They got to go back to back to back, win 3 different bomb sites. They're going to start on the top floor. An entire season works towards a moment like this, Parker, but when things get this shaky, when you get the unfortunate draw of playing the best team in the world the first round of the tournament, what are you even supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, you try your best and then you just hope for a lower bracket run, I guess, at this point. There are a lot of good teams here in North America. You know, Space Station, I feel like, really was quite slept on. They had a terrific performance online in Stage 1. They won the whole thing. They had a terrific performance in Stage 2. They finished 2nd. They bottomed out in Munich. They were the first NA team to be sent home and one of the first teams to be sent home, period. It's a very disappointing performance. But now they're on familiar territory. They're on familiar soil again. They're in a good spot. And, well, they demolished Shopify Rebellion, which I don't think is a surprise. I think these teams are really evenly balanced. It really just depends on who shows up big on game day. And in this case, SSG was a big game team. So they move on. Winner of this game will face them. Loser goes down into the lower bracket. Again, the lower bracket, first matchup in the lower bracket's already been set. We'll be seeing Wildcard and DZ as the final match. It could be about a map away, depending on what happens here and then what happens on Cafe. But it remains to be seen. And then tomorrow we'll have some of those lower bracket runs going on. But for the time being, Space Station waits in the upper bracket final, Jesse.
Really interesting to see Hot and Cold bring out the fuse for a top floor bomb site. Very common for the basement, but I guess you can still use it on these windows, and that's exactly what you'll do, hoping to clear out some of those Kiba barriers, some of the Surya gates perhaps as well from Adam, if he can launch them correctly. Usually thought of as a Goyo counter, but maybe able to find some good value on this site as well. That's a jump out in 2025? Dude, Forrest just does things no one else is brave enough to do.
I don't know if brave is always the word, Jesse.
Brave enough is the word I'm using.
That's fair enough. As in caster terminology, when we use the word interesting, it always means multiple things. Most of the time, not good. When we say somebody is brave, also not necessarily a compliment.
Hey, but he kills the Ying. I mean, that's a valuable pick. You'd rather lose a Mozzie than a Ying.
In this instance, I think it was a great play by OXG, and I will commend Forrest. In most instances, don't necessarily agree.
Listen, it's a big move from the captain, and you kind of need to make big moves when you're down 6-3. You can't just let M80 set up and go for the execute that they want to go for. They do still have 2 smokes to try to make this plant happen, and they'll be doing it under the protection of a shield in the back of Hot and Cold as well. So there is still more work to be done. And eventually, once the 2-brow runs out and this wall opens from top square, they can go for their plants.
There's first smoke thrown into this bomb site. Diffuser primed and ready to follow up as Hot and Cold has the case in hand. Nitro Cell being held by OXG, and it goes. Hot and didn't have much HP left, so it finds its mark. OXG deeply entrenched here, and M80 just walking into their demise. Diffuser and Gunner last 2 standing as they've watched all of their teammates be put in the ground, but I mean, you can never count these guys out. They've taken Adam off the board. They've got 20 seconds left to get this defuse kit and then deal with the other 3 players of OXG, but they weren't expecting Grixer to emerge from his cave. He almost finds a second, but Gunner is found. It's relayed, and Gomez will get the exit frag to keep them in this, but OXG still have a couple more rounds to go before they can even think about a victory. Overtime required first, and we're at least 6 minutes away from that.
Don't count them out yet, Parker. OXG, the game is not ended yet, and they're more aware of that than anybody. Nice sight play coming out from Gomez. Again, able to play that two brow just from the janitor position. Has some good nitro plays. Hits the DMR when he has to as well. And again, with this jump out from Forest, man, it's unorthodox, but people don't expect it in 2025. Since the Siege X change, when you can't scope in the midst of your fall, people really don't do that anymore. So why not do it in a game like this? Catch your opponents off guard, kill probably the most important operator in the midst of that execute, and then open the door for your teammates. It was a very readable push from M80. They knew on the side of auction that they were going to try to get a smoke plant in underneath the shield coming in from top square. I appreciate Hot and Cold trying to go a little deep with it, try to avoid that nitro cell, but just read into too nicely from the defense of OXG. So good to see them bouncing back. 2 more to do, and again, Parker, the problem is you've got to play 3 different bomb sites to make this comeback happen. They will attempt the bottom floor for a 3rd time.
This bottom floor bomb site has just been oh so popular, Jesse. My goodness.
Yeah, it's supposed to be very good, but today it hasn't really been so.
No, 6 of the 11 rounds now played have been on this bomb site. Half of this map has been played on this bomb site. We're not playing Bank, Jesse. We're playing Locker CCTV with friends, I suppose. Very first time it was played by OXG, or very first time it was played, OXG won on attack, immediately played again and won by M80 as defenders. M80 would successfully defend it when it came back into the rotation and unlocked for round number 5. M80 winning it on both attacks so far. So it really is an M80 bomb site. They have won 4 of the 5 completed rounds. We'll see if they can go for a 5th, and if they do, that's the ball game.
Oh, everybody's going to be blind in the midst of this push. That's a great Goyo pop. It's going to stop Kino in his tracks. Really nicely timed by OXG. M80 still, though, in strong positions. They've got full top floor control. Gomez isn't Tellers. They actually don't have full top floor control. Gomez and Grixer combining for a roam up in Tellers, but they do have server. Gunner was lurking around garage. He since moved into ATMs. He's going to be looking lobby side to hopefully clear out some of these roamers. Really, the job for the server players, Hot and Cold and Kino, is just stay alive so they can use this flash util late round. The real task is going to be on the roam clear. Gavin top square. Gunner lurking around wherever he might want to play. Gomez and Grixer are a huge problem. M80 seems to be aware that these players exist, but actually killing them is a much different task.
They had an idea that they wanted to breach into this bomb site really quickly. Oxygen slowed them down perfectly. That's great. And OXG still have lots of tools here at their disposal. Forest will
not again.
A little bit aggressive. Oh my.
Not again.
Gunner gets him this time. M80 own the garage on Bank and might just own this map against OXG, as now Gomez will drop 2. Diffuser traded out, so OXG showing signs of life. They've got a read on Adam now, playing inside a red. Now tussling with Garage, has to be concerned with that ejected Mira window. Gunner can push up and get even more aggressive, all while the shield of Kino is in the bomb site. But this is a smoke screen. Hot and Cold's the one with the diffuser. So Kino's trying to drag their attention, but where is Houghton with the case to get this down? He will attempt the process. Gunner dies. That's Grixer, who was watching Garage. Kino still has a read on red, trying to do double duty. M80 has been torpedoed. Grixer goes massive. Oh my goodness, Oxygen stays alive and will push us to a 12th round.
And there's the Pablo we've been waiting to see. That's a player that we've been waiting to step up, frankly, all season long, Parker. Grixer has been a bit quiet on this OXG roster, of course, formerly on some great teams. Shopify Rebellion, the main one that comes to mind, but now steps up 4 massive kills. And the big thing is his positioning in that round. He goes hunting for Gunner inside Garage after he gets that opening pick. I was going to say Gunner needed to start collecting some parking fees or something with how much he was in ownership of that Garage, but Grixer comes back, takes it from him, returns to the bomb site and finds the rest of those kills. It was a nice attempt. I like keeping Kino off the defuse kit, letting him go deep into the plant with the blitz, trying to make him cause that distraction, but he just wasn't able to find the real problem player, which was Grixer in the site. so well played from that anchor position. And again, just making his moves around these pillars. Adam with the final one and a great disable to finish that one off. Keeps Oxygen alive in this game. 6-3 feels so far away now, Parker. One round separates Oxygen from overtime.
There's a reason why OXG was one of the top teams in the NA League through the entirety of this season. They did ultimately fall to M80 by 1 point in the standings in Stage 2, but OXG was an excellent team through and through. 8 wins in regulation, 1 loss in regulation. That's getting things done very effectively, and their only loss came against this team in regulation in Stage 2, which was a 7-5 victory for M80 on the next map, which is Cafe Dostoevsky. Since then, OXG went on an 8-0 run to finish in second place, all before the wheels came off in the playoffs. This looks more like vintage OXG. This looks like group stage OXG. Maybe it was just shakes. Maybe something was going on with the team because the playoffs go by so quickly. They look rejuvenated. They're bringing the heat, and M80 do have their hands full. Still time for the Munich Major champions to sort this out and get out of this game without overtime, but OT is looking more and more likely with each passing second.
Yeah, it's a big statement for Oxygen to be playing as well as they are against a team like M80. Since August, M80 have a 20-2 win-loss record in series. They've only lost twice, both in the NAL and Munich upper brackets, which of course they eventually came back to win in the lower brackets of both of those tournaments. One of the most absurd records that we have ever had in Siege over that long period of time, but now it's getting threatened with Oxygen starting to pull things back. A bit of a faked Candela from Hot and Cold. He's not going to be pushing off that, just trying to draw some of these players back towards the bomb site. There are no roamers on the top floor from Oxygen. It's an entirely horizontal hold at this point. Gomez in open area takes a little bit of damage, I believe, from the printer window, but it's going to be all on M80 now to swarm the rest of this middle floor and try to work some picks.
Nook of Gunner could be a major turning point in this round. Yaga dies. He's had a real rough go of it. Is that only 1 kill for Yaga so far through this entire map? You know it's going to be eating him alive, but he'll have to turn things around in his own mind for Cafe, should it be coming sooner rather than later. Gunner still has not been spotted. Gomez gets dropped, and M80 are getting ever closer right now. OXG falling apart. They managed to pull off an incredible comeback, but it looks like it might be all she wrote as Adam finds himself on the wrong floor over top of the bomb site with more control than you would be care to admitting. He's desperately looking for somebody down below, but nobody revealing themselves. Hot and Cold has had some hard times getting that case down, but he trusts his teammate while Diffuser finds the final kill. M80 survive the scare and take bank 7-5.
Hot and Cold, 3 massive kills in that round, and most of them on the enemy team. He does a great job of working picks in the early game, doesn't need to use those Candelas, waits for OXG to make the moves, and then punishes them when it happens. They let it get close, but the major champions the 2 times don't let it get farther than 12 rounds on bank. They steal their opponent's map pick and take a lead in this series.
Only 1 more map, or maybe 2. What will we find out? Cafe Dostoevsky, up next.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Talk Marvel.
Get out of there, get out of there.
Stock hatch is closed. Yeah, Stock first.
Yeah, it's fine. I have the hatch.
Hatch is reinforced.
Heard.
He's on Stockford. Don't know where he's going now. Can't call.
One is Marvel.
Nice.
Good fucking map. Let's go. Come on.
Go. Clinical last round, bro.
Well, Oxygen certainly showed some fight. That much is clear, pushing it all the way to max regulation, but they couldn't quite get it to OT. It is M80, our major champions, who take the opening map of this next series. Laxing the first half of that map, they were firmly in control and managed to fend off OXG in the bitter end of that map.
Yeah, it was definitely a good slug match. I mean, it was back and forth. I think Parker said it best that M80 needs a little bit of time to develop, to understand their opponent, how they want to transition into their play. And that's exactly what we saw as every round was going back and forth. And then it just switched to that half. And that's where we really just saw M80 take full control of the game and really shut down Oxygen. But it really just speaks into what Fox was highlighting with this M80 roster, is that their stats are kind of average in some areas, but that's because their entire team is under one ideology and one one plan, and time again, they execute it flawlessly.
And they really were all under that one ideology, because every single round, specifically in their attacks too, we could see M80 constantly adapting to learning their opponent, because we haven't seen OXG play since the NAL. So there is not much footage to really hold on to that you can feel confident on. So that being said, if M80 lost a round, they would adapt. They were constantly being able to play different positions, pressure different positions, especially in the last round that we're seeing right now. Kino having the Blackbeard go through archives to be able to jump in, using the shield in an unconventional position that would expose him to a lot of areas, but because you wouldn't expect the confidence of a shield to be able to go through there, they really were understanding what OXG would throw at them and then adapt accordingly. And it just goes to show Hot and Cold leading this team. Since the major has not let up, the team has not let up, they're just still in perfect unison.
Well, M80's coordination was on display, obviously, at the major, but we also saw it throughout this map. Round 9, a very prudent example of that very thing. M80 playing their game and forcing OXG into uncomfortable spots.
Yeah, I mean, this was a beautiful round of it. I mean, you can do this with your rank stack of how you can approach basement. And this was just such a good take. Kino being so oppressive yet again on these shields. We talk about the ideology. They put the pressure into vault, then they move it into gold while they're also approaching the site to try to be able to go for the plant here. Sure, it does get a little scrappy, but they're keeping the control. They're keeping the momentum going. They're keeping the pressure being applied on Oxygen, cutting off so many lines of sight, using these smokes. Again, Kino being on that shield, being oppressive, and then just being able to close it out in gunfights, where if Oxygen didn't choose to get scrappy there and try to bring it back, that might have went even cleaner than what we saw. But overall, again, it speaks into the ideology and the sheer coordination this team has at their fundamentals.
Yeah, I really like how they attacked. They attacked all together. Even when Kino's dropping the hatch, they're immediately hitting the site. Everything is for a reaction, because they want to be able to put a player in an uncomfortable position so that their entries, like Gunner, are able to, you know, get rid of them, get that opening kill, get that advantage. I mean, Gunner had 6 opening kills, I believe we noted earlier. And so it's amazing to see that consistency. And it's always Gunner and Diffuser. And you may ask yourself, well, they're that much better. Well, yes, they are that much better, but it's because of the system that M80 goes to push forward, pushes somebody on the opposing team, whether it's OXG, whether it's Falcons, whoever it may be, into a bad spot. And that's where the Gunner entry is going to be sitting, waiting, and he never misses that shot.
Well, Fox, you brought up a nice note there. If you push your opponent or specific players on the opposing team into a bad spot, I know Jesse and Parker talked about this, but it was Yaga who failed to get on the board for the majority of that game. That is certainly not going to do your team any favors.
No, not at all. Yog's in a very interesting position when it comes to OXG, because I would say he's one of those players that doesn't really have a respective role. He can make or break, win a round, win a game for his team. He didn't show up here, unfortunately, in the map 1. It's something that Yog, from my experience with as well, is a very big mental player. And that's something that we hope that OXG has been able to progress through, is being able to shake off losses, close losses, but also bad individual performances, because they need to be able to take a page out of M80's book and be all on the same page. So despite Yog having his bad performance and being a very big mental player, hopefully we can see him shake it off going into map 2, or else, you know, it might be a situation where OXG lose the second map faster than they put up in the first one.
I mean, we talk about Yog's role in being supportive. I mean, he's using the Capitao, he's using the Buck, he's using the I'm spacing out, using the Ying, and like not being able to utilize any of that, force players out of position, being able to capitalize off it certainly isn't helping on the attacking side. And then you pivot to the defense, not being able to find success with the smokes in any of those rounds realistically outside of one of them. Yaga really needs to step it up. You need your supportive player to be able to come alive, be able to hold down these rounds, being able to force players out of positions, especially on those defenses. Your smoke is a huge key for your success when rounds are being stalled out, when the front line is doing the best that they can to dwindle down the clock. That is where Yaga should be shining, should be coming alive, but clearly he's not. I mean, 1 in 10, yes, it is a poor performance. Unfortunately, that's just the name of the game. Fact of the matter is you still have 4 other teammates that can piggyback off that, can pick up your slack, but now you're in game 2. The performance has to come alive if they want even a shot at making SI.
It has to come alive right now on Cafe. We head to map 2. Jesse and Parker, over to you guys.
Awfully kind to have such a handsome desk throw to two ugly troglodytes like us, but you know what? Even if we're not the greatest thing you're going to see on your screen, and yes, Jesse, that includes you as well, we've got some sexy gameplay ahead.
Feels like that came kind of out of nowhere, Parker. A troglodyte?
It's a great song by the Swedish punk band Viagra Boys. I don't know if you guys have ever listened to that, but it's a terrific song.
Well, we'll
Jesse, you ain't no ape. You ain't no ape. You're a troglodyte. And you know what? It's okay to embrace that. It's okay to embrace that.
Azami. Definitely got the Azami. I think Ying coming up after this.
It's a good stall. You're moving it along. You're moving it along. Capitao, also an outrageously good band. M80, obviously, they are the team to beat right now, right? They finished first in stage 2. They won stage 2 after the playoffs. They won the major, and now they are here winning this matchup. Operator bans are in, Jesse, but just very quickly, what is your expectation here on Cafe? Do we see a 2-0 and move on to map number 3, which is DZ versus Wildcard, or do you have a little bit of hope here that OXG can push us to map 3?
Well, Parker, before I answer that question, I'll set the stakes a little bit, right?
Okay.
The bad news is that of the last 4 times that Auction have played this map, the only win they got was a 7-5 game versus Cruelty. The worst news is that M80 are on a 6-game winning streak on this map, including beating Oxygen back in stage 2, even though that was a bit of a close game. The worst news of all is that the last 7 times these two teams have met over the last 2 years, M80 have won every single time except for once, and this season they are 3 for 3 beating Oxygen. So I feel like this might head towards a 2-0, but you never know, especially with OXG. They are a team who have exceeded expectations many times this stage, and they could be doing so once again, but up against the the major champs, best team in the world. It's going to be a huge task ahead of them. They get to start on defense, if nothing else. They'll go to the top floor to begin this map. I really think we're going to need to see a big game out of Adam to see a victory from OXG. He has been the best player on this team all season long. And he had a good map 1, but we need even more of that on map 2.
Grixer was the real star. If you recall, he had a lot of round-winning moments and high-impact kills. I did say the kills for OXG weren't really that poor, and I mean, maybe my brain was just a little bit messed about by the rehost that we had, because the closing KDs of OXG's players were not very good. Despite it going all 12 rounds, everybody was underwater, except for Grixer. Grixer finished +7. The next closest, by the way, was Adam, who you were talking about, who finished -1 on, again, high-impact rolls. Gavin and Gunnar now finding 2 kills very quickly. They've lost Diffuser. They'll find Gomez as well. Gomez, the only one on OXG able to get a kill, and Keto's just running his way through this. What am I watching here, Jesse? Forrest is last man standing. There's still over half of the round to go. Diffuser has been planted. Diffuser is dead, but Diffuser has been planted. Now Forrest will need to get to Diffuser, not the player, but the case. And of course, the task now is getting up the stairs. Good recoil control by Forrest, but I mean, that commando can only do so much. Gunnar gets the final pick, and 6 rounds is all that separates M80 from a spot in Philadelphia as they would move forward in the playoffs.
All right, not the greatest round we've ever seen OXG play. I mean, Kino, he swings in through the piano window, doesn't end up getting punished on a play like that. Fires has gone a few times as he sees the first target in the midst of that push, so they should have heard the fact that there was a glass coming in. Gomez on the Warden swings into the smoke without popping his glasses, loses that gunfight. Grixer on the Kaid, I mean, I don't even know what was going on there, but he also dies, feeding the 2K to M80 support player, and then really just falls apart through the midst of that. Yaga, a really early death as well, coming through on that Solus, was taken out by Gavin, just playing over on the cocktail side of the map. M80 are an incredibly scary team on Cafe. There's a reason they picked this map. They are devastating to try to go up against on this, and there's a reason they went 3-0 on at Munich on this map as well. So we need Auction to find some kind of a way to get past these strong offensive rounds from M80. Part of that's going to be, I think, playing a little bit more restrained, making sure you're playing with your teammates to get those trades, making sure you're not overswing when you don't know what's on the other side of things. Something to look forward to going forward the rest of this game.
Not that I want to be a doomer here, but if what you're saying is true, then Oxygen will stare down the lower bracket. Again, the way that you seed the two losing teams is kind of fun. Whether it's Shopify Rebellion who ends up in the earlier bracket or if it'll be OXG who ends up there. This is, of course, if OXG loses. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's M80 or OXG. It's just one of these teams, right? But right now, OXG is the team that is technically down.
Yeah.
What we do know is that DZ Wildcard are on deck next. No matter what, they will play in the lower bracket, and the loser of that matchup goes home. Now, Wildcard were a team that finished in the top 4 of Munich, surprising many, myself included. DZ's run was equally surprising, but not for the same reasons, Jesse. DZ did not have the greatest play through stage 2, finished 5th place, failed to materialize, but oh my goodness, hold on a second here. OXG does not want us talking about this. We're a minute into the round and 2 players on M80 are dead. On Cold and Kino unable to make it as far into the building as they want, and OXG has not lost a single point of HP.
Yeah, trying to go through that top floor clear, but it's being read really nicely. The information's so strong by Oxygen, and they're able to walk away with the first couple of kills. Forrest in particular, catching the player down towards Pillar was critical after a big nitro then took out the first player of Hot and Cold. Now you can get a little bit more comfy in the bomb site. You don't have to keep holding on to that top floor. They've fully fallen off of it, and they've got a couple players down below too. Getting a plant down is not going to be possible in this round. They need to find a couple more kills.
Well, time will continue to work as M80 have their hands full. The first half of map number 1 was pretty even. I expect the same here at map number 2. It's coming to fruition so far. Diffuser's been dropped. Adam's taken some damage as Gavin finishes off what remained of Adam. I don't know if Diffuser is retrievable at this current point in time. Neither Gavin nor Gunnar are in position to do much with it. Gavin, his brain was about a second too late on that one. He had Forrest dead to rights, but he second-guessed himself, pulled out the nade, got punished for it. Now Gunnar might find himself in the exact same circumstances as Oxygen have done their magic disappearing trick. Everybody fallen off of their positions. 30 seconds remain. Gunnar has located one of the final remaining players of OXG, and nothing will be had from it. Oxygen answer back, and we have a tie game.
So M80 try to make a bit of a cute push, quick run in through to reading, but with Kino going down on the pillar door, it kind of all falls apart right after that moment, right? Nitro Cell into Hot and Cold 2 gives him the advantage. Big round from Forrest overall, managing to find some really nice positions in that round. The captain of OXG stepping up to get a couple of critical kills in the midst of that. I also like that Oxygen didn't overextend in the mid-round. You know, they were happy to just play their positions down in the bomb site, below the bomb site as well. Gunnar had the right read, I think, going down below, and Gavin was facing that direction as well, but they didn't really end up with any frags for those players. Hunted a little bit, couldn't find much. Bad timing on the white stairs, and then all really doesn't line up for M80. So 1-1 here. Still, I think a fine result for M80. Winning that first round gives them a bit of a buffer. You are hoping for 3 rounds always, but if you only get 2 attacks on a map like Cafe, I don't think that's bad either.
Yeah, I mean, given M80's success on this map, if they start on the wrong side of it, they still have plenty of time to come back. And I mean, we touched on it in map number 1. We brought it up an awful lot during the Munich Major. This is a team that you can never count out. They're always competitive. They're always going to be in a spot to close that gap. M80 could be 0-4, and I would still be worried if I were the other team that M80 would be able to mount that comeback. They did it a number of times on LAN. It is usually harder to do it on LAN than it is online. I don't think M80 will find themselves in quite that big of a deficit here on this map, but attacking on Cafe can be quite challenging. M80's already been able to do it once successfully, so the hope is for them and their fans that they replicate that success multiple times.
Well, Oxygen, they found success in the mid-floor. They're going to go right back to the mid-floor, but this one will be reading room and dining to try to be able to walk away with the victory. Already, we can see a very similar attacking lineup from M80, Hot and Cold, back on the Nomad. We see Kino back on the Blitz. Those were the first 2 operators to die in the last round. It's every single operator is the exact same, with the exception of the Ram and the Lion coming in. The Ram speaks to me, Parker, that they're likely to want a full clear top floor, take their time with this. Early death, though, as Adam from Cocktail takes down Gunnar. Makes it a 4v5 when you're trying to clear top floor.
Not an ideal start. M80, they can strike first. They can take that advantage and continue onwards. Diffuser just narrowly missing out on an equalizer as he had almost 2 targets lined up in back bar. Much faster action here than what we witnessed on Bank. I mean, that's part and parcel with a map like Cafe, but it's OXG in the driver's seat through the previous round, and now continuing on here as there's only 2 that remain for M80. Yaga dies and already has a better result than he had all the way through map number 1, Jesse. 2 kills for the Og Dog will surpass his tally of 1 from Bank, so that's good news from Oxygen. And they're only 2 kills away from even better news, as Diffuser and Hot and Cold are the final 2 that Oxygen needs to take out of action, but you can never count this team out. Down goes Forrest, the hands of Hot and Cold, and this is far more winnable for M80 than it was moments prior.
Hot and Cold's still not in the building. He needs to find some way to get in. There's only 1 Nitro Cell still that he's got to worry about if he does want to rappel in somewhere. Could just, I guess, go over towards the pillar door. That seems to be where he's at right now. If they're going for a plant, that's a good spot to do it. Enters the bottom floor, actually, to walk his way up Brown. So definitely looks like he wants to get a plant pillar side. A lot of eyes on OXG, though, are trained in this direction.
Good patience from Oxygen to not overpeak this. Let M80 come to you. They are the attackers. That's their job. They've got case in hand. 1 or 2 kills, and M80 might feel a bit emboldened here, and the double swing from Oxygen pays off. Good patience, good practice, and good results as Oxygen suffer no more than just the 2 that went earlier. All 3 players on OXG surviving the final moments, and they will take the lead on Cafe.
Now, I want to bring things back to the operator bans really quickly, Parker, because going into this map, we saw the 2 defenders get taken off the board, Azami and Castle. That should say for M80 that their goal is to try to play on these windows. That's often what you want to see on Cafe. There's so many strong window positions. You can take a lot of gunfights without even entering the map. But all 3 rounds, it's been Oxygen walking away with the opening pick, and most of those rounds, it's been picks on players on the windows, outside the building, whether it was the Nitro Cell that got Hot and Cold in round number 2, whether it was Gunner in the most previous round dying to Adam on the DMR. These players, they're not able to enter the map because OXG are just fighting them on these aggressive positions. Usually you ban out the Azami and the Castle because you're hoping it'll make the defenders play a little bit more scared, make them play a little bit more passive on these window positions, but Oxygen don't seem to have any fear, still playing really nicely on those outside window positions, and we'll take a 2-1 lead through the first quarter.
Oxygen very comfortably playing their own game, which is great, because one thing that a lot of teams fell into during Munich was playing M80's style of play, the control that M80 is able to exert over the various maps that they have, and control the pace of these games, or at least if they're not in control of the pace of the game, they're always in control themselves, never letting their opponents set the pace. That is very good. The last 2 rounds, you've seen M80 try to do that, try to be quick to the punch, try to take up map control, especially on the top floor, with a certain level of vigor and a certain eagerness, and yet it's been Oxygen to rebuff them. If OXG can keep meeting this aggression by M80 head on, they will be in terrific shape for the remainder of this half, and a 5-1 half is not outside the realm of possibility here. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, though, M80 has blown things up. They'll bring Ascends to the ball, and they'll start by taking what appears to be the top floor. This will be a complete full clear for a first floor defense that OXG is presenting.
Yeah, barring a Nitro Cell, Parker, we shouldn't see any real action until the last 45 or 60 seconds in this round. There's no roamers on the side of OXG. Valkyrie cams are alive, and there's no IQ to watch out for those Valk cams, so I would be very careful about these Nitros, but if M80 are cautious, they can start opening up these floorboards. The space has already been taken by Gunner, who's very aware that this is a 5-man anchor setup down on the bottom floor. We're seeing Forrest watch these Valk cams now. Pre-places his own Nitro Cell, hoping to find somebody as they walk through the fireplace. He's going to catch Gavin over in the red hall. It's a really dangerous game for M80 without the IQ. I'm very concerned that they're going to lose 1 body to this Nitro.
Forrest has it pre-placed. You can see it right there. Going back on cams, and he catches it on to Gavin. OXG stellar in these opening moments of the round, and M80, a team that knows adversity, knows how to fight on their back foot, keep finding themselves in this same position.
This is part of the problem with Cafe, because there's 4 viable bomb sites. They've hidden this bottom floor site kitchen until round 4 after all the bans have already come through. So you can't ban out the Valkyrie. You can't ban out what the defensive team might be trying to run. And because Auction haven't played Cafe in many months, a lot of these strats will be unknown to M80 too.
To that point about opening duels, by the way, OXG were only able to get 2 opening picks on that first map. The other 10 went in favor of M80. Here, OXG has every single one, so they are always giving themselves an immediate advantage over their opponents. When Yaga didn't spawn in for a while, same with Gavin, we said there was a 4v4. M80 needs to come back time and time again. They've been able to pull it off 1 of 3 attempts. Can they go 2 for 2 here? They have the upper hand now, as both Forrest and Gomez have been put to bed early. Grixer, Yaga, and Adam, last 3 standing. Hot and Cold will get the case out. Grenade sails out of hand from Kino. Some area denial as Grixer gets picked off too. Gunner finds all 3 kills up to this point. Yaga now sustaining some serious damage. Diffuser will find one, denying the ace. But Gunner has an opportunity to leave with a 4K. It all comes down to who gets to Adam first, and Diffuser will get the job done. He's taking his jersey off, comfy cozy maxing, but still a killer, no matter his garb. 3 kills for Gunner, 2 for Diffuser on the round. Hot and Cold with a successful objective play. That's a terrific performance across the board as M80 equalizes.
The desk highlighted, I believe it was Foxay in the pregame, who talked about Hot and Cold having 22 plants at the Munich Major, more than double any other individual player. He loves the objective focus. It's been a key point of M80's gameplay ever since they really formed as a roster last season. And in that one, it's not just Hot and Cold getting the defuse kit down, but the Sens walls from Kino as well. The support duo of Kino and Matt really make the magic happen in that round because the Sens walls were all over the place. There was one covering the Sinks plant. There was one that was going more towards the freezer drop. They really had no clue on the side of OXG where that defuse kit was going down. Houghton ended up going inside a coffee, but was easily able to dodge out the smokes that were tossed his way, any of the angles that might have been coming his direction, and Gunner, perfect coverage from up above as well. Just holding the angle on the main kitchen door, the one way that they could have maybe come in to stop Hot and Cold from getting the plant down. A mind game down in the bomb site, and M80 masters of that attack.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Pull up the stats from Cafe in stage 2, Jesse. It was one of the most hotly contested maps, 3rd highest play rate in stage 2 in North America, trailing Nighthaven Labs, which is in 1st, and Bank was actually number 2. We saw Bank earlier. M80 took that 7-5, as you can see on the top of your screen. But Cafe is a defender-sided map. We know that. We know how good it is for the defenders. Every single bomb site can be easily defended. There is no real weak link here. Maybe you want to say one of those mid-floor bomb sites. Some teams really struggle with the top floor. But we've seen 5-1s on this map. And sometimes it doesn't even come down to site choice. Sometimes it just comes down to all-out brawls. It can be a bottom floor bomb site, and teams defend too heavily upstairs. They get picked off on an aggressive roam clear. At that point, it really doesn't matter what bomb site it is if you're pushing all your forces up to that top floor. So for OXG, your win condition here is a 4-2 half. That, to me, is bare minimum. If OXG does not get out of this first half with 4 rounds, they are in serious trouble as they'll move to attack on this map. And with M80's experience and the way the map goes, I just don't know if Oxygen will be able to win more than 2 or 3 rounds attacking. And if you do math, which, Jesse, I know you do, 2 plus 3 doesn't get you to the 7 needed, doesn't even get you to the 6 needed for OT, let alone the 7 to win you the map. And if they don't win this map, down to the lower bracket, OXG go.
2 players just walked over a Nitro and it didn't get popped, but Kino was making his moves anyways. Kino absolutely could have died to that Nitro cell, but Forrest was a little too patient in that round. Ends up just missing the opportunity to get a couple of those kills in the Nitro. I think just, yeah, it gets blown for nothing at that point. So OXG, a couple of missed opportunities without the intel on the top floor. Kino walks in with the pistol to be able to take down Gomez. There's nobody else really playing up above. Auction, I think, are going to try to play for the denial vertically down below. They've got Grixer and Yaga, both of the Nitro cell below the bomb site. Grixer on the pulse as well, going to be a key part of this defense to try to guide those Nitro cells. But M80, they should be somewhat aware of this. There's only going to be 2 players actually on the mid floor. If they can recognize that fact, try to get a plant down on the small pieces of hard floor, or maybe even just on the mining table, they could still play objectively.
Because that early pick, they can very quickly maneuver around this map. It is the first time that we've seen M80 get that opening duel. Right now, it has not really meant all that much because Adam tears through Diffuser. He was Diffuser was sensational in the previous round. They'll be without him and without his abilities for the final 20 seconds. Forrest is also gone, so OXG will go back to trailing in numbers. Kino attempting to get the defuse down. OXG, to their credit, have been excellent at stopping this, and they will do so again. Objective play usually so good for M80, but OXG have set themselves up so beautifully in the ability to shut this down. Gunnar will have to prolong this timer, but he's on the table. Just like a nice American Thanksgiving turkey. He's cooked, Jesse. OXG punishing him, taking their third round. I do want to go back to that point that I just made amidst the chaos. M80 are terrific at planting the diffuser. OXG are shutting them down so frequently. They did it very well on Bank. They are doing so the same, if not better, here on Cafe. This OXG team has absolutely prepped for the objective-based focus of M80 and have done an exemplary job reading into it and changing their strategy to deal with it. Look at that Nitro.
And Parker, there's so much to dive into in this round. Part of it is that was a horrible Nitro. He completely missed the toss. He wants to stick it to the roof, but he completely whiffs. It still gets the kill into Kino, though, because Kino is planting with like 20 HP because of the gunfight he took at the very beginning of the round up against Gomez when he got the opening kill. Gomez at least shot a bullet into Kino whilst that fight was happening, which brought Kino down to very low HP. He took a tickle of damage elsewhere as well in the midst of that round. But broadly, it was that first gunfight that got Kino so low on health that even though Grixer whiffs the Nitro Cell, does not land it on the ceiling where he means to, it still does enough damage to kill Kino. They choose not to plant on the table there, and I think that's a massive mistake from M80. It's a chaotic finish to the round, so clearly just something that slips their mind, maybe worried about Forest inside of Mining denying the plant horizontally, but the flashes that were headed down into Freezer were not enough to stop that plant. It was a good game plan from OXG, and M80 slightly fumbled the execute on that push, barely missed out on a chance to get the plant down. That's an entirely different round if Kino lives through that Nitro.
I like the very obvious preparation that Oxygen has done here to tackle this M80 team. It is so abundantly clear on both Bank and here that it's not lack of preparation that's costing OXG these rounds. They are ready for M80. On Cafe, a strong map for M80. Admittedly, a tough attack for M80 on this map, but Oxygen is answering that aggression. Their guns are firing. They're banging on all cylinders. This might be a bit of a tough one here, though, for the Mozzie of Forest, who gets dove on. A dog pile from M80 as they had full control of Windows, too. But again, it's not lack of preparation that Oxygen is struggling through. I mean, when you're going up against a team that has won a major, doesn't matter who it is, a team that has won a major recently, that means that they've been able to do an almost perfect run. Their gunners were gunning, their support players were supporting, their intel was good. They were able to overcome everything mentally, yada, yada. There's no real deficiency when you win a major, right? And M80 doesn't really have a weak spot at this current point in time. OXG are showing that if you can prepare for that post plant, or you can at least stop the plant before it goes down, M80 does have a weakness. And OXG are playing it really well.
Top floor just gets conceded after Forrest ends up dying. And I mean, this is going to be a little bit more awkward than the last time they defended this bomb site. We're back over to reading, of course. M80 with pretty good time on the clock. Full control up above, a buck of hot and cold doing tons of great work vertically. You expect a flank at some point from OXG, but with 5 players alive, M80 can just hold both the staircases, white and red, and it's really tricky for Oxygen to make a plant happen at that point. This Nitro, kind of their only hope, and it will take down Diffuser. Equalizes the numbers, but the plant is still going to come through soon from Kino.
Diffuser has, 2 of those 3 kills all in a round-saving moment, and don't get me wrong, He'll gladly trade that for a round 1 as Gunnar now eliminates Gomez. Advantage goes back to M80. A 3-3 first half is excellent news for M80. Very bad for Oxygen. Like we said, they need 4. Grixer is just standing out in the open by pillars, and he goes unseen as Gunnar pays for that. And now reading control that M80 thought they had has become a bit more tenuous. Grixer in a very powerful spot, his HP being reduced by an aggressive hot and cold as Kino gets Diffuser down, but Grixer is in excellent position. Kino manages to pull it off, turning around with the pistol out. Yaga eliminates him. No honor among thieves here as it's Gavin in a 1v2. Adam and Yaga will have to retake. Looks like Adam is being called upon to take the top floor. Yaga at the halfway point, distracting him long enough, and Adam gets the job done before Gavin can pivot. Again, excellent post plant from OXG. They know what the problem is. They have shown that they can solve it, and they do exactly as they need to, Jesse. 4-2 the first half.
And another crazy round coming through, and I really like the setup there from Oxygen. They actually had a breach in the reading room wall. Usually that gets fully reinforced, so the reading wall over to Pillar, but they open up one of those walls, and it kind of makes things awkward on the side of OXG because of where Grixer was positioned. He's just playing inside of Pillar, and normally what you'd see from a team like M80, because they just need to protect the plant, is you just hold it. You don't have to push that guy. You can sit either outside the door or up on the balcony up above where Hot and Cold was, and you can just wait for Grixer to swing out because he's got to get quite deep to stop your Monty from getting the fuse kit down. But because there's that rotate, I think they get a little bit afraid of the movements he could make. They're worried he rotates back into the bomb site. They're worried about what he could be doing. So both Hot and Cold, and I think it was Gunner, charge towards Grixer and allow him to get those 2 kills. A little bit fearful coming out, and combined with that Nitro Cell, Grixer by far the MVP. These are the kills I'm talking about. Just hunting Grixer down, but he is better. Nice from Kino to get the trade, but it just doesn't matter. And then Gavin, too many things to focus on in the post plant. Really well played by Oxygen, and they get the 4-2 they were looking for.
So first step is done here from Oxygen, right? And I don't want to say bare minimum because it sounds like I'm kind of denigrating their success, but this really was bare minimum for a team that is semi-familiar with a map on the favorable side. 4-2 is right where you want to land. That's where OXG did. They didn't overachieve. They didn't exceed what could have been a great start. Both rounds won by M80 were excellent, and there were a couple other rounds that were a little bit closer than maybe the scoreline is going to suggest here. But M80, like so many teams, struggled with map control, really struggled with intel. Oxygen took advantage of that. The map did what it needed to do. OXG did what they needed to do. Next step for Oxygen, Jesse, as they're going to call for a rehost here. I'm not sure why, but we're going to see.
Forest is not in the server.
That usually is bad.
Yes.
So next step is take 3 on attack. Now, we just watched a team that is far more comfortable on this map fail to do that. Can OXG overcome that hurdle and take 3? I honestly think this 7th round is going to tell us all we need to know. If it is a very quick, easy win by OXG, I think the likelihood that they're able to steal 2 more goes up dramatically. But if that gap closes and M80 swarm them and shows why M80 is such a dominant force on this map, I just frankly don't know if any team, let alone OXG, is able to topple M80 on this map.
I don't know. I'll agree and I'll disagree with that. I do think if Oxygen can come out and win this round, make it 5-2, I think that's pretty much wraps. I mean, at least for the second map, we'll see what map 3 ends up looking like. But because it is defense now for M80, you expect them to walk away. It doesn't even really matter what the map is because you get to choose the bomb site as defender, and because you, in theory, go to your best bomb site, you're almost always expected to win your first defense of the round, or of the map. Now, Oxygen didn't. They still walked away with a 4-2 half. It's not a golden rule by any means, but I think if Oxygen can get this victory after their 4-2 half, they're in a really comfortable spot to close out the map, take their opponent's pick, go on from there, and you know, play the third map. If it goes the other way, it still feels like a ball game to me because Oxygen, they'll have plenty more opportunities to get the attacks down. M80 are a great defensive team on Cafe. We know that throughout this season, ignoring EWC where we don't have data, they got a 64% defensive win rate, which is very, very good. But Oxygen have also let this map through for a reason. They would have expected M80 to pick this. It's not like a crazy choice to go to a map like Cafe. So Oxygen have been practicing this map. There's no doubt about that. And we'll just have to see what some of these attacks look like. I don't know necessarily exactly what the defensive prep has looked like for M80, but there's a good chance after winning the major that they just haven't refreshed many of their strats, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Whether it's just them wanting to enjoy their time or not, we're not sure. But one thing we are sure of, Jesse, is that unfortunately issues with Forest's internet or somebody else's internet means we might need a bit of a longer break. So to the ads we go. We'll be back when everything is all settled. All right, we're back in it. 4-2 for OXGs. Now the side swaps will come in. We were unable to get things started as there's a bit of a false start. Forrest, I believe, his internet crashed. So now we will see the bans, which were done ahead of time. We'll get to see them again. Jesse, did you want to talk about them a second time?
I don't think we really touched on them the first time. So, I mean, we can touch on it a little bit here. The castle, obviously, similar to the Azami castle bans we saw in the first half, where you want to try to prevent the defense from being safe on those windows. You can enable yourself to play really nicely outside the building. Mira also ridiculously powerful on this map. Basically every bomb site except like maybe the bottom floor, Mira can be really, really good. Playing top floor in particular, from bathroom or even from cocktail can give you a lot of good value. Capitao, excellent on the hatches, excellent on the bottom floor play, and then the Monty, just always a powerful operator to take away from Forrest. We saw how good he did with it back on bank.
Absolutely. And as we settle back in here, you might want to know what the kill tallies look like before the rehost came in. Gunner leading the way on the side of M80 with a great 8 and 4. He was a +4. On the side of OXG, everybody positive except for Forrest. Grixer with 6 and 3 as a +3 was the lead in terms of kills on his side of things. Everybody, by the way, was either equal or negative beyond Gunner on the side of M80, which again stands to reason based on what we see out of this score line. I said before the rehost came in, if OXG can win this round quite dominantly and fairly quickly, I do think a third map becomes really quite likely. But if M80 showed why they are so good on this map and it's a dominant defensive win and OXG shows struggles to get into the building, I don't know if OXG is going to be able to hit that 3-round win condition in order to propel us to map number 3.
M80 are an exceptional defensive team. Once again, 64% defensive win rate on Cafe through 55 rounds this season. So we know how good they can be playing on a map like this. 6-game winning streak. I'll repeat myself once again too on that. So it's a very deadly map for them, but Oxygen will be prepared for this. They'll have been prepping this throughout the offseason, and as they watched every other team play in Munich, they'll have been working on this, no doubt. The top floor clear begins with a couple of nades tossed in from Yaga.
And again, very, very quick here. What did I say? Yaga off to the races, the Blackbeard, daring Gavin, who's now been pushed into back bar.
Wow.
Down goes both Grixer and Yaga very quickly, but hold on a second. Adam, one with a gun, one with a claymore, as Kino went for the vault out. Now it's 3 on M80, 3 on OXG. How the turntables. Adam with a 3rd kill now. Every single member of M80 buried at the very capable hands of Adam, and he just missed out on a 4th. M80 scampering down below. OXG with control of this top floor, and plenty of time, Jesse, a little bit over a minute to go.
So you've already wasted your Nitrocell if you're hot and cold. You don't have any more utility really to play with. It's just going to be whatever Valkyrie cams and bulletproofs do still exist. Up on the top floor with 60 seconds. Do M80 go for some kind of a flank here is my big question. I don't think they will. Diffuser in trains just sitting on a mute jammer, happy to play where he's at, hot and cold inside a fireplace. Now it is mining, dining, not reading. So those 2 positions should be enough to lock down the site. There shouldn't be any plant going down as long as they survive, but they're very obvious positions. Oxygen should expect them to be here and should be able to push them out.
Gomez slowed by that Banshee. Now information being given to M80, but whether they can capitalize on it or not is the real question. Adam now the one being slowed down as it's Diffuser coming to blows. Hot and cold playing in a very safe spot, and look at the damage this DMR can do. It looks like a double swing will come out from Oxygen. They might line up perfectly, and M80 can capitalize off of this. OXG realizing that the way in might not be as safe as it was before, so they'll pivot. Forrest getting Diffuser down. Gomez the only one still standing, and off M80 will come from their positions. Forrest gets the job done. Gomez's attention goes elsewhere. Forrest drops a trade very quickly. Gomez can be the hero of this round. Sidearm out, sitting on top of the case, pushing up on the red pings. Him and Diffuser in a 1v1. They'll circle around. Now it's Gomez over by White Stairs. His position given away yet again as he will ascend to the top floor. Diffuser might have a golden opportunity to get on this. Gomez might be able to get there in time. Halfway point for Diffuser. He falls off. Gomez encroaching upon his position. They'll just continue to play keep away. Diffuser goes back. Gomez now inching forward too. Diffuser gets up and Gomez gets the job done. A triumphant round that was really quite close for Oxygen, but they stick the landing and their lead will grow. Map 3, Jesse. Oh my, map 3. She's looking more likely after that round.
And what a perfect 1v1 coming out from Gomez. I mean, it's the two youngest players on each team heading off in the 1v1 post plant, and he just baits the Diffuser, knows exactly his win con, doesn't have to aggress into an early fight. Even before that, in the 2v2, it's a little bit scary, right? Because the two players that died on Oxygen were the Shield and the Hard Breach. That means you can't really walk at Diffuser sitting inside a train, and you can't open the hatch above Diffuser either to try to put more pressure on him from up above. So you're really forced to just try to stick the plant inside of mining. Probably the one and only win con that they were able to find. They do get the plant down. They lose a lot of bodies in the end, but Arthur Oliveira comes up big in the 1v1 to win it out. One of my favorite fun facts is that Gomez's first name is Arthur, but plays it perfectly then.
Why is that one of your favorite fun facts?
Because you'd expect his name to be Gomez, but it's not.
I mean, I'm assuming Gomez is like his last name?
No, his last name's Oliveira.
Is Gomez in his name at all?
I don't believe so.
What the? Part of me feels like I've been lied to. Next thing you're going to tell me that Diaz Lucas isn't his real name.
No, that one's real. His name is Lucas Diaz. This is his real government name. So he just flipped the order.
I feel like a kid who's just been told that Santa Claus isn't real.
I'm sorry, Parker.
Tooth Fairy's still real though, right?
M80 will need some big change-ups, I think, on this defensive side. They were close to winning their first defense, and that should inspire some confidence, but close is not going to be good enough when you need to win, 4 of the next 5 rounds here in the second half. They go top floor, which has been their most successful site, with a 2/3 win rate throughout this season. And I like their setup so far, Parker. I mean, they've got Hot and Cold inserted all the way on the bottom floor where he could cause some real problems already hacking a drone.
And there goes Yaga at the hands of Kino. Adam trading that one back. Adam, yet again, a huge win con for this team through so much of the stage. And Gomez outduels Kino. It's usually Kino. So formidable on those shields, but today it's Gomez and Oxygen will now grab the lead in numbers. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves with this swift pace working out so effectively. OXG will benefit from the trades this time around. They were in a position where that wasn't the case here. Now goes Diffuser and Hot and drops 2. Oh my goodness, Jesse. 6-2 for Oxygen on Cafe. They're speedrunning this. Map 3 might just be moments away.
Yeah, Consulate is right around the corner, and Oxygen are driving us there as fast as possible. A great clear through the top floor. I was worried about Hot and Cold playing down below. I said he might be the one key difference maker that saves it for M80, but ended up being kind of a bait as he's last alive below the bomb site. They just ignore him and rush the top floor players. Don't know if they had intel on the Mozzie playing down below. They certainly had some drones on the first floor, so I think it's realistic to assume they did use that as an opportunity to run deep through that top floor, win those gunfights, and force a tactical timeout to come up from M80. This gives their coach Fabian a chance to talk with his team, and there's probably no one better to talk to in an important moment like this. Fabian, a 3-time Pro League champion, a 3-time SI champion, a 2-time major champion, but has never won the North American League. Many have said that's the hardest title to achieve in Siege.
I can only imagine the crash out that's happening here that we are unable to hear.
I wish we had listen-ins to Tac Timeouts online.
I really do as well. I don't really want to self-promote here, but I will reference the interview that we did with them yesterday again.
God,
because
here we go.
Well, I think this is perfectly relevant. Fabian said very openly, I don't get mad when we lose when we play our game. He's like, sometimes people just have your number. He's like, I only get mad when we lose because we aren't performing to our best. He goes, if we spawn into a map and we do poorly, I'm going to be mad. If we spawn into a map, we do everything we need to do, we follow the script, we follow our plan, we follow our strats, and we just lose, sometimes that happens. You can't really do much about it. The question that I want to ask right now that obviously cannot be answered, but I think we both know the answer is M80 playing their own game? No, I don't think M80 is playing up to their potential here at all. I think Oxygen are playing magnificently.
Yeah.
They were very confident with their defenses. They matched M80's aggression. Now the sides have swapped. OXG are very confident with their entry. And they are toppling this M80 defense time and time again. M80 are just standing around. They have no idea how to deal with this, just the same as they had no idea how to deal with the aggression when OXG was playing offense on defense just a couple rounds ago. I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of Oxygen here, and it's catching M80 off guard. Again, OXG has definitely prepared for this matchup.
No, it's certainly looking like Oxygen are a brand new team on this map. This push already from Oxygen is very bakery focused, but they lose the opening pick as Grixer on the Raura will just die to Gunner. Playing aggressive prep side, that's going to be a massive one because you usually like to see that Raura shut down the small bake door. Now with that no longer being a tool that you have, it becomes even more awkward to clear the bakery player. It's Diffuser on the Azami playing this position. They've got good util, a couple of nades on Yaga and Gomez to try to force him out, but for now there is nothing making this guy move.
And again, M80 so deeply entrenched here, but a lot of that utility getting picked apart by Oxygen, who yet again finds a roster of operators that are well dealt with and well prepared to deal with all of this. Grixer the only casualty so far. Gomez yet to die through this rehost. Down goes Hot and Cold. Numbers back to equal. Now the Azami Diffuser will have to come out swinging as he's naded from his position, losing his Kiba barriers, losing his life to Gomez, who's answered by Gunner. But now Gavin and Gunner are in the ground, and it's all Kino to save the round. What has happened on this second half? 3 rounds in a row for Oxygen is on the board. All they need to do is find the young Brazilian player on M80. Down goes Forrest. Adam and Yaga on the board, and of course, it's Yaga to drive the knife into the heart of his former teammate of Kino. What a performance by OXG. Jesse, did you expect that second half?
I don't think anybody expected that second half, Parker. A brilliant couple of attacks coming through from Oxygen. They know exactly how they want to play Cafe. Gomez in particular stepping up for 2 huge rounds back-to-back, 5 kills coming through, maybe even 6-0 on that second half, looking really good to send us to a third.
And the third will be on deck, Jesse. A best of 1 between these 2 teams, the 2 best through the group stages. Who comes out on top? Who moves on? We'll find out in a few minutes.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
All purple, I have the rotate.
Bro, whiskey.
Let's walk. I'm gonna walk out I think. Alright, 3, 2,
whiskey. I'm hopping in.
I'm gonna play.
Nice!
Come on.
Whoa!
Oxygen take map 2, and it was, well, a lot more one-sided than map 1 for the first time today. And for the regional finals, we are going to 3 to determine who moves on to our upper bracket finals. It was a good one. It was hard fought, but Oxygen took control early, and then Fox, they just ran away with it.
Yeah, I think Jesse brought up some great points. I mean, M80 has really had OXG's number throughout the year. When it came to a map like Cafe, it wasn't one of OXG's strong suits, but they liked going to it, which means they had something in theory, in practice, that gave them the confidence to be able to iron it out, pick it out. And with the time off, we've seen the improvements. I mean, I think a lot of it came down to the utility game of their defenses, given them that 4-2 split. And then once they got to their attacks, I really love seeing the unique operators that Gomez was playing. He was on the blitz, he was on the shield, but sometimes they wouldn't crutch around that shield, which was the biggest indicator on why OXG was inconsistent on Cafe, was Forrest being on that shield. So clearly we're seeing them adapt, have different players play different roles, understand their positions a little bit better. And I love seeing the improvements that they were able to bring. And it really came off the back of the utility.
Yeah, and I mean, oh, sorry, I was going to say, and yeah, I mean, you know, this is where we saw that transition happen from the last stage, is when they lost to M80 first, was because, as you were talking about, Forrest was on those shields. He wasn't able to find success. He was also pushing too far ahead of his team.
Yeah.
And this is where I said, going into this matchup, I didn't want to count Oxygen out just yet, because we haven't seen this side of Cafe from them when they did fix their attacks. And sure enough, once we switched to that attacking half, they won 3 straight wins out the map, and now we're going to a map 3. So it really goes to show, I mean, this Oxygen really can put the pedal to the metal when they need to.
Well, we also saw on round 6, it was Grixer who was leading the charge there. We wanted to highlight him right after his first map performance, but continued that here into Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, talking about supportive players, I mean, Grixer, he had a pop-off performance the last map, and then even this one in round 6. I mean, this was just a great demonstration of how Grixer just plays the round so well, understands the win condition, gets the C4, doesn't let his foot off the gas, looks for another kill, and then finds a triple kill, which realistically brings this round back into the favor of Oxygen. M80 had all of the control that they needed, but due to a great C4, a good heads-up play that then followed into a triple kill, Grixer brings this round back for his team and keeps them alive, and again is a big reason why we're seeing in map 3 was a lot of this off the backing of Grixer in the early game, where then the rest of his team was able to piggyback off and then close it in the rest of the map.
We also saw M80, right, not playing the best in the lobby. Also some decisions that I think we questioned a bit. Fox, obviously we talked a little bit in between maps about the ban problem, leaving the pulse up. What'd you make of that?
I mean, I think that was the downfall. It really helped with the utility, but even it wasn't just the pulse. Any C4 operator, OXG was just hitting the nail on the head. I mean, M80 was dominating in the opening kill department, but that's because OXG had a good understanding of, let's force him to execute. Hot and cold loves to plant, force him to plant, force him to go for these positions. And OXG was always playing the verticality, which is an object of Cafe that we haven't seen used that much as of recently. So it's very nice to see them be able to fall back and play it. You know, we're used to seeing that Solus in the basement, but they would have 2 people, 3 people having C4s. And more often than not, they were able to connect those C4s, which would then put M80, yeah, they got the diffuser down, but now you're in a man deficit. You're in uncomfortable positions. You have only one real area to be able to lock down. OXG's been able to reclaim all of this position and apply ghost pressure because they C4 somebody holding one of these crucial spots.
Now, what I'm curious, and I'm kind of looking forward into the future here of moving to the last map of Consulate, is what is the style that we're going to see from Oxygen? Because clearly we found their stride, and I'm curious if they're going to look at the matchup when it was Wildcard versus M80 on that main stage, and what Wildcard was doing to win that was controlling the tempo. One round they'd get aggressive, the next round they'd play back, the next round then they would immediately play a little aggressive, fall back, or they'd play a passive game. And I think if Oxygen can do that here, they actually can walk away from the series 2-1 and push themselves into a LAN event in Philly.
Well, Consulate is next, and M80 really hoping not to drop the first series they've played after lifting the trophy in Munich. Hopefully not something they have to worry about too much, but Oxygen a chance to win it and make a statement. Map 3 go to find out.
Well, they say that the championship hangover comes on quickly and can be quite bad. And I mean, I've never been hungover a day in my life, so I have no idea what that feels like. But I can only imagine that if M80 is suffering through it right now, it's not going to be a lot of fun. Map 1 was a grueling affair, Jesse. 7-5, M80 did come out on top. Map 2, you know, we mostly were saying in private, like, okay, this should be a 2-0. Let's get ready for Dark Zero Wildcard. Boy, yeah, were we wrong. Oxygen came out banging on all cylinders. Those 5 final rounds, by the way, all 5 of them, opening picks when in favor of M80, they dropped every single round. That is a crushing defeat. And slowly but surely, the social prediction has gone from 18 to 22 to 31% now favoring OXG. And here on Consulate, by Jove, they could get the job done. Only thing before I give the mic to you, my friend. The loser does not go home. They go down to the lower bracket. So you are not done, but your job gets a lot harder.
An important point as well, you do go to the lower bracket semis at this point because both teams have won a map. Shopify Rebellion went 0-2 down to Space Station earlier today, which means that SR will be in the lower bracket quarterfinals. The loser of this third map will be in the lower bracket semifinals. And for Oxygen, that is a bit of a relief because they need top 3 to have a chance at the 6 Invitational. Lower bracket semifinals is at least top 4, so 1 game away from that point. Lots of 6 Invitational repercussions, I should say, in this game. We saw 4 teams in Munich qualify to SI, M80, Falcons, Furia, and FaZe Clan. Earlier today, G2 punched their tickets for their performance in the EML finals. And if Oxygen win this map here, if M80 win this map here, they're already qualified, but they would also lock in both Weibo and Wildcard to be our 5th and 6th, or 6th and 7th team at the 6 Invitational.
I'm refraining from making 6-7 jokes. But I mean, it's so easy at this point. It's just so easy, my friend.
We're adults, Parker. We're in our late 20s / early 30s, okay? I believe in us. We can stand strong against the 6-7.
I want to agree with you here, but I fear that 35, which is my current age, is not early 30s. But you know what? I'm going to take the dubs. I'm going to take the win. That's really just it. So immediately, M80 looking to knock OXG off stride. Almost every team, I feel like, in the NA League has gone for spawn peaks at some point this stage to varying degrees of success. Not everybody can be Space Station and succeed more often than not, but I mean, after the domination that we just watched OXG put upon M80 in map number 2, anything to knock off this OXG's attack is good. And Adam might be off to the races here. He's got the Gara hook out. Down goes hot and cold at the hands of Yaga. Gomez falls 2. And there's Adam off of the board. So early action yet again, Jesse.
Yeah, already plant going down. Forrest does look like, no, he barely misses it with Gunnar taking him down at the last second. Was almost down on the ground, but it gets stopped by M80. And now it's a 3v2 with no defuse kit on the board.
Nade will sail out. Down goes Yaga. Grixer will have to hold this one together. Deimos is an incredible operator, great sidearm, and still all 3 death marks in pocket, but there are mutes around to deal with this, and Grixer just looks a little bit above the head of Gunnar, who, along with M80, all work together in unison to get round number 1 in the books. M80 off to a strong start. They found themselves in the same spot on Cafe, but it fell apart. On Consulate here, you're hoping for better results if you're fans of the major winners.
Absolutely, and I think a great defensive start from M80. It's a weird first round. First of all, we're on Piano X position. You never see this bomb site first, but M80 throw it as a bit of a curveball. Oxygen seem ready for it. They rush the site with a Monty. They have Adam try to Gara hook in through the top floor, but it's really Gunnar that saves the round. He ends up dropping the piano hatch right as that plant is going down, and he's barely able to stop Forrest from getting the defuse kit on the ground. I think if Forrest can finish that plant, we're looking at a completely different round. Grixer and Yaga can then play the post plant from up above as well as horizontally from their current positions, but Gunnar really just making the big swing. I believe only gets 2 kills. He gets the final kill onto Grixer as well. So 2 frags in that round, and by far the most important ones.
Keep my eyes on that Denari, as he's seen his pick rate steadily increase on this map. There's a couple maps where Denari does really quite well, and a lot of it really just plays to the map geometry, right? Like, if you can hide those trip mines in positions where your opponents are not able to get to them, the various nooks and the various crannies, and there's a lot of value that's to be had here. One of the best maps for him, because of the way the map is laid out, is Nighthaven Labs. He has a lot of value, especially over on the fish side of that map towards Command Center. Here on the top floor, big doorways, long hallways. As long as you maintain a line of sight between the 2 little gadgets, that tripwire can be really hard to deal with. And right now, I don't see anything on the side of OXG that can effectively counter those trips. So you've basically got to avoid them or just risk getting slowed down when you go through them. There's really no other options.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of tricky. Usually like see a Twitch or something brought out to try to stop this, but nothing really on the board for Oxygen in that sense. Gunnar plays a lot of Denari on this bomb site. He played it at least 3 times that I can see at the major on this bomb site, so it should be expected from OXG. Brings the shield for that vending hall as well. He's aggressive over towards admin side, and Kino's here with a Nitro to back him up.
And there goes the Nitro, and it will do a bit of damage to Adam, but nothing really beyond that. M80 establish themselves on that side of the map. They give up control, phantom control of the map. It will force OXG to drone this out a little bit more aggressively and immediately prompt Adam to send out that wall projector in the hands of the Sens. Now, I'll have them spread out all over this map. OXG struggling to get into the building at this current point in time, Jesse.
Yeah, and I mean, they did ban 2 electricity operators, so you'd hope that they can get this hard breaching done. And despite Kino holding that mute jammer, he's not going to get it down in time. This wall opens up with no real problems. First Candela goes in. It's just a bit of a bait, I believe. But Gomez still prepping 2 more. It won't be long now.
Gunnar on the board. First down goes Adam. They'll trade right back. Yaga also in the ground. Forrest dies too. M80 continuing on this hot streak that we saw in round number 1. 2 players now inside a projector. Down goes the Deimos of Grixer, and Gomez will find himself all on his lonesome as he immediately moonwalks his way out of the bomb site, or out of the map rather, finding the Legion of Diffuser. The case has been abandoned, so no utility play here to be had for Gomez as he will flash his way. Maybe? Yes, priming it. And in he goes. Immediately taking some engagements. Gunnar looking to go 5-0 to start things off, and he will do just that. 2-0 for M80 as they look hard to topple so far on Consulate.
Yeah, a bit of a suspect attack from Oxygen, I gotta say. You'd expect that to come in admin side, but they almost pivoted over towards the meeting window and the main breach as well. I think partly because of those Denari tripwires that they just didn't have a good way to get past. Gunnar 3 kills in that round after getting the 2 most important kills in the last round as well. I'm gonna say back-to-back round MVPs for M80 on Consulate. I said it earlier, but he became just the 2nd person in history to be the MVP at 2 separate majors. The first was, of course, Herds, who was the MVP in both of W7M's major victory, the Furious Squad as they are now known. Pretty incredible player. Gunnar always steps up in these big games. The NAL finals are no different.
Gunnar Gunnarsson, as I'm assuming that's who he must be named after. If you've ever watched that video, you really need to.
I have no idea.
I am Gunnar Gunnarsson.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
There's going to be like 7 people in the chat who've heard of that YouTube video, and they are going to absolutely love that reference. I've been sitting on it for quite a while.
5 seconds.
I'll show you the video after. I'll show you the video after we're said and done. We will have some time between this matchup and DZ Wildcard, which, yes, I know I've already said it, but I say it once a map. We do have a 3rd best of 3 to go if you were in Europe or on the East Coast of North America. I mean, it's a Saturday. Just amend your sleep schedule for a single day. You can be irresponsible. I give you the pass. And if anybody has any problems with it, you know, like when a sporting event goes really, really late and you'll see, like, say, for example, like the Edmonton Oilers will be like, oh, sorry for people being sleepy today. Our game went really late in the playoffs. I'm just going to say that right now. It's going to be a late night here no matter what. I do not expect DZ Wildcard to be a 2-0. I think that one's going to go a brutal 3-mapper, so it will be a late evening, but that is the joys of the playoffs. You only have such a small window for great levels of gameplay.
That'll be the Tier 1 debut of Rival as well. That's GN Rival coming into Dark Zero from that Alix roster that won Element 5 a few months ago and was also playing through Element 6. Very excited to see what they can do for Dark Zero, but for now, we've still got to figure out who the champion will be of this matchup. Spot in the upper bracket finals awaits one of these 2 teams, and for Oxygen, this is the round you really need to win. It's the 3rd round on the map. It's a defender side of map of Consulate, but you have to be able to win your tertiary sites if you're an attacking team. It doesn't matter what the map is. So far, it's been an admin-focused take. The only player actually top floor that will contest them is Gavin, who's sitting in meeting right now, but they also have other ways to the bomb site too, as Hot and Cold is now finding out.
Very quick executes for both of these teams. We saw it on Cafe. You'll see it here now, as Consulate has been a very brisk affair. M80 striking first. M80 is leading the way in opening duels across the entire series. Other than the first half of Cafe, Oxygen has been way behind in striking before their opponents can. And honestly, there's something to be said for how dominant that second map was despite losing the opening pick. Again, M80 is really familiar and almost quite comfortable when they are not in a winning position. That's where they'll find themselves now in round number 3, Jesse. As Kino gets slaughtered by Gomez, it's traded right back. A bit of a misplay, but M80 still able to keep this close. Split bomb site not working out very effectively for Oxygen as things have turned on their head very quickly and only 5 players remain with 40 seconds still left to go. Adam and Grix are the two that stand for OXG. They have kit control. So Grixer can walk into the bomb site while Adam watches over top of him. A slow start from Adam, as Adam has been sensational in terms of kills. It will all fall onto his shoulders as he's now in a 1v2. Both teams will trade out a player. Down goes Yaga, and Adam will stare off against Diffuser and Gunner. Gunner, who's now an incredible 8-0 through 2 completed rounds, soon to be 3. 9-0, can it be had? Adam does not have the case, Jesse, and he is running out of time. It looks unlikely that M80 will even get the kill. Gunner will do it, never mind, biding his time and popping up at the last second. 9-0 for the young gun on M80, and it's a 3-0 start for the major winners.
Yeah, and given the year and the career that Gunner has had over the last couple of years, it's crazy to say this, but he is on pace to have his best career game of the season at the very least. Gunner, I would say the most impactful player, 3 rounds in a row now, perfect positioning down in the server bomb site. And I mean, there is just no understating how good he has been, no overstating. Really fantastic stuff coming out. I got the opportunity actually to meet Gunner's dad back at the Munich Major. They flew in all the way from California where Gunner grew up. I got a good conversation in with his father where he told me about Gunner being 14 years old and attending the Allied Esports Las Vegas minor because all he wanted to do was go watch the pro Siege players compete. He's achieved a little bit higher heights than an Allied Esports minor in the last couple of years, but I mean, it's just incredible that the journey he has had finally finding his footing on this Beast Coast, now M80 roster. There is no stopping him when he gets up to his max level, and I think we're seeing it today.
Oh, absolutely correct. God, the Allied Esports minor, I have very fond memories of that and the people memeing Psycho all the time, but I mean, that was a crazy time. It went on at the exact same time that E3 was going on, which is where actually Ace, Dez, XR, Troika, and I all were, along with a bunch of other people from Ubisoft. But those are the 4 casters who were present for that. I remember seeing that post, and when he's like, "Oh, I was in Vegas," I was thinking to myself, "Oh, well, which Vegas event?" Because we've actually had a shocking amount of Vegas events.
Yeah,
they call it North Carolina of the West, so. We only go to 2 places in America. We go to North Carolina and we go to Las Vegas. So
hey, well, winner of this game's headed to Philly. That's a new location for us.
Yeah, but not us.
You're right.
We will be remote. I hear Philly's beautiful this time of year. Wouldn't know.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is.
Wouldn't know. Weren't you there for the desk?
Yeah, not at like the winter time though. I was there in like the summer. It was beautiful in the summer. NAL studio is typically hosted out of the Nerd Street studio in Philly, which is, I believe, also where the NAL finals will be held. And you can go to that. We won't be there, but the players will. And of course, tickets, I believe, are still available. If they're sold out, then my bad. But definitely go check it out if you're in the area, because there's honestly nothing like going to a Siege event in person. One of the most electrifying experiences you can have as a Siege fan.
If you have an opportunity to go to a live event, you really got to take it. I mean, how many people did we speak with in Munich that were like, "It's my first event. This has been amazing"?
Quite a few. Yeah, quite a few.
A lot. It was honestly a very common conversation, and you'll hear it from people all the time. If you have the opportunity to go to Paris in SI, I promise you, and again, that's only if tickets are still available, I promise you it will be an incredible event. SI is not just an esport event. It is a gathering of this entire community and is everything that is good about Siege. Yeah, I know it's kind of a bummer that it's not in Montreal. I liked it when it's in Montreal, but you know what? They do say that Paris is the poor man's Montreal, so...
They do often say that, don't they?
Yeah, I hear that quite. I hear that all the time, Jesse. It was Montreal that came first. If Montreal walks up, Paris could run, or potentially the other way around. We'll figure it out.
Well, on Consulate here in Africa, Auction are still looking for their first round, Parker. 0-3 down now on their offensive side. Piano Exposition is the bomb site once again, and there's no rushing happening this time from OXG. They take Visa side of the map. Haven't really entered in too much. Adam was in the building, but he goes down to Diffuser on a vert angle, and because there's no real pressure on these players up above, he just hits the vert angle, and Adam will start this game 0-4.
That's not where you want to be, right? Adam, through all 3 of the maps right now, is still trailing Grixer just in terms of raw kills, but now has actually been supplanted by Gomez in terms of rating. Adam's slipping farther and farther down here, and is in the bottom half of all the rated players, as M80 have now shredded Oxygen, and it looks like a 4-0 start. I wonder what kind of pep talk they gave each other at this point in time, because it looks like M80 is fearful of dad, which is Fabian. You know that old saying, Jesse, where it's like you make a mistake and it's like, just wait till your father gets home. That's basically what happens when Fabian gets annoyed. 4-0 the start for M80 is once again another very dominant round. And frankly, running out of good things to say about M80 at this point without repeating ourselves.
Yeah, Gunner, only a single kill that round, so below his average at this point. We're going to need to see him step it up. No, 10-0 is ridiculous from him. It feels like some of these pushes from Oxygen, that one in particular, just don't have a great direction to them. I'm sure there's an idea with it, but often when you go for a push like that where it's fully horizontal, what you're hoping to do is you're hoping to ignore the top floor players, use the Sens wall to block the vertical angles, use the Capitao to then shoot some fire up to the top floor to further deny those vert angles, and then sneak a plant, ideally under some smokes, before the defenders recognize what's going on, or without there really being anything for the defenders to do about it. But you immediately lose your Sens, so you can't smoke the plant anymore. You then very quickly lose Grixer, who had the other smoke grenades. You start getting flanked around Spiral from Gavin, who's playing on the Azami, and from start to finish, just didn't feel like they had a really good read of what M80 were going to do to respond to that setup. Oxygen, it's not must win, it's defender side of map, Parker, but they really need to start winning some of these attacks if they don't want to lose this and go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you've completely lost your grip on this, especially after how impressive Cafe was. I didn't see that being so lopsided for either team. And of course, OXG taking the map 7-2 is really quite a stunner. And it does leave us wondering what the heck happened with this team. It's their entire confidence, all their momentum, everything has completely gone kaput. And OXG just keep running into a wall head first. There is really no saving grace for this Oxygen team so far. Look at that. They've got 3 players combining for a single kill through 4 active rounds. That is dreadful business. 8 kills total means you're averaging at this point just below 2 kills a round, given we're in round number 5. That is among some of the worst numbers we have seen for this OXG team this entire stage.
It's that inconsistency that we saw in the playoffs, right, Parker? I mean, this team is so good, but sometimes they just don't look like themselves. They've given M80 some confidence. Gunner will take that running out on the balcony. He kills Adam, was waiting for that for over a minute, was just sitting in the breach, and finds his 11th kill of the map.
0-5 start as now Yaga barrels into admin and gets destroyed in the process. Next, the Glass of Forest will go in. He's still searching for his first kill, and it will take him even longer as Gavin shows him a quick exit. Gomez and Grixer are the only 2 players who've had any dog in them, and hey, they both got a kill so far. Numbers don't look quite so bad for Oxygen at this point in time. Halfway point of the round, M80 with an advantage of 1, looking for that knockout punch to go up 5-0. Surely a 5-0 start for M80 is good enough for them to carry on over with this side swap, but who knows? Anything can happen. At this point in time, it comes down to OXG as they go searching for another pick. Diffuser will swing around, and maybe we'll now find a little bit of a ceasefire between these teams as a grenade goes out. Grixer gets felled by Kino. Gomez finds nothing with that nade. Will they go 2 for 2? Yeah, they will. Diffuser shreds Gomez, prolonging the inevitable. M80 5-0. What more is there to say?
I mean, it's a tough 2v3 to come out from Oxygen. They're very separated. Gomez and Grix are on complete opposite sides of the map, so they can't even really trade off each other or try to work a pinch. They're just in 2 separate 1v1s, and both of them end up losing it. Silver lining, they killed Gunner. So star player in the server, Gunner, can bleed. He is now only 11-1. So that takes his KD ratio down from infinity, if nothing else. Hopefully gives you a little bit of confidence that this guy can bleed. But man, it has been total domination from M80 on this third map. Oxygen need to find some way to get back into this game. And again, like, it's all about the confidence now, right? Gunner goes for a run out like that, and you don't do that unless you're up 10-0, right? It's pure aggression from this team. It's pure belief that they're going to win every gunfight that they try to swing for. And when you believe in yourself to win every gunfight, man, you do really win a large majority of those fights.
10 seconds to go.
Final round for OXG to muster something. Yaga, Forrest, and Adam held to just a single kill across the trio. A 1-15 scoreline when Adam in particular plays fragging roles is really quite bad. I can excuse Yaga and Forrest's KD. Obviously, it's grim. It's not good, but I can excuse that if Adam, Gomez, and Grixer were eaten up. Grixer and Gomez, to their credit, have been finding some value across the map, and not all of their 9 kills between the two have been impactless. There have been some good looks to keep numbers close and some high-value ops on the side of M80 that have been taken out by Gomez and Grixer, but that's really the only good thing that we've seen from Oxygen. Their intel gathering, really quite horrendous. Their entry, really poor. Their drone work, really bad. Gadget work, really bad. Look.
Yeah.
There was a conversation recently about negativity in casting, and we don't want to add to it. But there is not much good to say about OXG here, and we've already run out of good things to say about M80. So at this point, you're just going to have to deal with the bad.
Well, the top floor clear is well underway. Gavin and Diffuser are the two real focal points of this. They're both very pushed back towards admin. There's Gavin takes a gunfight with Adam. By far the best rated player on OXG in the regular season, and he will go without a kill through the first half as Kino hits him with a nitro cell. Grixer finds Gunner, so that's another death onto Gunner. He continues to bleed. Diffuser and Gavin still top floor, though.
And Kino gets fed to Gomez. There's 2 players over in similar areas. Diffuser and Gavin working together side by side. Hot and Cold's nitro cell blows one up, and it's Gavin and Houghton now, as OXG has themselves in a very unfamiliar spot, which is that they have a numbers advantage. Jesse Yaga picks up kill number 2. Forrest and Adam go out of this first half without a single frag between them. Hot and Cold drops, and a 6-0 looks very unlikely unless Gavin is able to pull off the unthinkable. An incredibly talented player. He's got a read on the final 2, both with R4Cs in hands. Those are weapons that you need to fear as a defender. Gavin, not the kind of guy who seems to have fear in his life, though, as he takes down the Ash. They're letting him get isolated picks. Now, Yaga will make an ungodly amount of noise. The bomb site is 2 floors below, and this runaway from Gavin, very impressive. He will find some shelter down in the B bomb site with 45 seconds left. Yaga will go to work. Winnable for both sides. A 6-0 now very much on the table for M80.
Oxygen were in the 3v1, and they were the ones terrified. Now they've whittled it down to a 1v1, and Yaga has to find this kill. He's got the RAM to try to provide some sound coverage, but when you're on a bulletproof, does it even matter?
I don't think it does. And now the Solus will have the read on it. Yaga in a very safe position. Gavin actually missing out on that entirely. So out comes the stronger sidearm, the SMG-11, as Solus runs up the stairs. Gavin hunting down Yaga as Yaga's gone all the way to the top floor, and Gavin will run around. Do they have any information? Gavin seems so confident in the position of Yaga, but suddenly that confidence has evaporated, and he might get the read on him, but Yaga saves the day, and joy fills the screen. Gavin's the one who lost that engagement, but he certainly seemed a little bit happier than the Yog Dog. 5-1 the first half, M80. Only 2 rounds away from pushing forward in the bracket.
I'll tell you this, Parker, if there's anybody I'm going to trust in the clutch on OXG, it's going to be Yaga. You and I know very well how good he can be in the low man count situation. Probably the greatest clutch I've ever casted in my professional career, happening back at Boston up against Shopify Rebellion in the basement of Clubhouse, and he's got a 17% success rate in the clutch throughout this season, more than any of his teammates. Talk about his experience on this roster. He's been to the last 5-6 invitationals, Parker. He went twice with OXG, then twice with M80, and then again with Oxygen last season. One of those years he was actually rostered with M80. The other he was on loan from Oxygen to M80, replacing Kino in that season. Just kind of gives you a glimpse to the very messy history these two orgs have. A lot of friends on both sides. A lot of different players who have teamed with each other across the years. Almost feels like one friend group split up into 2 teams.
That's a good way of saying it. I mean, both Diaz, Lucas, and Gomez spending most of their career together. Yaga and Kino spending an exorbitant amount of time together as well. For M80, the stakes of the NA League are maybe not as high as some people would care to admit. Not that the NA League championship is not a nice feather to have in your cap, and of course the money is nice too. But the big goal for a lot of the teams competing in the NA League is to qualify for the 6 Invitational, our World Championships, the biggest event in a calendar year. Every single person who picks up this game competitively has a goal in mind of lifting that hammer. Very few have. For M80, it's their main focus. They qualified for the 6 Invitational because of their victory in Munich. So even if they finish dead last here in the NA League, they've still managed maybe a slightly larger goal. But don't kid yourself. These are competitive players. They want to win everything. And being the undisputed best in NA, with all the money and all the hoopla that comes with it, it's something that these players might shrug off publicly, but in private, you know that they want it. So OXG will have to go up against a team that maybe doesn't have the same gumption that all the other teams will. But OXG is having some serious stumbles here on this 3rd map. And this 3rd map, Jesse, looks a little bit more like playoff OXG.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Parker. Got to find group stage Oxygen if they want to have any chance of bringing this one to overtime. Does feel like 7-5 win is a bit out of reach, but that's a good way to start it. Adam is on the board. He hits the Nitrocell onto Diffuser, and another one from Forest. So both players sitting on donuts will erase that early into the second half.
Fire goes out as Hot and Cold manages to nimbly move past it. And he's just about in the bomb site with no support whatsoever and really no teammates. It's just him and Gunner. Hot and Cold with 2 kills, Gunner with 11. Down goes Gunner, and a flawless round could be had and will be had by OXG. All right, that's the type of stuff that you need. Maybe attacking on console, it's not quite so easy, Jesse.
It's certainly not. And if anything is going to favor Oxygen, it's going to be this side swap. They should also get defense in overtime because it was M80 to choose side start in regulation. So Oxygen have a path forward. It just really comes down to them being flawless. They cannot make mistakes. They cannot open the door for M80 to close this game out. They have it in their control playing this defensive side. Starts off really nicely. They get aggressive with a couple of Nitro cells. They get that 2-man lead, and then it's not a bad call from M80, right? They're in the 3v5. They just lost 2 players to Roamers on the top floor. They say, screw it. We got to hit the site. They sprint through Goyo canisters, down the spiral stairs, but ultimately they just lose bodies. They're very separated. Hot and Cold came through yellow. Kino came through spiral. I think it was Gunner coming in through server. So they all hit the bottom floor, but they all hit it from 3 different directions, and they end up just losing their ones. A fine attempt in round number 7, but it doesn't go their way. And Oxygen, hopefully that gives them a bit of life, because they're really going to need it if they want to pull back this comeback on console.
All it takes is a couple quick rounds, knock M80 off their stride, force a timeout, maybe break their mental. For any other team in the NA League, maybe I would be concerned. But again, a story that we've told about M80 a lot over the last 30 days is that adversity is just a bunch of letters together. That's really all it is. Because M80 seems to thrive when they have their back against the wall. We're going to ignore Cafe, of course, because that does hurt my argument. But if we ignore Cafe, I have a great argument, frankly.
Well, so, listen, their backs were not against the wall on Cafe because they had the 1 map buffer.
That's a great point.
See? That's a great point from you.
Thank you. I know that I'm quite spectacular sometimes. Sometimes not.
Oh boy.
Oh my. That's a thinker right there. Gunner down below on the Nook, suppressed weapon. Gomez completely unaware.
I mean,
not a great start for Oxygen.
It's an annoying way to die, frankly. Gunner on the Nook is not something he's really shown recently on this map, so it'll be a complete surprise that he might go for a play like that. Kino, a little bit less surprising. He makes a bunch of noise, but Diffuser still finds out Forest. 2-man advantage. This admin clear has gone perfectly for M80. Finds both of those frags in the roaming players and leaves just Adam, Grixer, and Yaga alive. Grixer and Yaga on the top floor, they will be the next lines of defense to try to stop this push.
Gavin now waiting inside of admin. I don't know if he'll catch an anxious OXG player who's eager to take up other map control. Diffuser is there on the same part of this map. Slow in this mid round. This was a bit of a stumbling point in the previous map when M80 was on attack. They had some issues attacking through the mid round. Have they fixed that? Consulate, obviously a different map than Cafe. But still, if you are good with the opening picks, which we know M80 is for a fact, and then you struggle in the mid round, you got to tighten that up. Gunner dies at the hands of Yaga, as we see a little bit more assertiveness and some pep in the step of M80 on this top floor. Maybe running out of time with just about a minute to go. They still hold the numbers advantage, but it's now only down to one player more than OXG.
Yeah, they really got to find these players top floor. Grixer and Yaga still persist up here. One yellow, one just in the side room. If Kino's not aware of that, he might expose his backside, but they drop through the hatch. No, they're still up here, just tucked in the corner. Did they see Grixer?
I don't think they do. Oh my goodness, and he drops away. It could have been impressive, but Grixer can still wow us as he finds himself doing battle with the Blitz. A scary predicament. Kino will capitalize off of it. M80 now have their hooks in this defense. And with time running out, Kino going for the plant. Adam needs to stop it. OXG, to their credit on Bank and on Cafe, were able to slow down the defuse and knock M80 off, but not this time. And it's match point for M80.
What a good round from them. The entry is, of course, perfect, getting two players inside of admin. The top floor, it stalls a little bit in the mid round, right? Kino on that blitz is not able to find the last two players up above, but eventually they force them back. They don't let anything scary happen. And then Kino on the plant as well almost gets denied by Adam. Adam does land a bullet into Kino, maybe the foot, I'm not exactly sure where, but he had an angle to stop that plant, but Kino pulls off and repositions. That gets M80 up onto series points. Interesting with the site rotation as well, Parker. I want to quickly touch on this. We went bottom floor straight into piano. Very odd for a defensive team. You almost always see teams start on the top floor, but M80 are particularly good at attacking the top floor on Consulate. It is their best bomb site on the attack. 56% win rate when they attack that site. And they will once again avoid the top floor defense inside of Oxygen. It's usually considered the best bomb site on this map, but they're so afraid to go on it because of M80's history.
And I understand that. And look, I'm not a pro player, so some people are going to roll their eyes at what I'm going to say. But if you want to be the best team, you have to play the places where your opponents are good on. Right? You cannot just avoid everything that your opponents do well. If your opponents have a great map pool, you're going to probably need to play one of those maps. You have to get comfortable with that, especially if you want to win a major. You're going to be in a best of 5. Map pool and site rotation are things that you absolutely need to work on. Not that this is the appropriate time for OXG to work on it, but they certainly could figure it out later on. I will say, with the exception of this Consulate matchup, I've been very impressed with Oxygen. Yeah. Both map 1 and map 2 could have very easily gone better for OXG than the numbers suggested. OXG could have won Bank. This could have been a 2-0 for the team that failed to make top 4 in NA for Munich. But it's abundantly clear that OXG has made some serious strides. Consulate has been a bit of a backslide. I do wish we had exit interviews, Jesse, because I'd love to hear from the OXG guys as to what went wrong.
They can't dwell on it at this point. They can still win this map, even though it's a tall task. Top floor is going to be initial focus, of course. Diffuser saw a guy yellow stairs, but he's already sprinted all the way down, and this top floor is mostly conceded. It's just Adam up here playing on the yellow. He's worked his way over towards meeting. Kino's going to find that out very soon, but Diffuser finds it out first. That's an opening pick, and Adam has got a second one this game.
I mean, it's about time that Adam started finding some kills. Again, playoff OXG was not group stage OXG, and we are looking at playoff OXG here, though Gomez holding court on yellow stairs, eventually finished off by Gunner, but there's already been so much damage done. Kino not as effective on these shields as I'm sure he would like to be. That was a rough round on his part as he was left on an island over by yellow stairs. The advantage for Oxygen, and they need everything they can get at the moment to help them because they are staring down defeat and they are staring down the lower bracket. 1 minute to go.
they're pretty separated. Gunnar is all alone in construction. He's found himself in a bit of a lurk. Do they know this on the side of OXG? They certainly don't, just based on their movements. His teammates are all up top in X position, so he gets a freebie as Adam just rotates down the stairs.
Again, this was something that M80 was looking to do earlier on in previous rounds, Jesse. Try to capitalize off of a restlessness and almost an anxiety from Oxygen. M80 will lose one, but they've tied things up, and it's Forrest and Grixer, all of whom have ones in terms of kills, but for Forrest, it's 1 kill. For Grixer, it's 2 of them back-to-back, making it 11 frags for Grixer. On Cold's now been dropped, and Forrest will get active. OXG wins the round. They stay alive for at least another 3 minutes, as that gap has shrunk by a single round, but still 6-3, match point for M80, a tough spot for Oxygen to be in.
Yeah, Gunnar that round, a bit of a selfish position. He gets a couple of kills, and he's certainly impactful there, but kind of leaves Gavin and Hot and Cold alone to fend for themselves. They're not able to do a whole lot else in that round. It's going to happen sometimes. You're in the low man count situation. You got to make difficult decisions, and they're going to ban out the Ella on the side of M80, meaning it's no longer going to be available for Adam, who I believe was the one playing that the majority of the previous rounds. No, okay. He played it last round, but Forrest actually played it back in around 7 and 8. Very odd to see an Ella ban on a map like Consulate. Might speak to the fact that M80 want to run even more shields. The Blitz is not going to be brought, or at least hovered over by Kino as he's brought it the last 3 rounds, but the Blackbeard will be, and Ella can be one of the best shield counters in the game.
I have been enjoying the shield play that we've seen so far. That's not something that I will always say all the time.
Attackers have located
And this might be sacrosanct here. I know that people have their opinions on it. But the one operator that I've been really enjoying seeing more of, at least in this best of 3, is the Tachanka. Tachanka obviously has use cases. If you need a smoke substitute, if you need an anti-plant operator or an anti-plant specialist, Tachanka definitely can check that box. Especially on this top floor bomb site, where after the reworks and there were questions about how good Tachanka would be, this was a terrific bomb site right off the rip. And a large part of it is because of where the attackers choose to find a safe place to get that defuse down. But Tachanka is excellent at banking those shots, fire grenades as you call them, off of the walls to deal with the default plant spot right by the window rappel.
It's even more deadly too when you're pairing it with the smoke, you're pairing it with the Goyo. You don't have to debate which one's better. If you just bring them both, you can stack up on that plant denial and make it almost impossible to take a plant down CEO side. I think it's for that reason M80 are going to take this more towards admin. This admin control will be their first objective, and usually this isn't too big of a stumbling block. Yaga is inside a break, but he doesn't have a nitro cell, so he can't really play too aggressive here. Gomez not that far off either. Adam playing down below, a bit of a cheeky position. Watch out for him. He could go for a run out here.
But will he is the question.
I don't think so. He backed off. He was electrical, though. He had an impact in his hand, but just didn't pull the trigger.
I mean, at this current point in time, you have to play smart, but you also have to take chances, right? You cannot just play the same style of like sedentary play where you just sit there and you let them come to you, because M80 will beat you if you are allowing them to take up space and use their gadgetry properly. Diffuser is not expecting Gomez to be so quick to the punch. Down goes Grixer, so M80 have been very good at keeping these numbers close. With the exception of the very first defensive round by Oxygen, these have not been blowouts. Now M80 scrambling around the bomb site. Forrest takes down Gavin. It's not his gadgetry to do it, it's the LMG. Forrest finds a second. Yaga gets one as well, and I smell a timeout coming unless Kino can pull off the unthinkable. He'll not be able to do that. Oxygen picks up another round. The gap has shrunk to just 2. It's a tough map to attack. We've seen it with OXG. We're now seeing it with M80. That's worrying signs for the major champs.
Really felt like Gunnar had found the gap in that round. He just walks in through the balcony. He finds Grixer on the smoke, opens up the meeting bomb site for M80 to try to take that control, but things kind of fall apart as they're trying to get there. Hot and Cold is in a plant spot, but dies to Forrest on the long angle. It's a bit of an awkward push into the bomb site where it felt like they had a lot of space, but still were just dropping like flies. tough one to lose if you're M80, because it felt like they had a real chance that previous round attacking on the top floor, a bomb site where they've been so good. But Oxygen, they play 4 bomb sites, they win 3 of them. All they've got to do now, Parker, is try to repeat those sites. I guess they won't get a chance to repeat top floor because we are already heading into round 11, but now you can go Cafeteria Garage, you can go Servers and Tellers in the previous round. M80 won't get a chance to attack a bomb site they've already played on. That's got to be part of the discussion going on in this TAC timeout.
Well, let's listen in. Got your hopes up.
Dude, you actually did. I was like, there's no way. I was scared because I'd been yapping through most of it. So I was like, did I just ruin our chance to listen to the great God Emperor himself?
Pure evil, I know.
Don't bait me like that.
I bamboozled you. I bamboozled you. I bamboozled the viewers. Maybe I even bamboozled production. Maybe even production's just like, what the hell's going on here? Who's he calling for?
Imagine if you just had like a mic stuck in Fabian's house and you were able to pick up his TAC timeout.
He's actually live streaming to me right now. Yeah.
Sure, that's fine.
I do wonder what they talked about, because again, it comes down to playing your own game. It's something that M80 are so particular about. I don't think M80 has played poorly. Like, when we looked at that first half, I think M80 was playing well. Oxygen was not playing very well. I think M80 is doing mostly okay here. I just think that they are running into the same issues that a lot of teams do when they attack on Consulate. All you need to do is win 2 rounds, right? Consulate's usually 4-2 for the defenders. Right now it's 3-1. This round or the next round, M80 get out alive. Go all the way back to bank. Same circumstance, right? It was a 3-3 first half, shaping up for a 3-3 second half, and at the very final minute in the 12th round, M80 out-muscling OXG. They win the map. I wouldn't be surprised here if this is a good round for Oxygen, and then M80 wins a scrappy 12th round, and we don't need overtime. It would not surprise me in the slightest with the way these teams have been matching up. I think it would be a kind of a fitting end to the series.
I agree, and I also feel like it's kind of the only end that M80 would be happy with, because again, if this goes overtime, Oxygen will be starting defense, and with how good defense is on Consulate, that's going to be a bright spot. Now Gunnar cracks this one wide open. A shotgun to Gomez will give them the man advantage.
That's a tough one. That really is a tough one. Gunnar with 16 kills, by the way. Everybody on M80 has been getting in on the action. The only real player whose numbers have been quite poor is Hot and Cold, but again, that's his role. You expect it's just as we do with Forrest. Who to Forrest credit? He was 0-6 at one point. He's gone 5-2 since then. You need him to sustain those numbers, because if he drops off, Adam has not picked things up yet. You've lost Gomez. That's just not enough guns on the side of Oxygen to hold this together.
Gunnar, again, on pace for his best game of the season. If he doesn't die anymore through the rest of this, then he should have it. Oxygen are trying to deny that, and more importantly, the round win. Forrest, aggressive onto yellow stairs, knows that Gunnar is still in here, but doesn't find the angle. Gunnar gets off his drone and then just grabs the kill. The information is perfect, and I feel like Gunnar is unstoppable, Parker.
And I said it myself, man. It really comes down to Forrest, right? And he immediately just gets chopped down. Kino, the only casualty on the side of M80. Diffuser being planted by Hot and Cold. Nitro Cell goes off to open things up. Are they going to see him in time? No, and now into the post plant we go. 40 seconds for Oxygen to win this round. If not, it's a trip to the lower bracket. And it sure looks like the prophecy is coming true. Yog Dog in a 1v3. Kino, of all people, hitting him with the GG. They know exactly where he is, but who will be credited with the pick? Gunnar for 19? Good enough. Almost 20, but as close as he can get without going over it. M80 win the major, win their first matchup. They push forward. They'll claim their trip to Philadelphia, and OXG will fight for their lives in the lower bracket.
Gunnar gets 2 kills, takes the time to type easy into the chat. Sorry, 3 kills, types easy into the chat, and then gets the 4th kill as well. Dude, this guy's a maniac. 2-time major MVP, now MVP of the series up against Oxygen. He just looks unstoppable in the prime of his career.
2 more teams have to do battle. DZ versus the newly qualified team for SI as Wildcard punched their ticket based on the results of this match. They're up next after this break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
One security. I think drop hatch. That's one. Walk her all last. Go in security.
Come in. Chill. Yeah, chill.
Good try, boys.
He's looking for Sean.
Chalk Matt.
He's looking for you, Sean. Running at you. Pipes, close.
Run.
Nice. 19 bomber.
Nice job.
19 kills for Gunner on the way to a 2-1 victory in the best of 3 M80 push their way across the line. They don't lose their first game coming off the major. The energy is still clearly there, and they move ahead, guaranteeing themselves a spot in the upper bracket final and presence in Philly at the LAN on December 13th. But Gunnar is standing by, and we'll welcome him in now as he celebrates this victory with his team. Gunnar, congratulations on a win. Congratulations on 19 kills on map 3. Gotta ask you though right away, the energy, the attitude of this team coming off of the major. I mean, the highest of possible highs to where you are now. What is that attitude like? What is that energy like on the team?
I mean, obviously it's great. Like we're coming off a win, but it's more so just doing like everything to not, shit the bed after, like we kind of did last time for Manchester. I mean, today was a little unique experience. It technically doesn't mean anything for us as we're already qualified for SI. So we went in with, just have fun, have as much fun as we possibly can, and win off the vibes today. And I mean, it worked, So I just love my team.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did work. Congratulations. You guys make it to Philly. That being said, talk to us a little bit about the difficulties of playing against the team that you haven't really had footage on since the last NIL. I mean, obviously you guys lost map 2. Was that a little hiccup? Was that the fact that you didn't have fresh footage against things that OXG may have changed? Walk us through that process.
I mean, for this game, it's impossible to have any prep. These guys haven't played in a month, whatever it may be. So we really just went into this game like just play our game. Like we haven't been scrimming the live build. We've been doing TTS, and it's like kind of a different game over there. So there wasn't a whole lot that like went into the game today on the prep side. It was mostly just like we know how good of a team we can be when our comms are right. Honestly, it's just when our comms are flowing and everyone's helping. That's when we're at our best. And Cafe, it completely slipped. People were like, our late round comms were like really panicked because they kept layering and then like retaking, and it caused us to like panic our comms a lot and just like we were forgetting steps, forgetting spots we need to be in, and ultimately it just we lost because of it.
Well, you obviously wrote your wrongs, obviously, going into the last map and the way you guys played. But, Gunnar, I want to talk about your performance. I mean, you play with such conviction, such confidence. I mean, I don't even know if you know your stats, but you went 42 and 20, plus 22, 12 opening kills with only 2 opening deaths, 81 cost, the highest. And just for the reference to kills, the highest underneath you is 26 kills. I mean, what enables you to just play so well and so dominant time and time again?
I mean, you just can't care when you play. Like the way I play, the way I put my spots, it's literally like, I'm just always max confident. I mean, I could just be getting shit on. I still have to be confident because that was my problem in the past. I would overthink my plays and I wouldn't make them. And then in that little overthinking, little moment, I die or, whatever. Or like, so, I mean, I just feel like I'm at a point now in my career and like, it's as a player where I do not overthink. I'm confident in my first thought and what I think is right. And I just do it. And obviously, it doesn't always work that way, but then you have days like this where it just works, and they literally can't stop you. And I also feel like it kind of puts a fear factor in the teams. They better be droning more. They better be, playing a little bit slower, because if they don't, I mean, who knows what corner I'm in,
Yeah, I just also have one more question. Something that I've noticed throughout your play style, throughout, coming into Sonics way back when and even to now, something that really sticks out is you always change your positioning. Doesn't matter the round that you revisit, you're always doing something different than what you were doing prior. Is that something that you kind of just do based off the strat, or is that just kind of your intuition, understanding, I played this last time, let me just even move slightly to the left or to the right or play this position still close to the area that you're holding down? Is this something you're just doing off intuition, or is that just being called in the strat?
No, I mean, I have to find new entry spots every time, just because I mean, I was like a creature of habit, way back when, and people obviously catch on to that. And it's very easy to look in a VOD and be like, he likes to enter here, he likes to enter here. So if you're always switching it up, you're keeping them on their toes, because be like, oh, he can entry main lobby, for instance, but I'm in Visa, or like vice versa. So I think it's really important for a role like me to be always switching things up constantly, because I mean, it is very easy for a team to be like, hey, he likes to enter here, let's try to counter this.
For sure. So
All right,
playing a little mental chess.
As always, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win. We will see you in Philadelphia in a couple of weeks, so good luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, M80 secure the win over a pesky OXG that was trying to stick around for a little while, but map 3 was open and shut. Fox, we were talking about this as we were watching the game. OXG, they showed some fight, but when it came to map 3, it just crumbled to pieces.
I mean, we talked about it before we got into the game. If you're OXG going up against the major champs, you just put your best foot forward. I would still take this as positive if you are OXG. The fact that they had a dominating win on map 2, that was great. When it came to Consulate, it really looked like they just couldn't get the attacks going. That was always the biggest difficulty for OXG during NAL stage 1. They fixed it on stage 2 with Gomez and Adam entering, and we just saw, NAL stage 1 OXG when it came to Consulate. The entry game on Consulate is very difficult to get a foothold inside of the map in the first place. So it's very difficult for you to have mobility, have places to move around. It's very difficult. And M80 was really just playing the match. They were picking their player
Controlled
and
the tempo.
Aggressing onto them. Then they would fall back slowly but surely. But that kind of aggression would just halt OXG. And especially if they lose that kill, lose the pick, OXG didn't have anybody else, no way of entering, pushing through the rest of M80.
Relaxing, you said it while we were talking to him. 42 kills over the 3 maps and 19 on map 3. Gunner was phenomenal. And as we heard from him himself, he was playing loose, he was playing for fun, and it was looking really nice.
No, and that last question I asked him with just changing his positioning, changing where he entries from. I mean, it's so important and imperative to be able to play that sort of style of siege, because it is a little bit of a mental game through and through the match. I mean, you have to understand your opponent. You also have to understand and take things into consideration of, okay, I made this work last round. They're going to be ready for it. How can I always keep the team on the fly, keep them questioning what's going to happen, interrupt the flow of comms because you're doing something different? I mean, it's something that I did back in my day when I played, is just constantly keeping the team on tilt of not knowing the unknown of who's going to push from where, how they're going to attack. And Gunner does it so well time and time again. And he really has a good understanding of his approaches every single time he enters a building. And to drop 42 kills, and like I said, the highest underneath him is 26. I mean, it really just goes to show Gunner lives up to his alias of being a gunner.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think that quality of being able to change the scenario, even if it's a little bit, it doesn't seem that grandiose, but it really does put you in the best position possible. And that's why we've always seen throughout history players that are excelling in stuff like that. Big players like Paula, who is always able to switch things up. And when it comes to a player like Gunner, yes, you can practice it, you can hone it, you can make it better, but it's something that players, I believe, grasp early on when they're going into playing competitively, playing T2. And Gunner's always been a very aggressive player. So now to be able to see him have that discipline alongside that, to be able to understand my little movements could be just as impactful as big movements, and I'll continuously find success as long as he's confident and he doesn't miss the shots.
Well, our 2 upper bracket semifinals now out of the way. We have an updated bracket picture. Our 2 upper semis, Space Station moves on, M80 moves on, and that means Shopify, Rebellion, and Oxygen drop down to the lower bracket. Why is Oxygen ahead of Rebellion? Well, they had a better performance. They did secure a map in the upper bracket. So the path now for Dark Zero or Wildcard, they don't simply walk into the winner of a Rebellion Oxygen matchup. They have to beat both of them. And we're going to have to see that happen tomorrow. The Space Station and M80 upper final, that will happen on December 13th on LAN in Philly. Tickets still available, by the way. But the focus now shifts to Dark Zero and Wildcard and what they're going to be able to do to continue to stay alive in these regional finals, Fox.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to Dark Zero and Wildcard, it's a very big proving ground for Dark Zero. With the change they made, they want to be able to show that NAL last stage was just a little shakeup. As for Wildcard, hopefully they can do the exact same thing that M80 did and not slow down from that major run, because it shocked everybody. It was so impressive to see them perform and show up. And now we need to see them go back home and be a little bit more consistent when it comes to the NA region.
Well, to close out the day, 2 teams who do not get a second chance in the regional finals. It is Dark Zero and Wildcard coming up next. Well, the upper bracket had some fun, had some flair, but now we move down to elimination territory, where Dark Zero takes on the biggest surprise from the Munich Major, Wildcard, who outperformed just about every team in North America, except for M80, of course. Welcome back, everyone, to the North America Regional Finals. I'm Jonas Rillinger for the final time today, alongside Foxay and Laxing, as we dive into our lower bracket. Rather, our opening round of the lower bracket. We still have quarters and we still have semis coming up tomorrow. But Laxing, we're looking at a match here where DZ, an up and down team all year long, take on a team on the hottest of runs you could imagine. A beautiful performance at the Major.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a lot from Dark Zero. Obviously, they bombed out, lost all expectations. As for Wildcard, they were honestly a huge surprise in terms of what we saw, being big underdogs in Munich and obviously meeting expectations towards the very end. But it goes to without say, you know, is this going to be the same result where we saw them at Reload, where they had a wonderful performance and then dropped off during the stage, or will they continue their reigns and success that they replicated back in the Munich?
Well, Dark Zero, the only team here who's made a slight roster change. You may notice a new face there, and we'll dive into that in just a moment. But first, just have to talk about their history and the fact that the second half of this year, Foxay, did not go well for them.
Not at all. I mean, it really comes into question. We talked about it during the NAL stage. Did Dark Zero deserve to be able to play in playoffs? Envy, in my opinion, was way more deserving. Dark Zero was only on a downhill spiral, and they kept saying the same thing during every interview. Oh, we know the issues. We're going to figure it out. Everyone knows the issues. The issues is they did not have any response on the entry game whenever shields didn't work. It doesn't matter how good their defenses were. They had no variety when it came to their attacking half, and that would later bleed into the defenses when they got the playoffs and made them look like a complete joke, to be fair, to the Dark Zero team history, legacy of the roster. So that's been the biggest issue. Everybody knows it. And now they have made a little bit of a change to hopefully correct those things, but I don't know if it's going to be the change that Dark Zero really needs.
And when they make a change, first thing we have to do is look at the player they got rid of. In this case, it was Panba, a player who, well, we saw in that second stage didn't have the best results. Foxay, did this decision make sense to you on paper?
Dark Zero needed to make a change. I unfortunately feel like Panba had so much of a weight on his shoulders to be the response to these issues, just because when he was brought onto the team, he was always an entry, and when the team was having issues, you looked at Panba to be able to save it. But he wasn't even really in the position to save the team on the entry. If you look completely at all the stats during the NAL last stage, he wasn't even the main entry. He was playing striker, he was playing different operators with flexible roles, and Citizen was the player that ended up taking that entry, playing the demos almost every round, and Citizen did a great job. But the way that Dark Zero had him played is more of a lurker. So there was no one ever really behind Spirits on the front end being able to be that entry or in a position. So yes, was Panba a very passive entry? Absolutely. But did he deserve to get dropped because of all of the pressure on his shoulders to be the one that performs? I don't necessarily agree. Or if you're going to pick up to a player, you have to be able to cater to them, because it didn't look like Panba was very comfortable in the roles that he was put on.
Yeah, and it makes me question kind of Dark Zero's dynamic. I mean, as you said it, and they said time and time again, we know our problems, but getting rid of a historic player like Panba and Fox, as me and you know, we played against Panba time and time again. Panba is a very, very good player and very strong in the positions that he's comfortable in. Clearly, with this iteration and this new version of Dark Zero, he's put it in this predicament where he hasn't been able to thrive. He hasn't been able to find comfort. And it makes me beg then the question of the Dark Zero's boot camping and everything is, why not try to position Panba or maybe make something around a scenario where everyone can try to find some sort of comfort and cohesion instead of getting rid of a player like Panba, because you are replacing someone who really helped Dark Zero be on the face of the map for quite some time. And now you're removing that and bringing on someone new that we don't know what that is going to look like for this team, because Panba wasn't the only issue that followed through all of Dark Zero's unfortunate events.
Right, Panba had been with the team since he turned pro in 2021. Now the swap has been made. The player that replaced him is someone that maybe not a ton of people who follow the pro scene know about. A man named Rival. Not the same Rival that's currently playing on Team Envy. A 19-year-old Element 5 who's been tearing it up in the amateur scene.
Yeah, Rival's been a name, Rival GN, to be able to differentiate between the two rivals in the league currently, but his name's been coming up a lot as of recently when it comes to the T2 scenes. I'm not surprised that he gets his opportunity on a T1 roster. DZ was in a position where they need somebody new. They need some fresh blood, somebody who's going to be confident, have that energy, get those entry openings that they desperately needed, somebody who's going to follow Spirits in no matter where he goes. That being said, I'm glad that they didn't get a retired or recycled pro league player, because they need something fresh, because DZ is such a, I hate to say it, stale and default team. Even with the transition of Canadian to NAF IGLing, it's still the same core ideologies, very slow. We have seen sparks of moments, but they really need something fresh. And with Rival dominating the T2 scene, it's a good opportunity, and it's I would say a pretty good fit of team-wise for him to be that fresh blood that revolutionizes the team.
Well, their opponents in Wildcard, the team that we talked about coming into this game, they came out of the major and they were looking good. They outperformed the 2 and the 3 seed from North America coming in as the 4 seed, and they made a run of a lifetime, capturing, I think, a lot of the hearts of NA fans along the way.
Oh, they certainly did. Again, they were the underdogs of the major. I talked to numerous players at the major. They were counting Wildcard. I myself was counting Wildcard out of the event, given the performance that we saw throughout the stage. They barely squeaked in, but given the performance that they had right out the gate, they would lose to Secret, which is fine. That was the EWC champions, but then knocking out Space Station, knocking out Enterprise, knocking out W7, losing to FaZe, respectively, knocking out NIP, and then their game versus G2. I mean, that was probably one of the most exciting games to watch between those two. I mean, you have the veteran roster of a team like G2 and a historic big names, and then you look at the team of Wildcard, where yes, it's comprised of some very talented players, but a lot of rookies on the team, and they made a run of a lifetime, then to unfortunately lose to M80, but that was the champions of the event. If you're gonna go out, you should lose to the champions, and that's exactly what we saw. But I mean, time and time again, with each and every single match, it was so electric from this team. They almost looked even, I won't even say almost, they looked even better than what we saw in Reload. I believe this is finally the team and the dynamic that we can see coming out of Wildcard. It's just a matter of, are we going to see it continue? I don't want this to be a situation where we hold on to Munich and then it's a stage or a year of underperformance. I want to see the consistency reign and shine through, especially in this match versus Dark Zero.
Well, a major contributor and someone we're going to be looking at today to see if they can keep that up was Baby Shark, especially in that game against G2 that so many people were talking about. He was a serious player in that matchup.
I mean, Baby Shark or Megalodon, I mean, you call him whatever you want at this point. He's all grown up. But it being his second S-tier event, dropping 32 kills against a team like G2 and being a huge reason for a lot of Wildcard success. And again, being so young, so talented, so gifted, and still putting up big numbers, it just leaves the question, the sky's the limit for this kid. And I just want to continue to watch his growth and see what he can do in this match versus Dark Zero.
Well, let's take a look at the maps. Dark Zero and Wildcard right up and down all year long. Wildcard looking to keep that momentum up. Foxe, let's see what we get here.
Yeah, when it comes to maps, I mean, Dark Zero, everything could be washed off the table. So you're going to go to maps that you've been practicing in scrims that you feel confident on. Not surprised at, honestly, the bank, it's a good map for Wildcard. DZ, historic map for them to be able to use utility. I really hope that we don't see Rival join the team of Dark Zero and Dark Zero stay the exact same way. I would need to see the identity change. When it comes to labs, I mean, Wildcard's one of the best teams in labs. So honestly, it's looking really good regardless for Wildcard. It's going to be, if anything, Wildcard's game to lose.
And I think when we look at that Nighthaven Labs, I mean, you have to remember the last time these two even played each other was in last stage playoffs, where DZ would win 7-5 on Nighthaven Labs. But again, not the same wild card. So I think you're really throwing them a bone here by leaving it up, even if you feel comfortable going against them. I really think this is a scenario with how Wildcard has been playing, and if we can see them keep that same pacing and momentum, I can see this being a 2-0.
One-word predictions. Give me a team. Fox, start with you.
Wildcard.
Great. Good play. Lax?
Wildcard.
Is that one word? I feel like that definitely is one. Well, here's what we know. Rival is making his pro debut on Dark Zero. Wildcard are looking to keep up their major performance, but they are already locked in via SI points. So they are looking to make a regional finals run. Dark Zero are looking to make a regional finals run, and it starts in the lower bracket for them with elimination on the line. We're going to get to it right now.
Well, thank you so very much. Jesse, you heard it here first. Wildcard already locked in, but they want to prove that this is not a fluke at the top 4. Top 4 at 2 events this year, by the way. They did it at Reload. Yeah. They did it at Munich. And yet the community still thinks the 5th place team of Dark Zero with a brand new member who's never played at a tier 1 level has the advantage. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Well, I appreciate all the viewers who didn't watch any Siege this season tuning back in. It's glad to see you guys coming back in after taking a year off watching the esport. We really do appreciate you guys coming back. But yeah, a bit of a weird community vote in my mind. Wildcard, top 4 team in the world based off the last major's results. And I don't think you can call it a fluke because, as you said, their second time making top 4 at an event. You look back at Reload and okay, the bracket they had, the format of the events, maybe you can call that one a bit fluky, but this major that they played in, I mean, it was the real deal from Wildcard. They played fantastically at that event, and if people are still sleeping on them, well, that's your channel points that you are likely to lose. Dark Zero, certainly more of a question mark, certainly a team that are looking to bounce back after a really rough season. We have come to expect Dark Zero as one of the best teams in North America. You know, they were the first teams, or one of the first teams from North America to ever lift a trophy in the new era, in the major era. But it just feels like this team has been on the wrong path over the last 2 years or so, and it culminates with them missing their first major in many, many years. Hopefully that was a wake-up call. Hopefully with a rival coming onto this team, it can breathe some new life into this lineup. I'm hoping to see it. But we've got to get that proven first, Parker. We can't just assume they're going to be a great team because they've got a great org behind them.
Jesse, did I miss something? We're back on Bank? What's going on here? I thought we just saw this.
We have 2 of the same maps that we just watched in both Bank and Cafe coming up, so a little bit of deja vu already.
I mean, I'm just kidding. But no, this will be an interesting one. I'm curious to see how Rival does on this on this new team. Spirits dies really early on, and Bay hits him with the ish in chat. That is really something, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of an early frag coming out. Spirits, or Bay was just playing at the top of blue stairs, so I imagine that was maybe Spirits over towards the electrical closet. Nafe will also go down, so that's 2 snipers brought and 2 snipers killed on the side of Dark Zero. And JR gets a bit of revenge with Dash dying inside of open area, and it's been a weird round from DZ to say the least.
Yeah, it's an odd one. I mean, seeing a Kali here on Bank, especially a take onto the bottom floor, is really not usual. I would love to know what the idea is behind the Kali here. There's a couple things that I can think of. But I mean, you look at the lineup that's being brought by this wildcard team, and it's like you can pick off of these operators. Like I'm a bit stunned by this one, so I'm kind of sitting here scratching my head.
I think it must have been for Garage. That's my best guess.
Yeah, I mean, but you've got Glaz too. Like you're bringing both snipers on a bottom floor, unless your idea is to just paralyze, which is possible. Maybe post up the Kali. Inside a garage, have the Glaz down here in server, smoke off. You've got both cuts held. There's no way for them to do anything. You can walk in. All you need to do is isolate at that point any player inside a red and hope to God that you've got coverage so that they can't throw or destroy you via the B-bomb site. Of course, that's just a theory crafting because we're not actually going to get to see it because the 2 snipers were the first 2 to die on the side of DZ.
Yeah, it's time for a backup plan, and this plan's not going to go down. If they're just going to try to sneak it in through server, they have no smokes, Parker. There's 2 toxic babes, still so many Shamika fire nades coming through from Spiker, too. I mean, this plant should be impossible.
And there's Diffuse Kit in the hands of NJR. Baby Shark attempting to stop it. DZ will manage to walk away with this. 1 in back pocket for Bay. Citizen holding on that hatch. Down goes Baby Shark. Wildcard caught off guard by this one as 2 of these players on DZ are still on the mid floor. Bay will retake. Citizen has the cut here, holding him down, watching for the cross. They're giving him nothing for now, a standoff. The defenders surely must be aware of the time. All 3 players off of this main floor. Citizen finding another base been dropped as well, and now it's Spiker. DZ had a miserable start, but Wildcard completely bottled the mid round and will lose it in the final moments. That is a stunning result. I am very confused.
Yeah, I think that's a round the Jesters are going to want back, to be honest with you. But, I mean, it is what it is. You're at a man advantage. Plant is going down when you've brought basically every single operator designed to stop the plant from going down. It's tough. I understand that. Obviously, the Sens wall that was thrown out by Rival was important to stop the sightlines as well in that. But just a default spot in through the wall. It's not tucked up close on the desk, so it's a little bit off the default spot, I suppose. Toxic Babes missed from Bay. Spiker's not able to fire out those grenades, and so it ends up just being a successful plant from NJR. Brilliant round from him as he picks up 3 kills after that plant as well. So huge impact from the veteran on DZ.
Pamba's retirement and move off of the team caught a lot of people off guard. I'd heard rumblings of it, but I mean, you hear rumblings of lots of stuff throughout the year. You don't really pay too much attention to it because a lot of it doesn't ultimately come to fruition. But I mean, Pambazoo is a player that you can't argue still has a lot left in the tank. I feel like a lot of it comes down to, A, his desire to play this game.
Yep.
It is worth noting, this is, at the end of the day, a job. Some people just flat out don't like their jobs. You will hear from people who play football, soccer, baseball, hockey, all of it, that are immensely talented and could be among the best in the world at what they do, and they just don't flat out like it. Maybe Pambazoo was not enjoying playing the game. Maybe he liked playing the game, but he didn't enjoy playing it professionally. Maybe he enjoyed playing it professionally, but didn't like the team. Maybe he didn't like the meta. Maybe he just wanted to take a break. Even some of the best players can need time off. So, I'm not sure. It's a good question to ask. I know Pamba did spell it out a little bit on social media, but I feel like there's more. I feel like there's more to be said there, especially for a player of his caliber. And I know that we are richer for having seen him, and we are poorer from him leaving the scene. We hope him all of the best. But now it's up to Rival to put on that mantle, Jesse, and carry the weight that Pamba left behind on Dark Zero.
Well, he didn't find a frag in the first round, Parker, but his util through the first 2 rounds has been pretty nice. The Sens walls helped out that execute in round number 1, and now his Twitch drone gets some really good utility, clearing out a lot of those Goyo cancers up on the top floor. Spirits, the second time we're seeing a Collie getting brought onto this map, and despite the opportunity, Spirits just barely misses the chance, and it's going to be all players on Wildcard keeping their heads. Nafe, they're really trying to make these snipers work. Come on.
I do want to see it. I want to see what great plan they have here. And amidst the shroud of smoke, it's an upside down rappel through the lobby skylight.
Okay.
This is a thinker. DZ is definitely bringing new stuff to the table. There's no denying that. And this is a clever strat. It's not one that really works, though. Nafe will continue his descent down below. Bay on the board first. Yet again, Bay will find a second for his troubles. Bay started things off in the previous round and will continue on his early good gameplay. The Collie not working out, Jesse. 0-2 across the board. Still got the glass in play. Citizen taking matters into his own hands. It seemed like a bit of a pregnant pause, but now the action has begun again, and Nafe is left in a 1v4, and the snipers will do nothing. What are we witnessing? What a bizarre first 2 rounds, but I am here for it, and I like seeing it.
Yeah, Bay ended up jumping out of the window. So the second time that this game that we have seen a player jump out the top floor of Bank and frankly find some strong success. Dark Zero, yeah, I mean, they're creative attacks. No one's going to take that away from them, but not really finding the value they wanted to. It's a really cool strat with the Capitao Smoke Bolt. I have seen that once ever in my career as a caster. I'm blanking on what team it was. It was so many years ago. But I have seen the upside down rappel Capitao smoke for the Glass play before one time. It's a cool strat. It doesn't work out for Nafe in that round. Doesn't really find anything for his troubles. DZ do their best to make a lobby push work, but it feels just a little bit one-dimensional with all the square pressure being taken away from Bay. Not a whole lot of util clear coming through either, as there was still some strong utility being played by Wildcard, some yokai drones from Spiker, Toxic Babes being held by Kansan.
Dark Zero, a couple of rounds that have gone through on this bank, and listen, the desk said they didn't want to see the same old DZ. This is not the same old DZ.
Yeah, no kidding. And like I said, I like the changes that are being brought by this team, you know, but mixed results at this point in time, but still something enjoyable and something worth spending time discussing. We cast the same lineups on the same bomb sites on the same maps with such great frequency, and there are micro adjustments that make a huge difference, but getting to see genuine new strats with new players on the team and a new team gel is frankly quite excellent. Rival did survive in that first round that was won by Dark Zero, but as you pointed out, yet to make much impact. He will be the player that we watch most intently in this series just because he is making his Tier 1 debut, and of course does so in the playoffs. Talk about a pressure cooker.
I talked to him a little bit before this game after it was announced he joined DZ. He says he's playing the flex role on this team. DZ don't really have a dedicated entry usually. Kind of Citizen, Spirits, and previously Pamba would all somewhat share the entry flex role. Rival, I assume, is in that boat as well now.
What boat? Bank is in Los Angeles. There's no water.
The boat of being like an entry flat. You know what I meant. Oh. You know what I meant.
I had no idea.
3 players are dead.
That is correct. Very good play-by-play, Jesse. 2 players on Wildcard, biting the dust. Dash and Kansan both in the ground. Nafe is the only one on the side of DZ. Nafe has had some highs and lows so far through 3 rounds. Round number 1, Nafe was on the call-E. Didn't really do what he needed to do. Had an okay second round. He got a single kill, was traded out. Baby Shark now caught on the run by Spirits. He was reunited with his shield. And Wildcard now finding themselves losing out. Dark Zero doubling up on them. Logic bombs will ring out. Spiker and Bay both now known to these remaining attackers. No logic bomb in pocket, so that was the last one, and now the Blitz will push up towards the double door. And Spiker watching the hatch. As DZ are just waiting for Spirits to get in. I like what we're seeing from the side in purple. They will smoke things off. Spiker and Bay both fighting for their lives. Bay with no kills so far in this ensuing fight. He'll pop up, get one. Citizen shuts him down. And DZ, what are we witnessing? That's a decent start. Wildcard need to shake off some of the nerves that are definitely visible.
Yeah, I think by far the best round we've seen from Dark Zero so far this game. And it comes off of just a couple of smart positions from these DZ players. Starts off with Nafe down in the basement. He enters down below. He ends up catching Kansan on, I believe, the site hatch. Might have been actually 2 levels of the site hatch because he died top floor as he goes down to Nafe playing in the basement. So that double layer of the hatches ends up being Kansan's demise. And then Dash as well goes down playing top floor. He had ended up vaulting over Banana, went down towards lobby, caught Citizen, who was playing from that lobby position, had just entered in through ATMs. So it's a couple of solo guys on DZ that are not being expected by Wildcard. Wildcard kind of moving a lot through that round and giving those opportunities up to Dark Zero to capitalize on them, which they did expertly. And then not panicking in the mid-round, right? Finding those last couple of players. Baby Shark does his best to kind of get aggressive and make something happen in the mid-round, but Spirits on a Blitz is one of the scariest things in Siege. And it forces quite an early tack timeout to come out from Wildcard. They'll get an opportunity now to chat with Lagonis, head coach of this roster. Lagonis, as a player, has a 6-2 record versus Dark Zero through his time on both Team 1 and Team Liquid, so he knows what it takes to beat DZ.
No listen-ins available, so we can't hear them. I will note, Wildcard players have all moved to bedrooms. I wonder if they're still in the same team house, because if you recall, Wildcard was playing out of the same general room in what looked to be like the living room of a house. I'm assuming Wildcard's in Texas. I don't know if you have more intel than me, but...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were in... They're very specific about their city, but I'm blanking on which one it is.
Houston, San Antonio, Austin?
It was Houston or Dallas, for sure. Hold on, I'm on their Twitter. It's Houston. That's what I thought. I doubted myself. I shouldn't have.
Shouldn't have.
They had the team house in Houston. However, now it seems like they're all back in their own houses. I know Space Station as well were no longer really boot camping and had all their players back in their own homes. Shopify Rebellion were talking about doing a boot camp last I heard, but it seemed like they were playing from their homes with the exception of Spoit and Troy as usual. So most teams opting not to do the team house thing. It is only 2 days worth of games here this weekend.
Right. My understanding as well was that both Surf and Rexon were interested in staying in Toronto with Canadian and Spoit to compete, but my read of the situation was that Ambi always wanted to go home. If that's the case, then I mean, how are you going to keep 4 people there when you might as well just go home at that point, right?
Sure.
And from what I understand, Super was not at the Spoit Contender Series, which was the event that was held last weekend. That was here in Toronto that you and I actually worked. Super was not present for that. He was at home. So I don't know if he would have made it to the city or not. So either way, it's Troy. I mean, Troy lives here, obviously. Spoit stays here and has stayed here since he used to be on M80. He's actually been in Toronto for a couple of years at this point. So, I mean, go back to your team houses, go back to your regular abodes, whatever, and then you don't really have to worry about it. Once you qualify for the playoffs, you're not competing at home. You're competing in Philadelphia.
That's very true. It's a long road ahead, though, for these 2 teams. You've got to win this best of 3 and then 2 best of 3s tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, just to make it to the live portion of the event. That's the punishment for starting in the lower bracket, for being the 5th and 6th seed. Spirits in a first gunfight finds a player here in the mid floor, but is not able to get the kill with it. It's just Dash, who is still playing in this position. He has not dropped the hatch.
They're now running the collie yet again. We have not really seen what the goal is with this collie through any of these rounds. I have to imagine it's just for suppression, right? If you've got good aim, you bring the operator, it's basically a guaranteed down on most of the body. Rival picks up his 2nd kill. Welcome to the show. Just a little bit over a minute to go. Wildcard have lost Dash. Dash was a bottom of the team through a lot of the Munich Major. His utility will persist, his gun will not. Final minute, and still a lot of mid-floor control for DZ.
Yeah, and a strong hold still on server stairs. Bay is not giving this up, and he's going to play with the shotgun SMG combo. So there's a lot of map control that still needs to be taken from Dark Zero. Despite the man advantage, I kind of prefer Wildcard's positioning. It gets a little bit better, though, as Bay immediately falls to Citizen's shotgun. So that really does solve the problem.
Of course, the strong sidearm on the Deimos allows Deimos to run the shotgun as his primary. If you don't want to bring the AK, that is okay. That shotgun is unbelievably strong, but you have to believe in it, because if you don't, if you don't believe in the shotgun, it's not going to get you the kills. Collie of Knave still fishing for something, as there go the Molotovs onto the main door. It will be a split execute for Dark Zero as they assemble some forces towards the back of this bomb site. Spirit's taking a beating. Knave has found an opening, by the way. Baby Shark swatting away at NJR. He's finished off by Spirits, and there's the Deimos to come to the rescue. Spiker eliminates Spirits, but not before the diffuser can go down, so damage has been done by Dark Zero. Now it's Spiker trapped inside of Gold. They know exactly his whereabouts. They will hunt him down with the Death Mark too. So insult to injury, I believe, is the term we're looking for. As Rival stares down Spiker, just toying with him, and Rival gets the exit pick. A strong debut so far, going positive through 4 rounds. DZ off to a great start on Bank.
Nice little kill coming out there in the end from Rival. He takes down Spiker, his fellow Washington State native, our 2 Washington State players in the league. About 2.5 hours south of Seattle in Battleground, Washington is where Rival grew up and is now, of course, playing in Texas with the rest of the Dark Zero guys, but has a really big impact in that round, gets the early pick lobby side, then comes back around for the site hit. Nave managed to get the defuse kit down. We talk about the snipers a lot in this game for Dark Zero. I think he would have rather played the Glaz. He was not going garage side like the Collie did in round number 1. But of course, Glaz gets banned out by Wildcard. Still decides the sniper is worth it. He brings the smokes on the Collie. So still, if he's just going to be the one planting, it is very much similar to the Glaz if you're not going to be firing through those smokes anyways. Gets it down as all of his teammates are pressuring from different angles. We saw main stairs, we saw Gold Hatch getting opened up, we saw multiple dimensions to that push, which was drawing the attention away from Wildcard. I do question a little bit Dash's opening death. The fact that he didn't just drop through the hatch when he was clearly being watched was a bold play, was playing on the Fenrir, so maybe wanted to get aggressive, but just not really finding a lot of impact early in this game.
Jesse, it might surprise you, but I'm still trying to figure out what the hell they're doing with the Kali. I'm bogged down in it. It's like,
I don't know.
The side SMG is really, really strong. It's quite slept on as a secondary. And of course, if you've got good aim and you've got good reflexes, that gun is just, it'll flatten you. It's incredibly strong. If there's an operator like Azami on the board, or if you're dealing with castles, like, yeah, of course, you've got that counter ability. There's also, if a Kaid is being brought, she's a great counter for that too. But Kaid has very firmly not been in the lineup for Wildcard here. So it's just, I do have to wonder, like, okay, if you want to deal with the Kiba barriers, you've got DMRs, right? Like, you've got Dokkaebi that you can bring. There's Twitch you can bring. There's a Lion you can bring. There's lots of stuff that you can bring to the table. I mean, the Glaz I can kind of understand because Glaz has use cases. Glaz is also really strong at the moment, especially given that there's a Warden ban that happened early on. That allows Glaz free reign.
Yeah.
But it's the Kali that I'm trying to figure out, because to me, there is no real application I've seen from the Kali that another operator doesn't do better.
I think you hit the nail on the head with the Kaid pick, right? It hasn't been brought by Wildcard, but it's very easy to hide a Kaid, and most teams will in the prep phase, so you can never be 100% sure there's not a Kaid on the board. That's my best bet, because you're right, it would be a good counter to that, and it is the most commonly banned defender on Bank. DZ didn't ban the Kaid, so they have to bring some other answers, so I think that's probably it, and you just rather be safe than sorry, because if you do misdrone it in the prep phase and you don't bring anything to counter the Kaid, you kind of just insta-lose.
Do you have to account for it? You give up valuable utility by bringing that Kali. I don't know. We'll figure this out later or have the desk talk about it. Leadoff pick goes to Baby Shark. NJR is down for the count. That is all of your hard destruction beyond the Hibana, who just has 4x Kairos remaining, and Nave goes for the swing and dusted by Kansan. Rival on low point of HP now. He's got a clear line of sight into the bombs, but no operators giving their position away. He has to be very concerned with the Clash Shield of Spiker sitting just to his left, and there's a swarm of Wildcard players inside of Janitor. Dash not really able to muster much from a kill perspective. Bay eliminates Rival all the way from that stock trading window. Kansan drops to Citizen, but Bay trades him right back. They knew Bay was there. Citizen was not prepared for the follow-up. And Spirits has taken the bomb site, but he does not have Diffuse Kit. As for Aurora, he's kind of locked himself in and will now find a way out, slowed temporarily by the Clash Shield. His first focus will be on the Azami inside of stock trading. Down goes Bay. But running out of time. Full HP for Spirits, but I mean, what are you really able to do here, right? He gets Spiker and runs out of time. A far closer round than it needed to be. Wildcard find their second.
We've got two rookies in this game, Parker. Rival, the one that everyone will talk about, is this is his debut in Tier 1, but Baby Shark as well, technically still playing his first season of Professional Siege, despite the fact that he's been to 2 international events and has been one of the best players on his team. And there was a really, I think, interesting and pivotal interaction between those two early on in that round, where Baby Shark flanks up the server stairs. He gets the opening pick onto NJR, who's playing top square. And that is a flank that it feels like that's right here. This is the kill I'm talking about. That is somewhat Rival's job to be watching for that flank. He's playing on the Nomad. He's playing top square. His goal is to make sure something like that does not happen. He deals a lot of damage to Baby Shark after he gets that kill, but even then, not able to get the trade back. From that point as well, you see Nave repel in, ends up dying to Kansan, playing inside a Janitor. He gets his first kill of the game, and the man advantage is just a little bit too steep for Dark Zero to pull it back. So mistakes happen. It's the early game, and I'm sure the jitters are there. Rival's been great so far this game, but round 5, maybe not quite his.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, for a debut, you're looking at some pretty good numbers here on the roll that he's on. Also got big shoes to fill. I mean, again, Pamba, a terrific player, a major champion, extremely talented on his role. Good game sense, great aim. Doesn't maybe do as much talking on social media and doesn't have as big of a presence online as some of his teammates do. But I mean, DZ is at this point, one of the most historic orgs in Rainbow Six with a very strong winning culture. They do not like losing. They have always pulled the trigger very quickly on roster changes if they do not feel particularly comfortable, whether it be from Bolo to Kobe Lax to Canadian to Rice to these players that are brought on for maybe just a single stage, there are high expectations here that DZ has for all of its players. Those same expectations likely play into Rival's position on this team, and he will be very aware of what happens, oh my, if things do not work out well. DZ doing an excellent job so far attacking on Bank, Jesse. They've got the numbers advantage. It's now been pushed away by Dash, who guns down Rival, the aforementioned player. And Dash will get the Goyo canister, but at what cost? Nathan Citizen doubling up now as got that DMR in the Type 89 just wrecking house. Citizen dominating this game at this point in time. 10 kills for Ben. But everybody on DZ doing all right in terms of numbers. It's Spiker in a 1v4 with a minute 35 still on the clock. I do not have high hopes for Spiker. Oh, out goes the Nitro Cell. He slaughters Spirits, dancing around that door frame. Nitro goes off. Spies the Capital of NJR, takes him out. Spiker could have a third as well.
Hold on.
Jesse, I'm getting a call. It's winnable.
It is, Parker. Some crazy kills despite whipping the Nitro Cell, but the plant goes down, so he has to start making his move.
He's lost his Nitro Cell. Citizen will hold this angle. Citizen's been on a tear, and an 11th kill for the Brit. The British duo will secure the first half for Dark Zero. 4-2 the scoreline, attacking on Bank. Again, Bank is a map where both sides can do well. It really comes down to the stylistic matchup, operator bans, and bomb site rotation. Dark Zero will move to defend, and we will very quickly get a good sense of how prepared Wildcard is for this map.
Yeah, really strong first half to come out from DZ. Again, similar to what we saw on the open area defense. Wildcard moving around a lot, and DZ able to capitalize on that, this time from outside the building. Some really strong repels on both CEO and on the lobby side of the map. Dark Zero able to get a couple of kills there without Wildcard really being able to fight things back. And then Citizen, I mean, what a crazy good player he has been, not just in this game, but throughout the season as a whole. He was another guy, we talked about this with Adam, but Citizen also went kind of quiet in the Stage 2 playoffs. Averaged just a 90 EPS in those games, despite being the highest rated player on this DZ team by quite a lot. If you look at the season as a whole, there's no denying Citizen is one of the most mechanically gifted players alive. We need to see more of this coming out from him in the second half, but as far as attack went, he sure delivered.
Really extraordinary stuff from Spiker in his position, but I mean, you get put between a rock and a hard place. Kansan has been mysteriously absent from this game. You look at the way that this team of Wildcard plays. They've got some big offensive threats. You know, Spiker frags an awful lot for a team leader, but you've also got Baby Shark, who can have some really good games. Bay and Kansan are usually the two names we see the most on the kill feed. Bay in particular having a great second half of the year, but at one point, I think Kansan was like the second best rated player in North America through Stage 1, and deep into the season.
Right.
Both of these players are terrific, and Wildcard has a lot of threats. You don't make it to the top 4 at an international event once, let alone twice, without having good guns on your side. I don't know what it is with this early round. DZ have been very strong to get those opening picks and to provoke action early. It hasn't always resulted in them winning the first duel or getting a trade thereafter, but it is constantly knocking Wildcard's defenses onto their back foot. It is harder to attack. So DZ is presumably gotten the hard job already out of the way. Now, I'm going to look at Kansan on attack. Can he start putting those numbers on the board? He's not playing an outright fragging op at this point, Jesse, but he's got a really good gun. 417 flattens people, and he will be integral for the execute.
Kansan was a top 10 rated player in Munich as well. He was by far the best on this Wildcard team, so his presence not being felt here has definitely been noticed from Wildcard. It's a bit of a aggressive roam. I was about to say Rival is top floor, and he goes down to Bay, shut down early again in this round 7. He was playing mid floor for a long time, but he just rotates up and finds the pistol of the Demos in probably the least favorable way that he could. It's okay to lose your zombie early. He tried to go aggressive. You expect him to maybe die in a position like that, but it does put a bit more pressure on guys like Citizen currently playing inside of Archives. There's a lot on his shoulders to get one back. Falling off at this point would not exactly be favorable, but he might be forced to.
I don't like losing the Azami this early on. I doubt all of those Kiba barriers had gone down. That's a high value op to lose so early in a round, especially since you're going to see a quick push. As you can see from the operators that are remaining on the side of DZ, stall potential is not as high as it has been with other lineups that we've witnessed today across all 3 matches. And no Spirits' location on blue, and they attempt to flush him out with that nade that's been tossed down, so he will seek some comfort on that mute jammer. It means the death mark that Bay had used will not succeed. Wildcard might have to go back to the drawing board here, unless they decide that they want to go full server, which if that's the case, mission accomplished. Deathmark will go off. Dash will lead the charge down. They've opened the server hatch. There's a lot of good happening on the side of Wildcard at the moment.
I like that Spirits gets all the way back to gold. You know, he's not really playing an operator that can hold down server stairs, so get back to the site before that hatch opens. It's a perfectly safe rotate, and now there's 5 players trying to get into this site, but you've got good intel, you've got good plant denial, Citizen with a C4, Spirits as well. They have ways to deny this.
This is the very typical pull spot, popularized long time ago by IGLs like Canadians, sitting inside of gold very safely. Citizen and DZ with 2 kills at this point. Baby Shark, the only one that's been active after that defuse kit goes down. Bay has been dropped, and Dash might be able to retrieve him if he can crawl away to safety. That will leave Spiker as the only active combatant not tied up doing something else. Bay retrieved, Nath and Bay on the same point of HP, and this is the predicament that Wildcard had, was trying to take control of this middle floor. DZ boxed them out. Now it's Wildcard to do the exact same thing to them. A double lineup over by double door. Oh my goodness, Spiker gets 1, but that's all that he can muster. He found a second shortly thereafter. It leaves NJR in a position where he will have to deal with the Blackbeard, and Dash will get the job done. A cheeky little smile as Wildcard closed the gap to just a single round. Good defuse kit, good map control. Ultimately, a terrific round for Wildcard. And they're on the board in the second half.
Yeah, one of the strongest attacking post plants in the game, that bottom floor, especially with the hatches open. Really tough to be able to get that into post plant. You've got to rotate back up, but it's always being held. Dark Zero had the full information. I mean, Spirits was watching the guy put the defuse kit on the ground. He knew the plant spot, but the fire grenades just weren't able to land. It was NJR on that Tachanka that just wasn't quite able to find the plant spot. It's tough as well sometimes with that pulse scanner to tell exactly where the defuse kit is going down. So not sure if the call was maybe a little bit off or maybe the fire was a little bit off, but that's the problem with playing a full plant denial setup on bank basement, right, Parker? You're always going to have these potential issues. And if things do go wrong for you, there's almost no saving it.
Yeah. A tech pause here right now. I wonder if it's something on side of Dark Zero. On your screen is Rival, the second player to run this name, as was pointed out. Rival on Envy and Rival GN on DZ. It remains to be seen if Envy, Cloud9, these teams that finish in the basement do make any roster moves. We could see two new teams entirely, given that relegations are in fact a real thing. Team Cruelty and LFO/Orglis not surviving through stages 1 and 2, so their fate is very much up in the air. The 6 teams we see today, their fate determined. They will be here moving forward, whether they will be at SI, whether they will make it to Philadelphia to compete in the NA League Finals. That is still a question that needs to be answered. But I gotta say, I don't know about you, but my expectations for DZ were pretty low coming into this matchup. They had a new player on their team. They kind of bombed out of playoffs. They haven't really looked like themselves. Losing a player like Pamba is typically a big loss, even if Rival is a highly touted player coming in. You're still going to need some time to adjust. I mean, Kobe Lax was a highly touted player. He didn't quite hit the mark the way that they wanted. Rice was a highly touted player. He also didn't hit the mark quite as they wanted.
Yeah.
So there have been some misses along with the swings from Dark Zero. Time will tell whether Rival fits on which side, but yeah, I didn't expect Dark Zero to be this strong this quickly in map number 1.
This is their map pick, so it's good to see them performing, but I agree. I think that they've really come out quite fast on this bank map. The 4-2 split, their attacks were really, really good. Their first defense doesn't quite hit the mark, but they've got more opportunities to fix that. And you're right, DZ are no strangers to dipping down to T2 and trying to find the next up-and-coming player. That's how they found Pamba as well, don't forget. So they're good at taking risks sometimes, but plenty still watching on to see what Rival will do in this early career of his. Now we go over to open area for our second bomb site, and top floor is always going to be critical on this site. Spirit's playing very close in the windows with Azami. This is a really annoying spot to try to root a player out of. These Kiba barriers, there's just going to be no good way to force him to move, especially since they have no nades. The fire bolts on Spiker may be going to be their best tool on that.
See Glaz yet again with how strong he is at this point in time, and well, Operation Tenfold Pursuit might just be a couple days or a week away. We're really quite unsure of when it will launch. I don't believe it's been made public, and if it has, I'm going to be honest with you, I actually have no idea what date it actually goes live on. Usually it's a Tuesday, but oh my, Spirits gets taken out by Spiker as he explodes through the wall, and down goes Rival as well as Baby Shark is on the board. Bay has been leading the charge on this side of Wildcard with 3 first bloods. He has been quiet on this Glaz roll so far, but why not? Let the rest of the team do the job. A 5v3 with a little bit over a minute to go sets Wildcard up quite nicely to tie the game.
Lots of time, as you say, Parker. Nafe going for a flank. This is, I think, needed on the side of DZ. They have to find some way to get the advantage back. NJR also finds Kansan, who's not having the greatest of games, but Nafe, his position is known, gets swung on by Baby Shark, and we bring this back to a 2-man lead as we had previously. Citizen and NJR, 2 great players on 2 great operators to hold down the site, but with all the utils still being held by Wildcard, I don't know if this is going to be so doable.
Yeah, I don't like this Nafe loss, even if you do trade it for Kansan. Kansan, again, 1-7, well below what we expected of him based on what he did in Stage 2, Stage 1, and at the Munich Major. NJR gets hit with a drive-by. It's a perfect trade, so Dash, good enough. 1 bullet, 1 shot, 1 kill, that's all that matters. Citizen was terrific and is a huge reason why the first half went in favor of DZ, but he could not outmuscle Bay and crew. Wildcard draw even 4-4 through 8 rounds of bank.
Really good push, and it honestly reminds me a little bit of the pushes Dark Zero we're playing on this map, where they're almost forcing these defenders to make moves, and then they're catching them and punishing them when they do make those moves. I thought Spiker might have to use a firebolt to get the opening pick onto Spirits, but he ends up just being in the right place at the right time. Top of square, gets the opening pick onto the Azami on the top floor, and then Rival dies. I think it's just vertically onto the janitor hatch, because he's playing admin office, and he goes down to Baby Shark, who was still on that top floor. So a tough spot to be in when you go down to that 2-man advantage. I really do like the attempt from Nafe, but Dark Zero were very ready for it, whether they had a drone. Don't think they popped a logic bomb, so they must have had some eyes somewhere to know about Nafe's flank coming in. Then a very nice 4v2 execute come out from Wildcard. This is the team that we saw back at Munich. This is the team that we know could be so exceptional on their attacks. I've always praised this squad for their teamwork. One of the highest trade percentages that we have in the North America League and even in the world. Haven't had to rely on it so much in this game, but you can see it in their gameplay, right? They're always so close together. They're always so okay. Even if a player like Kansan does go down, someone's there to step up and fill his shoes.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's been Bay who is leading the way on this team with those first bloods, and Baby Shark is having a bit of a resurgence now too. Yep. Bay getting that exit pick is really strong. Even Dash has had a couple good looks through the last 2 rounds, and of course Spiker doing Spiker things. It's really just Kansan at this point who's fallen behind on this team. As for Dark Zero, Spirits and NJR have very quietly amassed 6 kills apiece, but the player that we are talking about most frequently is Citizen. Absolutely monstrous performance through those first 6 rounds, has cooled off a little bit. But he's going to be playing Valkyrie. He's going to be playing these intel ops. And because of that, yeah, I mean, Valk is a fragging op. Just look at Brazil. But I don't think NA does play her the same way, especially on a map like Bank. But maybe Citizen has something in surprise for us. As for the rest of DZ, at this point in time, they have dropped too many rounds for comfort. This is where you start to get a bit concerned about what happens here. And then you look forward to Nighthaven Labs, which is our second map, as to where this team goes. Again, expectation setting for those of you at home who are unaware, Wildcard has qualified for the 6 Invitational based largely on their performance at Munich, but also because of the fact that M80 prevailed in their matchup earlier today.
Yeah.
As for DZ, if DZ lose here, they are done. Same with Wildcard. This is the lower bracket. Once you lose this match, you are gone. And that would effectively spell the end of DZ making it through anything but the qualifiers.
Yeah, Dark Zero need top 3 if they have any hope of winning or making SI off points. Top 2 locks it in guarantee. So if you're top 3, you're depending on other teams' results from other regions, but they are still very far from top 3. They've got a long lower bracket to go before they can start worrying about qualifying to the 6th Invitational. It's important to get a defense on the board. If you let Wildcard sweep through 3 of their first 3 attacks, you end up being in a really bad spot despite how good Dark Zero's offense was. They're going to have to go up against NJR on the Oryx. This will be the first time all season he's brought this operator, and he's got a lot of work to do as his teammate of Spirits dies the opening pick to Dash.
That's not an ideal start, especially for DZ here, who are now just holding on for dear life at this point in time. Wildcard very firmly in the driver's seat in the second half of the map. Of the last 5 rounds, they've won 3. They are in an excellent position to win a 4th. DZ had a strong start, but Wildcard has led through most of this. And in the second half in particular, Jesse, they have struck first in all the rounds. Successfully converted, never trading off. Dash was able to get Diffuser down in round number 7. Spiker attempting it now here in round number 9. It doesn't look like anybody on DZ knows. I mean, when you're down in numbers, Citizen picked apart by Kansan from above. It might only be a second pick, but eliminating Citizen is huge and might just count for more than 1 frag. Now it's Nave trapped inside a small office, eliminated by Dash, who himself is about to go even in a flawless round as Wildcard take the lead.
What a round it was. Great push coming through. Again, they get a 2-man advantage. The entries have been so consistent for Wildcard in the second half. And I think a lot of it comes down to Brady, the spiker, the IGL of this team. He's not technically getting some of these opening picks, but he's often getting that second frag, if not the first. And his positioning around square has been excellent. Second round in a row now where top square, he's able to get a really important kill. This one onto Rival. Spirits ended up just going down to the long angle rappel. He was playing checkers, the front desk on the top floor, and ended up dying on a long angle to, I believe it was Dash, outside the building. And again, once you have that 2-man advantage, it just becomes really tricky on a map like Bank to both keep control of where the plant's going down, hold every angle opening into the bomb site. And when it's Archives Tellers, it gets amplified by 100 because it's so easy for the attackers to find a way to sneak right back into the site. From square, they went into Archives, planted it down. I don't think DZ were fully aware of that defuse kit, so lots of problems to solve. They get 1 last operator ban in this game. It's going to be the Glaz. Tough to feel like that's going to be a big difference maker, to be honest.
I just think Glaz is so strong right now, right? I mean, and...
Sure.
He banned him. He was the final ban in the first half, Jesse. Now he's the final ban here in the second half, too.
The first half there was a Warden ban, though.
That is fair. That is a very good. That is a very good point. That is. But I mean, Glaz is still so strong. I look at the second half, and the only Glaz that we saw was in staff/open area.
I guess you know what? Maybe they were predicting the Warden ban because it does also get paired with that operator. If Wildcard had banned out the Warden and DC didn't ban out the Glaz, they would have been in trouble. So actually, maybe a good ban.
Yeah, I think it's smart by both teams, and it basically just it puts you back at 0, right? It does no team really gains anything here.
Yeah.
Bay said the fabled numbers, by the way, in chat. I don't know if you saw that.
What's that referencing? Dash's KD, NJR's KD.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
NJR and Dash actually having the exact same stat line at the moment.
Oh yeah, even 3 assists.
Mm-hmm. Though technically Dash slightly ahead of NJR from a rating perspective, but really not that much of a difference. Not that I'm trying to slag off on Dash here, but there's not many games where you want NJR and Dash to be standing on the same level. These are not players that are typically shoulder to shoulder. You usually want NJR performing a little bit better. I do wonder how much Pamba being taken off of this team will change up the roles on Dark Zero, if any at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because at least by my eyes, I don't know if Rival has slotted in perfectly to Pamba's operator picks. So if that's the case, maybe Nafe, who is in charge of this team, has decided that there are other things that they can do. Maybe a player like Rival brings more flexibility or at least allows things to get opened up for Dark Zero. I do remember a time when it was either NJR or Pamba who was on hard breach for DZ, and there was some serious finger pointing from the community there as to misusing their assets. Hopefully the same doesn't transpire with Rival.
I mean, it certainly has offered them some flexibility in this game. Rival has played a different operator through all 10 rounds so far in this game. Brings out the Goyo for the first time in round number 10. And playing in this elevator position a tough spot to play. It's really awkward to stay in this spot. You've got to know when to retreat, when to go for a swing. Everybody will be paying attention to you. It's a very obvious spot. So Rival's going to be having a lot of weight on his shoulders this round. Eventually does choose to drop, so plays it pretty safe, and I like that from him. You don't want to go down again early in this round. Man advantage can be very critical for the attackers to try to crack a pretty tough bomb site.
Yeah. They'll freeze some of it out with 2 Zoto canisters still in pocket for Nafe. Another will go. All the mute jammers put down. All the Surya gates down. The active gadgetry on the side of Dark Zero. 1 nitro cell, 20 Molotovs. That's it. The smoke ban can complicate matters, but again, as we've seen from countless banks today, you're looking at Goyo, you're looking at Echo, you're looking at a potential Kaid, you're looking at Smoke, you're looking at Tubarao. Right now, Dark Zero have brought 3 of those. I ultimately like this lineup from DZ. It's very similar to what we see from a lot of teams here. Wildcard are not in a position to stall out, though. If they stall out, they are in serious trouble. They will bring the Fuse Shield, an operator that we have pointed fingers at. Can Dash muster something greater than previous players on this op? What are your thoughts?
I mean, there's still a Goyo up, so his cluster charges did not get everything they maybe have wanted to. Makes the default plant almost impossible at this point. He's going to have to go really deep with this to try to get the planter down.
He's only got 10 seconds left. Bay will march on in, taking damage, but asserting himself. Baby Shark, the first kill, traded out by Rival. Spirits and NJR. NJR killing everything with the Goyo canister, including his own teammates. As you pointed out, the lack of the cluster charge hitting its marks dooms this execute from Wildcard, and we have a tie game again.
Not to make it about me, Parker, but it's the best feeling in the world as a color caster when you point out something and it immediately comes through to win the round. Dash doesn't go deep, and because of that, the Goyo canister gets popped. It's perfectly shot by NJR. He gets 2 big kills onto both Bay and Dash. Dash, of course, the guy trying to plant the defuse kit in the midst of that. Really nice defense coming out from DZ. They didn't overcomplicate it. They're just playing sight. They're going to deny that plant. They know they've got the Goyo. Don't panic with it. It was certainly chaotic in the late round, and the flashes coming through from Kansan were impactful. All 4 Candles coming in, especially with the Warden ban, could be a disaster for certain teams. But Kansan wasn't able to do much from the hatch position. By the time he's able to drop into the bomb site, Citizen hits him from the garage spot. So really calm and cautious round from Dark Zero that pays off. They play behind their util and they tie us at 5.
We'll need all 12 rounds no matter what happens here, so somebody will move to map point. Nighthaven Labs is up next. This is very familiar territory for Dark Zero. Honestly, both teams know Nighthaven Labs well. I'm excited to see all 3 maps if we do need Cafe, because again, I said this when we were in our previous matchup, I do not expect that we will have a 2-mapper here. I am ready to be wrong. I am often wrong. Unlike you in the previous round, who was completely right about your utility. And I mean, I'm the same way. I'm not much of a color caster. I don't do much analysis, but there are times where I will call, okay, this is going to happen, and this, and this. And then it all comes together, and it's like, damn, I feel like Tony Romo.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. Dark Zero, I mean, you talked about the maps a little bit. I do feel like this is a must-win map for them if they want to take this series. The next 2, in my opinion, do lean Wildcard's favor. They're not impossible for Dark Zero, but this is going to be their best chance, as you'd expect, given that they chose it in the map veto. They're 2-2 on bank this season, but both of their losses came early in the season and were both overtime losses as well. It is a bit of a different look for DZ, of course, with the Rival joining the team, but we're going to have to fall back on the only data we have, and that is when Pambo was on the team. So from what we know of Dark Zero at the very least, this is probably their best chance.
Baby Shark starting things off with Rival dying yet again. First blood drawn by Wildcard every round of this second half. The only one they failed to convert was the previous round, won by DZ in relatively dominant fashion. Kansan will add to the tally as the second body will go in the ground, and it's Citizen who's really fallen off here in the second half. NJR picking things up, but what the hell just happened? Wildcard send us to map point in the blink of an eye.
Baby Shark was playing from down below in the basement, and the second that Rival drops the janitor hatch, Baby Shark gets the vert angle on him from down below. He gets the opening pick in that round, and then Citizen in a very similar position, just playing inside of Archives, very near to Nafe, who we were respecting at the time, dies to Kansan, who ended up walking through bottom square to find that pick. You mentioned it briefly in that round, Parker. The opening pick has been so good for a wild card on this second half. And it's not just the opening one kill that goes their way. It feels like on almost every single round since round 7, they've gotten the opening 2 picks. And a 5v3 advantage is a much different ballgame than a 5v4. Wildcard have been in so many 5v3s in this game. They are capitalizing on them. They're not throwing these advantages. They're not letting DZ get back into these rounds, despite Dark Zero's best efforts when they go for nitros and flanks and every type of shenanigan they can to try to get the game back under their control. No matter what happens, when Wildcard have the lead, they're not letting go of it. Dark Zero need to strike first in this last round, or I fear we're going to be going 1-0 up for Wildcard.
5 seconds to go.
I hate to harp on Citizen, but he was instrumental in DZ taking that first half 4-2, and at one point he was, I think, 12-3. That's a far cry from where he's at right now. Nobody has been able to neatly fill his role, though NJR has been mounting a more impressive second half than what we saw through the first. He and Dash are in a battle of very similar stats. It's Dash who's trailing at this current point in time. Dash will be running the Nook, so basically all offense is really all you need.
Yeah. Looks like he might enter through Garage, which is oftentimes where you will see the Nook go through. There's nobody currently playing down below, but they have a Valkyrie and they have 3 operators with Nitro cells, so it's not crazy to think at some point in this round, someone on DZ is going to flank down to the mid floor. If there is a Nook just sitting on main stairs waiting for that rotation, it is going to be a disaster for Dark Zero. There's really no way to anticipate this Nook, so they just have to be ready for it when it does come through. Not a guarantee that one of these 3 players on Dark Zero will drop down to try to play the Nitro from below, but if they do, it could be really bad for them. Oh, he's going lobby anyways. Well, it could still do the same thing.
I mean, a lot of times Nook will go lobby and try to take elevators either on first floor or the top floor, or just hold that cross to the main stairs.
And here goes Nafe. What I said, going down below the bomb site.
There's your first logic bomb. Candela's also going off somewhere on the map, as right now DZ is getting a bit restless. They know, or at least think they know, where Wildcard's advance will come from. And here's Dash going right towards those elevators, and he's on a collision course with Nafe, who's prepared and waiting for it. Right to the elevators the Nook would go. That is a bit of sloppiness for Dash. Why are you not ADS looking at the elevators? You almost always anticipate a fight there. His lack of preparedness ultimately costs him his life, capitalized upon by Dark Zeros. Now Rival takes some damage. The Clash is prepared for Baby Shark's drop on in. Diffuser going down. Spiker handling it quite adeptly. Baby Shark goes in the ground. Rival dropped. Now it's Bay taking a beating. Spiker pulls this one off, and he and Kansan now head for the hills. They managed to get out with their lives still intact. An absolutely puzzling execute. Dark Zero can pick up Rival and be in a 5v3 with Bay bleeding out, leaving a 5v2. Wildcard will have window control. This is for the map, by the way. If Wildcard pull this one off, they are in excellent shape. Kansan catches Citizen wandering aimlessly through the lobby. Now Spiker waiting for a jump out. Nobody yet to hop on that case. Onto the Gone 6 he will go, cut down off the wire, but somebody needs to get there, and NJR will do just that. Bay left bleeding out, and it's a great post plant with a 4-second grace period that gives DZ a much needed round win.
We stay alive, Dark Zero. Another jump out of the windows, as you had to do in Arrival. He gets the kill. It looked like as he was falling, a crazy shot, if that's what he hit. Really nice post plant coming out from DZ. They play it patiently. They know exactly what they want to do for that. And it comes off of how many kills they got in the midst of that execute, right, Parker? It was a very... It was a very multi-dimensional push from Wildcard. It was a 4v5. They had Baby Shark dropping the main stairs. They had Bay pushing in square. Both of those players ended up losing their ones and went down. Kansan was pushing lobby side. He ends up being okay. Spiker, while all his teammates are fighting, just repels in CEO to plant. Why not? Ends up just getting the plant down with everybody on DZ being so distracted. But in the end, it does not matter. The 5v2 advantage is too great, and Dark Zero closed things out. They will be on offense here in overtime, which is not generally what you'd expect. This is Dark Zero's map pick, so they must have chosen to start on attack here in OT. A bit of an interesting decision, but we'll see if it pays off for them.
a confusing one. Denari will get brought out by Spiker.
5 seconds to go.
Denari saw some play in the first half. It was in the hands of Kansan back in round number 4. That was the only look of the newest operator, and he will technically maintain that title when Operation Tenfold Pursuit goes live in a couple weeks or days or however long the timeline is, because Thatcher, despite his rework, is still an existing operator. So Denari will maintain that position as the newest operator added to the game. Again, when you see a Denari get brought out, those tripwires are in spots that are really hard to hit. You have to deal with the slow that comes with it, the damage that comes with it. Actually, forget, Jesse, if the damage buff went live. I believe it did, but I can't remember if it's now or if it's coming in the next patch. It made it so that it was not damaging, it just slowed you. You're of no help. Okay. It is honestly hard to keep up with when the balancing changes work. And despite the fact that I play this game quite a bit, gotta be honest with you, I've never played Denari myself. So I don't know if you can say the same here.
I've played a little bit of Denari. I mean, it's a strong operator, of course, but Spiker has long been one of the biggest proponents of this operator, has played it a lot here on Bank top floor. This is not a new look. Back in September in Stage 2, when they last played this map against M80, he brought this operator multiple times top floor, so there should be something Dark Zero are ready for and prepared to go up against. We've got the double mirror set up inside a Janitor, so that if one of them does get popped by Nafe on this Hibana, then they can still just use the other one, break it open, and then have one for vision and one to shoot out of. It's been slow going from DZ, though. There are no players roaming on Wildcard. It's all 5 guys in the bomb site, so it's just up to DZ to make something happen.
And NJR will lead things off. Citizen goes into the ground. Citizen's still not able to find this offense, but the rest of DZ doing the job. NJR now over 10 kills. Can he survive this Nitro cell? Where's the read? Diffuser goes down. Baby Shark a bit too slow to the punch. Kansan's Nitro lands. We have a reversal though, Jesse. Now it's Spirits and Nafe outside of the building looking to hold on to the windows. A Wildcard will need to retake. How many kills will Dark Zero be able to muster? Because the time right now is still benefiting Wildcard. Down goes Kansan. Baby Shark on the case. Spirits and Nafe firing away. Baby Shark uncontested in his position, and it will give Wildcard the win, as DZ seem none the wiser as to the counterplay from the Jesters. Wildcard moves back to map point.
And that's kind of a cool round, Parker, because it's almost exactly the same as round 12, but the key difference is that there's an Azami on the board. So Bay's just able to lock up some of those windows, make sure there's no angle from the skylight to stop the diffuser from getting disabled. And then it's a really nice, just utility-based and objective-based defense to come out from Wildcard in the post plant. Both times the defensive team walks away with the win. Dark Zero do it by jumping out the windows and getting all the kills. Wildcard do it by sealing off the windows and disabling the diffuser. Either way, it works out for the defense, and it's a great post plant coming out from Wildcard, much like we saw from DZ before them. Brings us back into match point for Wildcard. They've been here before. They weren't able to successfully capitalize on it. They are again going to be on the attack, and Dark Zero will go back down to the basement. A bomb site where they have struggled a little bit, losing it back in round number 7 on the defense, but getting their revenge on round 10.
Well, both these teams being so evenly matched here on map number 1 means that we are likely in for a barn burner on map number 2. It is always a bit devastating when you end up losing your own map pick, especially when it gets this close. Neither team is going to be very happy here with a loss. But I mean, I think there is good things to look at for both teams. Rivals' debut started strong on attack, but has had some struggles defending on a role that has been a bit less forgiving than when he was attacking. The operator carousel that he used was utility-based ops on attack, and he actually played a completely different operator on every single attack. Sens, Twitch, Ash, Capitao, Nomad, Ram. But DZ has really broken things up with their attacks. Most of these players played a completely separate op. Spirits played a different op every single round of attack. Nafe played Kali twice, Hibana twice, Glaz once, Twitch once. On the side of NJR, he played Grim 3 times and then 3 unique operators. So DZ bringing different tools every single time. And I know that we were a bit gobsmacked with these DZ attacks, but there is flexibility to be had for Dark Zero, even if they didn't find a ton of success On some of those lineups, they still emerged with a 4-2 scoreline. Now DZ will have to defend. With 2 minutes left on the clock, Wildcard have already made their way into the building. This is a pretty good pace for the Jesters.
Yeah, both lineups look pretty similar to round 10 when Dark Zero did get their defense on the bottom floor. Dash still playing on this Fuse shield. You've still got the Ying coming out from Kansan as well, and Rival stays alive a little bit longer on the elevator hatch, but again, chooses to back off. I like that from Rival. A little bit less passive, a little bit less safe than the last time he played that position, but still gets really good value out of it. Does not get punished, which is the key thing to play from that position. They sit a drone on the Aruna gate, so the second that the player down below moves out of range, the gate gets disabled, and they can pop it now with the can opener. That's kind of cool tech from Wildcard. Spirits is still the biggest problem, though. How do you get past a mute in this position?
Honestly, a great point. Maybe you don't. Spirits banging that shield away as Dash and Bay have both taken a bit of damage. Only one in the ground. He could have had a second on to Bay, but that kill just out of reach. You've taken down that Fuse shield. Jesse, remind me again, could the Fuse have won the round for Wildcard last time if his cluster charges cleared out all the Goyo canisters?
Probably could have, Parker. He probably could have.
And with the Fuse dead, do you think the cluster charges will be available?
They will not. They might have already cleared out the Goyos. I'm not exactly sure in the site how it's gone. Certainly the ones right next to this main breach are unlikely to have been cleared out. Fire launch comes out from the Tachanka, so whether the Goyos exist or not, the fire is there.
Doesn't quite do as much damage as the Goyo does, and it doesn't act as much of a deterrent. Out will come the logic bombs. Grimby's going to harass Citizen as well. You need a big round from Citizen. He's been too quiet this second half. Spiker at the halfway point. I don't know if DZ can stop him. They'll get it done. It's Citizen, of course. I spoke it into existence. The flames from Rival eliminating Baby Shark. Citizen finds another, as does Nafe. And we will go all 15 between these two Titans.
Feels like we gotta get a Twitch in there or something. Again, the Goyo canisters claim a life in the midst of that round. They try to get the plant down just on the pillar. It's so close to going down. The Candelas were blinding Citizen, I believe, for a good chunk of that. But eventually the Candelas run out. Citizen can see once again. He was being tracked by the B. He was being logic called as well. But he doesn't care. From Garage, he steps up and he stops the plant from Spiker. He actually types in chat after that. Sick plant spot. So very pleased with himself for denying that one, and he should be, because it saved the round for Dark Zero. Citizen on a massive stat line now, I believe 15 and 8 after that one. Yes, indeed. Been putting in massive amount of work. The UK player for Dark Zero been imported from EU a little while ago now alongside Nafe. And it just feels like this Dark Zero team, they're finding their footings on bank. One attack is all they need to be able to close this one out and take a lead in the series.
I hope nobody has any plans tonight, because it is almost 11 p.m. on the Eastern Seaboard, and it's going to be a little bit longer because now Dark Zero is saying tech issues will require a rehost. Terrible timing for tech issues to happen in the 15th and fateful round of map number 1. It'll take some time to get everything set back up. But again, to my point, we could have 2 more long maps. We might be finishing at 1 in the morning. So again, grab your coffee, stretch your legs, grab some water, settle in for what could be a long affair here that will just get a little bit longer by a couple minutes.
And that's especially brutal for these teams, because whoever wins today will have to play 2 matches tomorrow back to back. Assuming they win, they'll play Shopify Rebellion first thing tomorrow. Then they'll be playing a second game up against OXG in the lower bracket semifinals. So they'll have to play 2 games back to back. If they win both of those, they'll be hopping on a plane to Philly to play the final 3 games in the NAL finals. Space Station already punched their ticket earlier today. M80 did the same by winning their best of 3 up against Oxygen. There is a direct invite to the 6th Invitational for whoever finishes in first. However, there's a good chance that whoever gets that will already be qualified on points anyways. But in any case, getting deep into this tournament is critical if you want to make SI. Just based on where some of these NA teams are at, the LCQ is going to be pretty stacked.
Oh, absolutely. And there will be qualifiers that will likely be done by community casters. Maybe I'll dust off the old stream and bring back some of those qual stacks, depending on who makes it.
Uh-oh.
Seems like this tech delay might be a little bit longer than we expected. So we got a break ready for you, and we'll be back with the 15th and final round between Wildcard and DZ. Well, the tech issues seem to be resolved on the side of Dark Zero, so we are ready for the final 3 minutes here of this map. DZ, unfortunately, fell victim to some tech issues right before this 15th and fateful round unfolded on their own map, and now they have to find some motivation and maybe some momentum to close this one out, as Wildcard could very easily steal this map away in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be important in a big moment like this to keep your composure, right? You can't get iced after a tech timeout on round 15. It's very easy for a player to go cold after they've been having a crazy game. Citizen has probably been the biggest player to have a crazy game so far today, but at least util-wise, he'll be off to the races in round 15. One Twitch drone, he shoots out 3 of those cap can traps, and I do like the idea from Baby Shark. I respect it, trying to get a triple cap can kill on the printer door round 15 after the tech timeout. A lot of players would not be looking for that, but Citizen is.
Citizen found 2 kills in that 14th round that propelled us here. He had been ice cold with only a single kill in the 6 previous rounds, I believe it was. But again, DZ was still able to be competitive, in large part because of contributions by both Spirits and by NJR. Now they'll have the job of attacking. They'll do so with lots of utility here in Spirits, as ever on a shield.
So are we going to focus on this top floor clear? Because there's been a lot of util clear over towards printer side, which sometimes suggests that they might be going for a rush. Could also just choose to take stock control and then try to go for a quick hatch drop, but there are some players still up on the top floor, most notably Bay here in the hallway, caught on a drone, and also Dash, who just dropped the elevator hatch as he hears Spears running towards him on the Blackbeard. Bay will also get out after being caught on the drone, so all 5 players on Wildcard that were roaming up above have now backed off. And they will concede all of this ground to Dark Zero, especially with Rival on the Ram. That could be really good for DZ.
All but one of those boogie drones has been used at this point to make life a little bit uncomfortable for those defenders on the main floor. DZ now amassed over top of this open area bomb site. They will hear no shortage of noise from both the boogie, but also the shields. A boogie drone can conceal a fair bit of it. Fire arrows going out near the bomb chassis and a drop in from NJR. He managed to do so with his life intact. Spirits smoked off of the position. Nave falters. NJR getting the job done, it would appear. Rival dropped. Bay goes in the ground as well. Baby Shark and Kansan are dead. DZ comes out of this one with the numbers advantage, and Dash and Spiker will need to hold this true. They don't get the job done. Citizen and NJR clean up, and DZ will take map 1.
Dark Zero, what a great push after the tech timeout. They get the hatch open, they get full top floor control. Wildcard just looking a little afraid, Parker. They don't want to duel them in the top floor. They don't really have the site utility to stop that plant from going down. They're relying fully on Kansan, Stocks, and Fabe to stop that plant, and he doesn't have the spot correctly. NJR plants the defuse kit, gets Dark Zero their first map win of the series, and Rival wins his first professional map as a tier 1 player.
A rough debut for Rival, admittedly, but it's only your first map. There's only up to go from here. Map 1 is in the books. Nighthaven Labs is for sure on deck, and it'll begin in just a couple minutes. We'll see you then.
Available now.
I'm planning right away, guys.
I don't see quad.
I can put it. I can put it. Bomb's gonna go down, guys. Play stock. Play stock.
On red hat. Red hat.
Dash head.
And then.
Main says, peek off me. I'm baiting you, Nick.
He's closest. You two. You're dead.
No! This shit, Nick. This shit, bro.
Well, DZ got their mic working again just in time for round 15 and take the map to open the series. A back and forth, a 4-2 half and a 4-2 half. Pull it together, Lax. Pull it together. We got 2.5 hours left. We had a 4-2 half and a 4-2 half, and it seriously was, Fox, a back and forth affair.
No, it really was. I mean, I do enjoy the way that Wildcard was playing. Unfortunately, they ended up losing. Dark Zero, on the other hand, in my opinion, I'm going to be very blunt, wasn't too impressed. It seemed like the exact same Dark Zero that we've been seeing, just with a different face on the roster. It didn't really look like they adjusted or adapted. Maybe they haven't had enough time to, but there wasn't anything too new to the Dark Zero roster. It looked like they just played not to necessarily win or to try new things. They play not to lose, and that's exactly what we saw. And off of the back of a very convenient, mic problem where they could get a rehost in, they're able to strategize how not to lose that final round, and they didn't lose it. And now they're going to be going into map 2, and hopefully they don't lose map 2.
I will say, however, outside of all of DZ looking the same, I will say I was impressed with Rival in the beginning. He was playing a lot of good cutoffs. He was forcing players out of position. He was sticking to his role and playing that flex operator that he is supposed to be doing. I thought he was doing it pretty well. Obviously, he was the most underperformed player on the team, but it doesn't take away from him coming into this, there's a lot on his shoulder here, and to still put up the performance he did, I think it is commendable. But on the side of Wildcard, I mean, the defenses definitely missed a lot, especially they were the better side during Munich. That was their better half. But on their attack, one thing I can always appreciate about Wildcard, and they do it time and time again, they get that opening kill, and then somehow, some way, they just work the map in their favor. It doesn't matter what map they're on. They just know how to work it and find players, catch players rotating, and turn it into flawless rounds. But Jesse said it best. On those attacks on basement specifically, I don't care whether it was Fuse, whatever it was, why not bring a Twitch just to help clear the Goyo canisters? I mean, we saw it time and time again. They would lose that round specifically to being stalled out, not being able to deal with the util in sight, not be able to deal with the Shamika launcher, and just would lose it left and right. So hopefully now resorting into their map, a very comfortable map to say at least, their best map, I want to see far better adapting on their attacking half than what we even saw currently, even with them getting a 4-2 split on that attacking half.
You mentioned Rival, though, and I think it's worth talking about him a little more here because now, map 1 as a pro done. Maybe some of those jitters out. He still went 6-11. Fox, he still had some decent showing, and obviously we're seeing him work things over with his team and get prepared for this next map. I mean, do you think this is the kind of player that can really make a difference and revolutionize a roster over time? Obviously, it's day 1, map 1. Do you like what you see so far?
Wow, you really set me up to you set me up to really tear him down. In my opinion,
or you can build him up. You got options.
I think it was an average performance.
He did his job, and it is the first game for him in T1, so expectations are not going to be high. He didn't bomb out like some players have, but he didn't change the name of the game. Can he change the aspect, the atmosphere of Dark Zero? That's what we wanted to see. I haven't seen Dark Zero do that yet. So in my opinion, I feel like Dark Zero, bringing him in, they're going to be molding him to the player that they want. And that strikes some red flags for me as a Dark Zero goes throughout the progression throughout the next year. That being said, Rival held his own. Hopefully he can perform past expectations based off of him just getting that first match out of his way.
Yeah, and kind of to your point on that, Jonah, with that question to Fox, I mean, if Citizen didn't have the pop-off performance that he did, I mean, 16-8, I mean, it was a tremendous play from him. But then even NJR in that ending half, I mean, he got a 3K in that last round to clean it up. I mean, we might be looking at this from a different scope if those two players aren't having such a pop-off performance in that matchup versus Bang. So I am hopeful that Rival can continue this marathon of a match and, maybe put it to bed here and close it out in a 2-0 fashion with keeping himself in a positive sense.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, Dark Zero, a chance to end it against Wildcard, the team trying to build some of that momentum from the Munich Major. As far as the standings on the year goes, Dark Zero have not lost a map to Wildcard yet. To stay alive in this series and in the regional finals, Wildcard will need to change that. Jesse and Parker, over to you.
Well, thank you so very much there. I am eager to see how Nighthaven Labs unfolds and whether we do end up getting a third map or not. All I really could ask for, Jesse, is that we have a tech issue free map because, Jesse, it really pains the heart to see such tragedy unfold and befall certain teams in very, very dire moments. So hopefully we are able to get through Nighthaven Labs quite cleanly and we have a good fight between these teams, in which Dark Zero will start on attack and Wildcard will begin defending. Jesse, which team has the leg up on sides to start this map?
Well, Parker, There's no doubt Nighthaven's going to be wildcard favored. They've played this map 6 times in Stage 2. They had 4 wins and 2 losses. Their last loss was a tough one. They lost 7-2 to G2 back at Munich. So there are some weaknesses that we've seen from this team, but that was at the major. That was against G2. Overall, wildcard do love this map. And for Dark Zero, only a couple of games in Stage 2. They lost to Shopify Rebellion. They lost to Oxygen as well. So they don't have the best recent results coming into a map like Nighthaven. DZ also chose to start on attack. I mentioned this when we looked at the overtime side selection on Bank, because Dark Zero chose to play attack in rounds 13 and 15 on Bank. They have the choice for regulation side start on Nighthaven, and they chose attack once again. So maybe a bit of insight that Dark Zero are favoring their attacking side coming into these NAL finals. I should note that if you look at the stats on the year as a whole, Dark Zero are the best attacking team in North America. A 52% attacking win rate is what they put up since the beginning of the year, since Reload. That did take a bit of a nosedive in Stage 2. I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of that comes from both Reload and Stage 1, but even still, this is a team who have had strong attacks in the past, so maybe it's just really feeling like they're going to lean into that here on Nighthaven Labs as well.
I mean, it might be a bit outdated since it's happened so long ago, but the addition of that Reaper MK2 has brought new life to certain operators. Chief among them has been this Pulse pick, which we've seen his play rate has absolutely skyrocketed because of it. He's still not exactly a must pick, oh my. But you are able to play with the shotgun in that secondary sidearm. Kenzen dies really early. Dash is not too far behind. He takes quite the beating. Citizen already off to a very hot start. The same hot start that we saw all the way back in map 1.
Yeah, just enters in through top fish and gets that first frag, so very nice from Citizen. This is what we come to expect from this guy. Really good stuff, entering on for Dark Zero. I mentioned a little bit as well about how this defense team, a break, talk about how DZ and the other Dark Zero has in their lifetime, they have a 9-0 series record. If they can win this map or the next, that'll go up to 10-0 up against this wildcard squad. That's over many, many years, of course, at this point, with both orgs being legacy here in Siege, but kind of builds up the stakes for Dark Zero as well, right? This org has been around for so long, they've had so much success, and now to find themselves in the lower bracket, it's a big deal.
I completely agree. Wildcard already qualified for 6 Invitational, but DZ will be fighting for their life. Rival hoping to bounce back from a relatively rough first map, but again, Tier 1, unfamiliar territory, playing against players he knows, but in a pressure cooker environment that is certainly different from scrimming and from practices. And even if you are playing with them on other teams, as he was active, if memory serves correctly, at that Spoy Contender Series, admittedly not a Tier 1 event, but still playing on LAN just a week ago. You know, you got to get used to the rigors of playing at this level. Just as we saw in map number 1, it's the Citizen show, and we are just living in it. He had a terrific start on Bank. He's got 3 kills so far as Spirits is taunting Dash at this point, but Dash cannot get baited into a situation that he's not able to recover from. Biker and Dash are the last 2 standing. DZ still with the advantage, and Rival is in pursuit of this Legion who Spirits has around the doorway. Spirits gets the best of him, and now it's all Spiker in a 1v3. Spiker did have a great first map, but I just don't know if he's able to muster enough, especially with the Monty here. He had an opportunity for a double peak, but loses it out on both ends. Spirits with the final kill, and DZ potentially 6 rounds away from a 2-0 victory.
And let me tell you, Parker, Ben McMillan, better known as Citizen, has just done a ridiculous job at walking into a map and getting 3 kills. That's something he's done his entire career. There's probably nobody else in the game as good as he is when it comes to just finding those frags on players that are isolated, that are out by themselves. Comes off the team's effort, right? He's got good information from his teammates about where players are at, but if there's anybody you want to see stepping into the map for you and finding that impact, it's going to be Citizen. Excellent play over towards the IT breach, where a lot of players were pressuring onto him. It was kind of interesting to see them play the bomb site that they were at on the side of Wildcard, going down to, it was a storage bomb site, right? Yeah, it was storage defense. You don't really see that as the first bomb site selected very often, but Wildcard threw a bit of a curveball. Dark Zero hit it out of the park, and it really comes down to Citizen on that main breach.
Nighthaven Labs through stage 2 was the most played map in North America, and it is overwhelmingly defender-sided. It is the most defender-sided map in the entire map pool. So the expectation for Wildcard, Jesse, do we go from 4 rounds to 5, or do you think 4-2 is still the bar for Wildcard at this point?
I honestly think 3-3 would be fine for them. I mean, it is defender-sided, but at the same time, Dark Zero is such a good attacking team on Nighthaven Labs. 56% offensive win rate compared to 41% defensive win rate on this map this season. So globally, you're right. This map definitely leans defender-sided, but Dark Zero, that's never really been the case for them. So I don't think it's the end of the world for Wildcard if they do get like a 3-3. If you start looking at like a 4-2 favoring Dark Zero, yeah, I mean, that's probably cause for concern, especially given that this is Wildcard's map choice. So we'll see how it goes. I don't want to overreact, though, if this gets 3-3. I think it's fine, but 4-2 definitely would be what you're favoring for Wildcard, but what you're aiming for, if nothing else.
And that, again, what you just perfectly outlined is exactly why you don't just look at map stats and go, oh, well, it's a defender-sided map, or, oh, it's, it's 52-48. I've fallen victim to that. We reference the numbers because those are the specific numbers, but I do think it does a disservice to those watching as to what those numbers mean. And you have to ask yourself, sometimes, why does a map like Clubhouse skew so heavily towards the attackers? Well, because you've got 2 teams that are playing each other that are absolutely horrific at defending, but have terrific attacking numbers. Even if the map is defender-sided, that's not going to tell the whole story. You've still got 2 teams that struggle, irrespective of how good the bomb sites might be. So what do they say? There's lies, there's damned lies, and then there's statistics. So in this instance, something like that. Rival with the leadoff pick in the round. Spirits goes in the ground after Baby Shark takes him down, and then Baby Shark is felled by NJR. Dash low on HP. Wildcard will hope he stays alive a little bit longer, as Citizen's also been reduced to rubble, but is still standing. Now a swing from Nafe, and he will win the duel against Bay. That 417 is just oh so strong. The attacks from DZ proving to be so good. Nafe breathing in so much of that marigold gas. Dash and Spiker, yet again, these were the last 2 alive in the previous round. They got 45 seconds to wait this one out.
They're kind of all just playing over towards the rafter side, Parker. If they can get the Aqua guy killed, that would be a big game changer. That's why Nafe is headed this direction. He wants to be able to take down Spiker, so they have a place to plant. If they can't do that, I don't know where Rival is supposed to put the kit down.
That's a great point. Rival got 1 pick in the previous round, or 1 pick to start off this round, survived in the previous round. He will not have the same success here as Dash punishes him with a swing. Spiker doubling up. These SAS operators, they are doing mighty work. Citizen almost gets the final 2, but Wildcard tie things up as Dash and Spiker proven to be the duo in both rounds so far. Though success eluded them in round 1, it does not in round 2.
Parker, 1 week ago, you and I were in Toronto casting the Spoit Contenders series, and we got to do so with our good friend, Troy Canadian.
Also true.
And that meant that we got to sit on the couch, and I got to talk a lot of Siege with Canadian. And one of the things that he said about Nighthaven top floor, which I thought was really insightful and put so eloquently, was that when you're attacking on this map, you need 2 of 3 dimensions. You need either connector, aka jungle, and or IT rafters, that counts as 1, and or CC/Aqua. Those are kind of the 3 parts of the map that you need as an attacker, and you need at least 2 of them. Dark Zero really only had Rafters and IT in that round. It was a late push from Citizen to try to retake Aqua, but by the time Citizen is in Aqua fighting the smoke, Rival has already died with a defuse kit in IT. Dark Zero did not get the 2 out of 3 angles that they need for a successful push up top. So even though they had the man advantage, I just don't think the positioning was good enough to win that round on the side of DZ. It was good early game. The frags were on their side, but in the end, it is all about map control on top floor of Nighthaven, and Wildcard never gave that up.
Wow, Jesse, sitting next to a pro really helped you learn this game. I'm so impressed. I feel like... Look, listen. Yeah. I said it like a bit of a dick, but I do genuinely mean it. Getting to sit with pros and actively talk shop with them is an excellent way to learn this game for everybody. Not for commentators, not for coaches, for everybody. Literally, there is a lot to be gleaned. And right now, while you and I are casting this on the official channel, there are dozens of co-streams going on right now. guys that have played and won majors, guys that have won world championships, who are currently co-streaming this, and they will talk to you about the intricacies of the game in ways that you and I are just not equipped nor knowledgeable to do so, and frankly, not really interested in. There's a certain vibe to a co-stream that is not well suited for a professional level broadcast aimed at everybody. So if you are watching this and you're curious about some of those intricacies and the complexities of this game, you want to watch both streams at the same time, go ahead, but you can always seek out some of the pros to give you great information. They are a wealth of knowledge, and they make this viewing experience, for those that are interested in high-level play, it makes the viewing experience a little bit more exciting, maybe.
Bay should be dead in about 30 seconds here, Parker, maybe a lot less. He's on a drone. They've got Deimos. They've got the Blitz as well.
That's Dash. That's not Bay. You were wrong.
Hold on. Bay's time will come. They know where he's at.
20 more seconds for Bay to die. You said within 30 seconds. That would be 1 minute and 6 seconds left. Bay is still alive. Okay. 10 more seconds, Jesse.
They're dragging their feet here.
They're really making you look like you learned nothing sitting next to Troy.
Hold on. Hold on.
3, 2.
How does he do it?
How did you do it? 28 seconds. You were so right. You counted all the way down. That's incredible stuff. Kansan almost hitting his marks, but he and Spiker are last two left. Wildcard having some problems here. Kansan, another slow start. He was not himself on map 1. He's certainly not himself here on map number 2. A bad day for Kansan as the diffuser gets planted. Everybody on DZ still alive. Citizen mirroring what we saw in map number 1. 6 kills. Could find a 7th. Knave takes down Spirits, and Citizen will find a 7th. It's an all-out brawl. 7 kills for Citizen through 3 rounds, and he's all smiles for good reason. DZ take a second. They regain the lead. They have tied or been in the lead so far. Again, a good attacking team meets a map that they know decently well. Good things will happen, and good things are happening at Dark Zero right now.
Parker, I'm not going to lie to you. We finished round 15 on Bank, and I thought to myself, man, we're going to go to a 3-map series now. Because I just didn't think Wildcard were going to lose their own map pick after coming so close to winning Dark Zeros. But these attacks have been really good from DZ. The drone information is there. They're playing together as a team. They're isolating certain players that are off the site so that they can get that man advantage push before then going as a team into the bomb site. Everything they're doing together. And despite maybe the stumbles at the end of round 2, if they have a little bit better positioning, if there's maybe not as clean of a swing from somebody on DZ, this could easily be a 3-0 lead for Dark Zero on their opponent's pick, starting on what some would call the least favorable side of attack. Wildcard, I'm sure they picked this map for a reason. They're going to have great adaptations in the second quarter, I hope. But Dark Zero have really impressed me, even more so than what we saw from them on Bank.
No, I completely agree. Again, this is an overwhelmingly defender-sided map, the most defender-sided map in the map pool. When a great team that is on attack goes up against a team that is decent on defense on a defender-sided map, I think that's when you end up with the 3-3 scoreline that you talked about. I don't think it was outside the realm of possibility that Wildcard could go up 4-2, but frankly, I'm not seeing it here. This is also Wildcard's map. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct.
Thank you very much. I like being correct. And DZ opted to start on attack, which means that Wildcard should be laughing here, and yet Wildcard is having some issues. I don't want to blame it all on the fraggers not fragging well. But Kansan being a little out of sync today is harming this Wildcard attack. I don't think they lose in 15 rounds if Kansan is himself on Bank. And you can't even look at DZ's play and say, yeah, that's the reason why Kansan's not performing. Kansan is getting caught out in positions he's not expecting. He's getting shot from the side. He's getting picked apart on roams. His entry is falling flat, whether he's not being droned in correctly or whether he's just trying to do things himself. He really does not look like the player we are used to seeing today. And sometimes you just have bad days. Thankfully, Wildcard are qualified for SI, but they might not make it to LAN in Philly to compete for the NA League Finals.
Another opening pick from Rival. He finds Spiker to go up 3-1, a much better start than what he had over on Bank. Really starting to find the frags just from outside the building. Another one. Citizen takes down Bay. this two-man opening pick that Wildcard had complete control of over on Bank has flipped the other way, and Dark Zero, without even needing to make a real entry, without even needing to take map control, are finding players left and right.
Just a bit of disorientation now as Rival pushes up looking for more than just the 3 kills he has. A 4th is found relatively easily, and a 5th as well for Rival. He flicks around and a triple kill for him. Dash down below, finished off by NJR, and my goodness, there's 3 rounds for DZ in a hurry. They have denied Wildcard a win on this first half, and DZ look like they are in great shape moving forward.
And Parker, Bank might have been the first map that Rival played as a pro player, but that was the first round where he really stepped up and was able to show his impact. That's the Rival that we've been watching in Tier 2 for all these years. A huge play coming in, gets the opening pick from outside the building, but then has the entry just in through Aqua. He's alongside Nafe as that time makes the as the push makes their way in through the top floor. Nafe gets the first gunfight, right? He ends up walking in, loses it, but then it's perfect reaction to trade his teammates and be ready for the push-up Aqua stairs. Rival played that really, really nicely on the side of DZ, found all the space that he had to for that squad, and this is the guy that we've been hyping up in Tier 2. They've been waiting to see on Dark Zero. It's great to see him popping off.
A lot of long phases on the side of Wildcard. This team looks like a far cry from the top 4 finishing squad at the last 2 official Rainbow Six Siege events, which is both Reload and the Munich Major. Obviously that Bank's got to be frustrating for them. And we did talk about it while we were in the action, right? You as a team are going to suffer some heartbreak there, but you got to mentally get over it, especially if you're a team like Wildcard that's had some really rough games. They went on a superb run at Munich, defying odds, beating expectations. They were quite literally living up to their name as a wild card in the event. To get blown out here, 2-0 potentially against Dark Zero, a team that did not quite look like themselves. And frankly, Rivals had a great start here, but I don't even know if you can say that Rival is making the identity of this team better just yet. That's possible. Rival had a tough first map, second map, already firing on more cylinders than we saw in map number 1. He finished map number 1, by the way, with 6 kills. He's already at 5.
Yeah, he's playing a lot more confident. I feel like he's able to make moves on his own and with his teammates, and is hunting for those picks where he knows he can find them. Certainly looks a little bit more warmed up this second map compared to map number 1, where he was struggling to find his footing a little bit. I hope we can continue to see that coming out from him. Once again, he's jumping onto the Grim this time around. He has, both on maps 1 and 2, played a wide variety of operators. This will be his first repeat, as he played this op back in round number 2 for their other top floor attack. And if they can continue getting these frags in the early game, it's going to be really tough for Wildcard to mount any sort of a defense. Dark Zero have gotten all 4 opening picks. Most of them have come off of Rival. So if they can keep that up, if they can find another one here in round number 5, I mean, it didn't stop Wildcard from winning the top floor, but you give him a second shot at it, and it really feels like Dark Zero could run away with this game.
Wow. And things don't get any better, Jesse. Rival with 6 kills now, walking in, slaughtering Dash, and immediately walking out. Timeout taken, but it does not seem to have given any more motivation to this Wildcard team. It certainly hasn't fixed the roam portion of their defenses. Dark Zero have taken some immense pressure off their shoulders and now can go about doing the rest of the work to open up vantage points to this bomb site.
It's crazy how together and coordinated these entry frags are. It's not Rival walking in, it's somebody breaking the Kiba so that he can then step up and get those kills. Dark Zero are putting trust in their rookie to find the frags, to hit the shots they need to, and Rival's delivering.
Unequivocally so. And now the Monty of Spirits can get into position. A good reason for that was Rival clearing space up top, taking out that bandit. Now another will go into the ground. Spirits had dropped Bay. He was down but not out. Now he is completely out. Goodbye to Bay. DZ working their way towards a flawless round. Citizen in on the fun. All 3 kills from Dark Zero coming from 3 different combatants. ROU will go up.
That's a crazy line.
That is quite a line. Look at that.
That is insane. I've not seen that before. That's really cool from Naif.
Just because they're British doesn't mean they're the same, Jesse. You can't call them the same person just because they're both from the same island. Rival finds his second no team ace to be had from DZ. Rival with a multi-kill in the previous round, but it's the Shield of Spirits to get in on it. Spiker out-dueling him. Shotgun from multiple directions. He's got a bit of a rodeo going on at this point, but these are just desperate shots. Citizen looking to break double digits here as Diffuser goes down in the hands of Naif. Citizen's been dropped. Naif will get the job done. 4-1 for DZ.
Wildcard are in trouble. They win the one bomb site that they lost in the first set of rotations, and Dark Zero are in full control of this game after winning their own map pick of Bank. Rival is doing expert work on the entry frags. We see the shield play coming in from Spirits to hit exactly when he needs to. It's Spirits distracting from one side, the rest of the team pushing from the other. The util play is crazy. The sense wall coming up through the floorboards. I don't think it really mattered in that round because they had already gotten so many kills, but still a really cool strat coming out from Naif. There's really no problems with Dark Zero's game so far, Parker. Compare this to how they were playing on Bank, and it's night and day difference.
Yeah, unbelievably so. Unbelievably so. This is a level of DZ that we have not seen before. They are so confident here in this matchup, and Wildcard just look like they're buckling. Kansan 0-5 to start this matchup. He had 1 kill on Bank for almost half of the map. To his credit, Kansan did muster 7 kills by that conclusion of the 15th round. But at this point in time, Kansan is 7-17, which, Jesse, this might not surprise you, is good for worst in the whole lobby.
Jeez.
So, yeah, not an ideal position for him to be in. It's brutal stuff for a player that is frankly just so much better than this. And again, Wildcard has depth, but some of these players are working a little bit harder to make up for Kansan being unable to win a lot of these duels. He is having a really hard day.
Again, Kansan, top 10 player in Munich too, so we know what he's capable of, but it's just not being seen so far. Baby Shark trying to get a spawn peek. We saw it earlier in this round. He's pulled off at this point, but I think that's kind of what you have to do on Wildcard. The entries have been getting out of hand, frankly. Rival 4 opening picks in a row to start this game after Citizen got the entry in round number 1. It just feels like the advantage always goes to DZ early. We finally go down to the basement again here for round 6, and it is a very different look from DZ. NJR on the 0, an operator he has been loving so far on this map today. Gets some really good util work, clearing out these Goyos, clearing out some of the wall util as well, finding some information for his teammates too. So this could be really big as the main breach push does look like it's going to come their way. How do you stop this from getting denied from up above, though, Parker? They need somebody hitting the mid-floor while this execute comes through. Otherwise, this is just going to get denied vertically.
I mean, they do still have plenty of time, right? 1.5 minutes. So it's not dire just yet. DZ having some troubles with that bulletproof camera on the wall. I think that they had a better read on it than they actually did. Bay starting things off, drawing first blood, and it's Rival to get shut down. That's the first time that a non-DZ player has struck first, and they will add to that with Kansan breaking the goose egg. Spiker also punishing Spirits, so all across the board, things working out effectively for Wildcard, but don't count out the 2 remaining players of DZ. NJR eliminating Spiker. Naif now will have to watch as NJR attempts to get the defuse plant down. Dash vaults over in slow motion. Down goes NJR. Naif meets a similar fate at the hands of Dash. I did say a 4-2 scoreline for Wildcard was within the cards, but I was wrong as to what team it was. DZ punishes Wildcard on that first half. Most defender-sided map in North America statistically. Never heard of her, said Dark Zero, as they take 4 successful attacks on Nighthaven.
And this is just what happens when DZ play this map, I guess. It's consistent with their previous results, but you really can't be happy with the first half if you're Wildcard. Sure, they get the last round, and that's going to be good for momentum. but it's still a tale of the opening frags, right? Every time we're seeing this opening pick go one way or another, and it's almost always being converted on. This time it's Bay who strikes first. He finally beats Rival in a duel. Rival has not been missing much on map number 2, but he missed that first gunfight. Then it's another one from Kansan to break his goose egg, and so we finally do see Wildcard getting on the board early. It's what we said they had to do, but now they've got to do it on attack, and sometimes this can be even more difficult. They ban out the double electricity operator, so you're not going to have any troubles opening these walls unless Nate can do some shenanigans with the mirror windows. Dark Zero ban the ace, whatever, standard, and then they ban out the Nomad for Wildcard. That says to me, Parker, this team is about to get crazy. We're going to see DZ going for flanks, making lots of moves around the map, and it might be devastating for Wildcard if they can't shut that down. Typically, Bay will play the Nomad religiously on this map. It's almost the only operator that he plays, especially attacking this top floor. So pay attention to what Bay ends up selecting, because his primary operator will not be available.
Rival finished that first half going 4-1 on entry. 4-1 entering on Nighthaven Labs as a rookie, playing in only his second tier 1 map. That's really impressive, genuinely. Yeah, he didn't exactly have the best game on Bank, but boy, oh boy, has Rival shown up huge here on this map. And to go, again, to go 4-1 on entry on the most defender-sided map in the region. I don't care if DZ is the best attacking team in the world. This is overwhelmingly defender-sided. To have Rival show up that big, that is a big feather in his cap. And for a rookie, a nice bounce back from what was ultimately a disappointing first map. What can he do on defense? He's running Denari. We talked about Denari being strong on Nighthaven Labs when we saw Denari on Bank. Here we are on this map in first round. Immediately the new op gets brought out by DZ.
I got a crazy stat for you, Parker.
Bring it on.
Rival is on pace to have his best professional career map.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics.
It's not a lie.
You know that Bank was actually his best map ever, and now it's been replaced.
He might break the record. This is his personal record twice in one day. That could be something.
That's crazy. Two records broken. Is it weird that a guy who's only played one map just had his best map performance of all time? No, certainly not. That's not bizarre in the slightest.
Well, while we're yapping, Parker, the wall gets opened up very nicely by Spiker. Despite the impact tricking, I mentioned the mirror windows might be doing some work to keep the walls closed, but despite the best efforts of Dark Zero, Spiker's done a great job with this utility, and they will have the IT breach opened without any problems. The Azami of Citizen is still going to be a big issue inside of Rafters, and again, you need at least 2 dimensions when you push this site, so they've got to focus on getting either Connector or Aqua after they control IT.
Aqua is actually not being held, or Fish as it's often called, is not being held at the moment by any Denari traps, which is a bit abnormal. All of those going elsewhere, so Rivals use that utility in a different part of the map. Usually you like to trip teams up should you get pushed from that side. It also creates what is effectively known as phantom pressure. So if you break a bunch of windows, break a bunch of barricades, open up a wall, that's phantom pressure because you don't need to actively hold that part. It will force attackers to drone it out and determine whether they want to take that engagement without you actually being there. Wildcard are off to the races here. Dash and Bay both with a kill apiece. Citizen down now as well. Nath, the only one fighting back on the side of DZ. He and Spirits are the last 2. They've got some good weaponry at their disposal, and they've got 35 seconds left on the clock. But I do not love their odds. The only good thing going in their favor is that most utility on the side of Wildcard is gone, so this will be pure pugilism. And Nave is holding court in his position. He has not been shaken off of this spot. A rotate happening now, playing off of that Black Mirror. They're trickling in one by one. The Brit is brought down, and now it's up to the French-Canadian as Kansan and Baby Shark stand against Spirits. Spirits with no gas canisters in pocket. SMG-11 out, firing away, finding the Baby Shark Deimos, and now will charge to Kansan, who actually gets off of his spot. Spirits needs to stay alive, and he'll do the job. What was that round? DZ take it in incredible fashion.
Dude, Spirits just did a crazy 1v2 there. How he hits the headshot onto Baby Shark, I do not know. He's not in a good position when that 1v2 begins, Parker. He's deep into the other bomb site, deep on A, but he makes the rotate past the smoke, understands where he's going to be best positioned to win that clutch, already knows the plant is going to be going down pillar. That's where his captain just died, hits the SMG-11 headshot onto Baby Shark, and then just hides away from Kansan. Spirits, after watching his 4 former teammates lift a second major trophy, has got to be fired up, has got to be hungry to do something similar. And here in the lower bracket, we're starting to see that really well played, off the time, wins the 1v1. And it is 5-2 for Dark Zero. This game is getting out of hand.
Okay, hold on a second here. Hold on. I know that we are both Canadian.
Uh-huh.
And I know that you want to focus on Spirits there. But Nafe won them that round. I'm sorry. Nafe's play, commanding the back of the bomb site, watching the mirror window, likely giving calls to Spirits so that Spirits didn't have to over-aggress and could play safe, while Nafe dealt with those 3 interlopers. That, to me, is what won the round. But I guess it's not a bad problem to have when you've got 2 casters fighting over which of your 2 players was most instrumental in you winning your 5th round. And this could be Dark Zero paving their way to a matchup against the Rebellion tomorrow.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Parker. I mean, it's a team effort. Both Nafe and Spirits putting in a lot of work that previous round. There's no doubt about that. They've only got to do it 2 more times, and with defense on Nighthaven, that should be in the cards. They'll go storage for their second attempts to lock down one of these bomb sites. They've once again got NJR bringing out that pulse. We've seen it a couple of times. I believe it was Spiker playing this earlier on today. And Spirits over towards the Clash, an operator that he loves to play generally on this map.
Time to ring some ears.
I'm interested to see if NJR does want to go to the bottom floor. Nafe seems to be holding basement with a mirror window setup. So if they want to play NJR down below, it might be kind of awkward once we get to that late round. They seemingly have committed quite a few resources to locking that one down. Makes the top floor maybe a little bit weaker, but with just the Clash up here, it's also going to be kind of tricky to take this space.
You really got Wildcard on the ropes at this point in time. That's a heartbreaker of a round. Things look like they were working out so effectively from Wildcard, and they just fall apart at the end because of a great play by Dark Zero. I mean, I could trip over myself to talk about the way that Nafe controlled the final moments. Again, a team effort. Spirits, without Spirits, you don't pull off the full clutch, but Nafe made everything else possible. Just Wildcard have had to battle just constant heartbreak throughout this entire series, frankly. And I mean, it's not like you take pity on them or anything like that. These are professionals that have finished top 4 at 2 events this calendar year. What is it, the only other team that can say that is FaZe Clan? Is that correct by my numbers? Like, I guess that unwanted M80 roster, if you consider it to be the same. But yeah, I mean, Wildcard obviously have battled with the Beast. They've done very well. But it feels like at this point, the win for Dark Zero is getting all but inevitable. Dash has been put in the ground by Spirits. Dark Zero finding every single thing along the way, and now goes Kansan 2 to Nafe, rival on the board. Wildcard falling apart like a wet paper bag. And it's Baby Shark now to try and save the day, miles away from the execute, doing his job while the rest of his team falls completely off the wagon. And who does he have to tussle with first, Jesse? The Clash. Down goes Nafe, down goes Spirits. Baby Shark will take out the 2 from the previous round that won things, but doesn't expect NJR in the corner, and it's DZ on match point.
Spirits is talking trash to Baby Shark in French in the server, by the way. I, as an Albertan, have no clue what he said, but that's going to be a tough one to take from the French Canadian to the Frenchman in the 5v1. Dark Zero dominating through this game, and frankly, the push a little directionless from Wildcard. They completely gave up Garage on the side of DZ. It was a really cool castle setup. We've seen that a few times before from a few different teams, but it wasn't something that Wildcard seemed to know how to handle. Eventually made their way into storage, but didn't last long in that position. And I mean, you said it, Parker. Despite the international success that Wildcard have had, 2 top 4 finishes in this calendar year, it just doesn't feel like that's been able to translate into this high-pressure game against Dark Zero. They'll be in Paris anyways. They'll head to the 6th Invitational. They'll have plenty of time to chat in French back when they get there, but just doesn't feel like this game has really gone their way at all. It feels like they needed to win bank to have a chance in this series. I'll also add to your tally of teams that went top 4 twice. You have to include the greatest grand final chokers of all time, Falcons.
Just really got to drive the knife in there, eh? By the way, Falcons qualified for SI, so we will see them in Paris. I mean, a lot was talked about in Munich about Falcons and whether they would actually be able to win more than just a single major. Keep in mind, they have not won anything major-wise under that banner. They won the Jönköping Winter Major, which was at DreamHack Winter, when they were playing on BDS, defeating Team Liquid. An otherwise great year for Team Liquid, as they were the ones that were coming up second time and time again. But, I mean, man, you just got to kick those players while they're down, really? Call them...
Listen, Parker, you show them where they're at so that if they can win Paris, it's the greatest story that we've ever seen, right?
I choose not to speak. Though, I mean, every single French player will tell you that the goal is to win on home soil. It's not even French players. I mean, the Brazilians tell you the same thing when we were in Sao Paulo for SI. Troy has talked about how much it means to win on Canadian soil. I mean, hell, even me as a caster, casting a grand finals on Canadian soil means an awful lot. And should the planets align and we end up having a Toronto major, or dare I even say for you, an Edmonton major, which would cause me great pain and suffering, I would be honored to be able to bring the best of the best in this esport to my home soil. I mean, talk to the Brits about the Manchester major as well, and how much it would have meant to them to win there too. So, of course, people get a little bit patriotic and get a little bit wistful about their countries. So if Falcons can win on, you know, French soil, I know it would mean the world to them. Spirits has died, by the way, speaking of the French, even though he is French-Canadian. Does not bode well for Dark Zero with just a little over a minute to go.
Yeah, I was playing the Boss G Vigil up towards Electrical and got shut down by Bay on the French-Canadian operator of Buck. So good to see them getting a little bit more of these opening frags, which Dark Zero have really been dominating all game long. They've gone Kitchen Cafeteria, by the way, often thought of as the worst bomb site on the map. A little strange to see this bomb site get picked out, but DZ clearly playing with confidence. Dash has made his way into the bomb site. He's got the defuse kit playing on this Monty, but there's still a player inside of Cafeteria that they got to worry about. Deep inside of Kitchen. This is going to be something that they really are worried. Citizen is here, but the plant will start.
Oh, falling down. My goodness. Nave is the last one standing. Jesse, there's no human on Earth that could have even rap casted that, as 7 players got vaporized. 6 actually got vaporized. Wildcard do come out looking a little bit pretty, but does Nave have that clutch gene in him yet again? He's on the run. Diffuse kit being retrieved by Spiker, and now the plant going down. They've got some yellow pings in the sights. They trade. That one was awfully close. Wildcard have 1 player left. That's all that matters. They win the round. The gap is 3, but DZ still a single 3-minute round away from advancing here in the lower bracket. Shopify Rebellion would be their opponent in the lower quarterfinal. OXG is in the lower semifinal, awaiting those matches. If you didn't tune into the matches earlier today, the upper bracket final that will be played in Philadelphia in a couple weeks' time on LAN in front of an audience is Space Station and M80. That will be an incredible matchup and will be a rematch of our Stage 2 finals.
It's always the goal to get to play on LAN as many times as possible. Wildcard have already done that twice this season. A 3rd time would be big for them, but it's a tall task to get there. This Kitchen defense, they tried to spread it horizontally on the side of Dark Zero. They really conceded a lot of that top floor after Spirits died. And I felt like the vert play from Wildcard was just really, really strong. Planting under the Monty, it's really tough to disrupt that. Great push coming out from Wildcard. DZ, I will be shocked if they run that bomb site again. Round 12 would be when they get the option to, but with still 3 bomb sites being left up, I expect them to go to the basement instead once we get to that point. But Dark Zero are hoping they don't have to get to that point. They'll go to the top floor for round number 10, and then storage almost certain to follow if we need it. This mirror window should be a big problem to keep the wall closed, Parker. This should be the main thing that causes Wildcard to struggle with the wall, and these mute jammers, they're placed close enough that if there's any hard breach, any canisters that are on the lower part of the wall, it will stop them, but they're also far enough that the EMP grenades shouldn't be able to hit them from outside the building.
He's trying to see where the mute jammer is and ping it. He can't get a ping.
He wants...
we go.
Yeah, he needs Baby Shark to clear from
This
below.
is why. They need it for the buck down below.
And then Baby Shark just doesn't get it. He's a little preoccupied. Not sure what that ping's for.
If only we could hear them.
It's Dash who's pinging it out. He's got a drone that was up top floor. Now he's looking at a different drone, but whatever it was, it has caused Baby Shark to be quite nervous. There's nobody down here, but he's very concerned about who might be.
Can't you just shoot the can't you just shoot the mute jammer from the roof? Why do you need a buck underneath to take care of it? I am a bit confused by that one.
They got there.
It looks like they've got it. They pulled it off. Oh, the nitro cell was a bit late. A half second earlier, and that wall stays shut. So the advance for Wildcard gets a little bit easier now, Jesse, as we hit the halfway point of the round. Dark Zero still sitting on match point.
And Nave has rotated down towards the lobby, so he actually might get into a gunfight with Baby Shark early in this round. Baby Shark has been very worried about something like that happening, so hopefully he'll be prepared for it. Nave actually ends up just going right back up lobby stairs. Unsure exactly what he wants to do with this. But Shark's more focused towards Aqua at this point. His team, meanwhile, have taken full Raptors control. IT, of course, opened up as well. Don't forget, Parker, you need a second dimension to this. Whether it's going to be Aqua or Connector, looks like Aqua's the call.
And some of that gas will slow them down. Kansas eliminating Citizen. DZ now struggling with their defenses. A crossfire established, but it's Kansas the culprit yet again. He thought he had more than that. He's been dropped. Nate goes down. NJR and Rival now will have to work together. Rival, after his hot start, has come back down to earth. And NJR finds himself in a real awful spot. Monty's still up. Utility still in pocket for Wildcard. Lots of things going right for the team of Jesters. Oh, God, this is that power position again, isn't it? But what can he do up against a Monty? Well, he doesn't even get there. He couldn't get past Bay to begin with. Wildcard stitching together an impressive comeback. Are you a bit concerned if you're DZ?
You can't sweat yet. They're still in the better spot in this game. I'd rather be Dark Zero right now than Wildcard. However, if they lose one more, then I'm really starting to sweat because I feel like that is a real momentum changer. They can still go to a bomb site that they haven't lost in storage, which is why I'm not so worried just yet. They'll be worried enough to take their attack timeout. That last push felt like it was really Kansan that cracked the round wide open. Hopefully Kangaroo Kenny can do something about these entries that have been starting to sway the way of Wildcard. We talked a little bit in our last matchup, Parker, about how Gomez's name is not actually Gomez. Do you want to take a wild guess at what Kangaroo Kenny's first name is?
It's probably not Kangaroo.
It's actually Ryan Morrow, the head coach.
That was my
of
second
DZ.
guess, actually.
I'm glad you know ball.
I didn't think Kenny would be
names.
in there. It was too obvious, but Kangaroo certainly had to be somewhere in there.
I feel like that is not anywhere in his legal name, although I don't have his middle name written down, so you never know.
These are fun little facts, and I appreciate you sprinkling them in here. What is going wrong with this DZ defense? Why are they allowing Wildcard to walk in so aggressively? Or rather, what is Wildcard doing, if we want to phrase it another way, where they are now being the ones who are so formidable on their entry? Rounds 1 through 5, even if DZ didn't win the round, they were drawing blood first. Since that 5th round ended, it's been 4-1 in favor of opening duels for Wildcard, and none of them have been trades. Wildcard has been walking away with a pretty big advantage in almost all of those rounds, and some of those kills have come pretty early.
I almost feel like they're giving a little bit too much respect to Wildcard. They're giving up a lot of map control for free. You go to the kitchen cafeteria defense, they really just concede the meeting room, and they use that meeting room to get a good execute on the side of Wildcard. On that previous rounds, they really do concede the Rafters position on Dark Zero, and that's where Kansan ends up walking in and getting his first couple of kills. Maybe Dark Zero just need to be a bit more aggressive, be willing to fight for some of these pieces of map control that Wildcard have been getting more or less for free. It's taking them a lot of time, but if it's a 5v5 push, it feels like Wildcard have had the edge over and over again. So make it messy if you're Dark Zero, right? Get aggressive in the early game, go for a heavy roam, try to commit to some of these aggro gunfights, and I mean, worst case scenario, you lose, but you've been losing the last couple rounds anyways. Change it up.
So timeout has been used. Not Kangaroo is his first name. Ryan. Really not as exciting a name as Kangaroo, by the way. Kangaroo's so much more exciting. Either way.
That's probably why he chose it.
That's a very good point, actually. He's a smart guy, has proven his worth as a coach. DZ still looking to bounce back to levels that this org used to sit at quite consistently. It has been an unfortunate slide this year for Dark Zero, but they look to be in much better form. They came prepared against Wildcard. They were benefiting an awful lot through that first half with some guns going quiet on Wildcard, but those problems seemingly turning around. It is quite amazing that some of these players are flourishing on attack when compared to defense. But I mean, hey, if you're Wildcard, you're looking at Kansan's numbers and you're going, yeah, more of that, please, as he's been on a bit of a heater this second half, standing up very effectively, getting opening duels and toppling some of the biggest forces that DZ can throw at him.
So Nave gets tracked by the death mark, and he is going to be playing aggressive. I said I wanted to see somebody go for a big roam. I wasn't really expecting Nave to be that guy. I don't know if Wildcard are so interested in contending with him, though, Parker. They have control of the Animus hatch. They can drop down now. They can take this cargo control, which it honestly doesn't look like it's really being held too much by Dark Zero. Then they could just ignore the cafeteria roam and head straight to get a sight down on the pillar. Head straight to sight, get the plant down, but they will take their time trying to buck open the floorboards first. They're aware of Nafe's position. They had the death mark on him, so there absolutely should be somebody watching for this flank. Nafe knows that.
You hear the bucking going on. DZ now just waiting for the storm that will come. Base said it was coming all the way back in round number 1 of Bank, but it failed to materialize for quite a while. Now it's here, and Wildcard are within striking distance of tying this up. Spirits down for the count. Wildcard attempting the defuse kit. 15 seconds remain. Spiker at the halfway point. Dash taking an awful lot of damage, but DZ is getting swept through. Wildcard's guns ablazing. Nave has his hands full with these defenders. DZ is letting another round slip through as Wildcard punished them all over the map. An incredibly attacker-sided Nighthaven Labs, and Wildcard is about to put a 5th round on the board. It'll be Bay with the final kill, and they are within 1, Jesse. Wildcard 1 round back of tying the game and sending us to OT.
Dark Zero gotta get a handle on this game. It feels very similar to the last 2 rounds where they lost. They concede almost all of the top 2 floors to Wildcard, and what do? They take their time, they use the ground that was given to them, they work the verticality, and they have an excellent site push with their entire team up alive. The only 2 kills that Dark Zero got in round 11 came off of Nate, who was the one guy flanking. And of course, that's never gonna be enough. It was a little bit too late to help his team or disrupt that push before it comes on in. But I mean, I feel like for Dark Zero, you really got to get more active in the early game. Give it a try. Fight them before they can commit to that 5v5 push, because Wildcard have been looking exceptional when they can get all of their bodies towards the bomb site. And Dark Zero haven't done really anything to disrupt them.
It is just the attackers having their way round after round after round, and all of the underlying numbers for Wildcard through the last 3 rounds have been excellent. They got the diffuser planted in the most previous round. They picked up multiple double kills. Bay at a 3K in the previous round. Spiker clutched in round number 9. All of the first bloods that have happened in this second half. Spirit's the only one on the side of DZ who's been able to strike first since back in round number 5. That feels like an eternity ago. Just as we saw Bank tighten up, Jesse, we are now witnessing it here on Nighthaven Labs. And me oh my, Wildcard was able to stage an impressive comeback, sending us all the way to OT. DZ won that 12th round, which is what propelled us to OT in the first place on Bank here on Nighthaven Labs. Wildcard will look for their 4th consecutive victory. And if they do that, OT is on the board. All the while, at this current point in time, every single player on the side of DZ, as you can see on your screen, is positive, except for Spirits. Baby Shark eliminates NJR, and here we go again, Jesse. The attackers having a field day to start things off, not even a minute into the action, and one player, DZ's already in the ground.
Or at least trying to fight them early. I can at least appreciate that on the side of Dark Zero. It does not go their way, though. NJR and Connector tries to take the early fight, but it doesn't really go his way. Rival on Visual for the first time in his pro career. He started playing over towards Electrical, but now is backed off in towards the site. I believe he is on the Boss G, so very similar to where we saw Spirits playing a few rounds ago. This time, of course, though, the bomb site's in a completely different spot, so it's a different context in which Rival is playing this operator. We always talk about these 3 angles. Wildcard have Connector. This is the first piece of map control they need. Rafters should be the 2nd spot, but Spirits could even steal Connector back from him if this flank goes his way.
That's a devastating loss. Down goes Dash, down goes the Monty. Now it's Kansan taking some damage. Nafe also suffering a beating. Spirits is just the impunity to wander. Nafe dies to Kansan. Spirits trades out. A Secura can now come in from Electrical. Spiker takes down what remained of Spirits, and Rival and Citizen will have to hold down the fort. This is a familiar scene. Rival in that powerful position, tucked into the corner. This is where Nafe was able to command an incredible defense to win out a round just 10 minutes ago. Spiker be able to pull off a successful plant here. Final 40 seconds. Citizen still playing farther back in command center, removed from the bomb site, staring intently at the wall. Rival is waiting for one to sweep through, and he takes the Ash down. He's expecting a follow-up over towards Electrical. One's also in IT. Citizen could have this easy cross. Spay finds himself on a mute jammer. Citizen will take one down, an 11th kill, and Spiker's last alive to clutch out to send us to OT. Rival, the rookie, versus Spiker, the vet. Rival searching for his 10th kill to give DZ the win, and he'll get it done. Welcome to the show, my friend. DZ, move on. Wildcard, go home.
What an entrance. Rival. He may not have had the best stats on map number 1, but he dominates the early game on map 2 and then clutches it up. Beats Spiker in the 1v1. Again, the 2 Washington State natives going at it here in the NAL finals. What a storybook finish from Dark Zero. They will stay alive and fight tomorrow to make it to Philly.
There's a lot here on the line. Jesse, Wildcard already clutched SI. This was about the NA League Finals, and we will see Wildcard in a couple months. A huge comeback from DZ to take this 2-0. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Left in workshop.
Raptor.
After white side.
Stuck up, Ben.
I can't. I tried. He's on the fourth rotate. Full HP.
Fucking guy, bro. You're actually that guy.
Fucking league! Come on, welcome to the fucking league, boy! Let's go!
Well, you heard it in the winning comms. Welcome to the league. A true welcome to the show moment for Rival, new player on DZ, and clutches up to win another victory that DZ can add against Wildcard this year. What a series, what a matchup. It felt like we were almost certain, Laxing, that this was going to go to 3 maps, but it ends in 2, and Dark Zero closed it out, stopping the Wildcard momentum that they take in from the major.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully I said DZ was going to win this matchup, and surely it wasn't going to be Wildcard. No, I mean, it was a really good performance from the side of Dark Zero. I mean, maybe on the first map it was a little questionable, as Fox said, didn't really see anything impressive, but even this map, going into Wildcard's pick, their favorite map, starting on attack, and being able to do it in such a dominant fashion. I mean, this Dark Zero and Rival on top of it, I mean, to close it out the way that he did in that last round, being the new player coming into the league, all the pressure on your shoulders, it's a one-and-done tournament for you, given where their standing is, and to be able to make a name for yourself just like that in one day, I mean, it was truly impressive to watch.
100%. I think that was a lot more of a better showing of a map from Dark Zero, just their attacks. Not too sold on Dark Zero as a whole, but Rival, on the other hand, do think he absolutely impressed me in map 2.
And guess what? We've got him standing by, ready to chat a bit more about this. Rival, welcome. Congratulations. What a way to finish. How good does that feel? First game, first match, and you get the 1v1 to win it. I mean, I know you had those moments in T2, but you're here in the NAL making a play like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, have to be composed in those moments. Like, it's incredible what I can, I'm actually shaking. I don't know what to say, to be honest. No, I mean, it felt great though, winning that, to like prove that I can compete in this, because the first map I didn't do good, and I had to come out and show that I can be here. Second map.
Well, Rival, I want to say congratulations. Obviously, welcome to the league. You made one hell of a statement here, especially in that second game, which I think you truly impressed all of us, me and Fox here and Jonah on the desk. I kind of just want to ask, you know, I am always curious for players that come from T2 and then step into the scene of T1, just your day-to-day, what that has looked like. I know it's been pretty quick transition switching from Tier 2 to Tier 1 currently, but just the day-to-day, the practice regiments, just the mindset that you're in now versus what it was back then. Just kind of take me through everything and just your experience leading up until this point.
Well, with joining DZ, I moved to Houston, so it's a long trip. I wasn't for this tournament. I was in Toronto, and then I had to fly back to Washington and then back to Houston. So we didn't have a lot of practice coming up into it because I was busy. But the last few days have been really busy. I had the flu, unfortunately, so I wasn't really like fully there for practice the last few days. So it's been like horrible. But I'm glad we were able to come out and show that that we're a great team.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations on the win. Looked very good in map 2 specifically. We just asked about your outside of the game and how it looked like, but inside of the game, something that I always was bringing up today was you joining the team. We want to see new blood be able to change DZ in some aspects. Has there been anything that you have been able to impact DZ from joining, or has it been more you just joining their system, them getting you just onboarded with everything, and you know, maybe some change comes down the line?
Yeah, I feel like me just joining them and learning my new role, because I haven't played this before. So having to learn all the attacks and spots and figure out what I can and can't do is been a struggle and a grind the last few days. But I feel like it's good.
Well, Rival, listen, man, congratulations again on your pro debut, on a great showing in your pro debut. We're going to let you go. You can take a breath. And tomorrow, I mean, if you guys start winning more games, tomorrow's going to be even longer of a day. So we're going to let you go for that. Once again, congrats on the win, and congrats on your big welcome to the show moment, my friend.
Alrighty, thank you guys.
Have a good one. Dark Zero, what a way to finish. I mean, truly great to see young blood coming in, right? Obviously, first time on the main stage in front of the camera, but he seems like a great guy who thrives in moments like that, Laxing. I mean, what else can you ask for? Someone on day one on the team stepping up to take down Wildcard. I mean, it's truly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, making any sort of roster change, it's always a risk no matter what. It's always a 50-50 chance that it works out or it doesn't, and the fact that Rival can come in day one, and I know he said he had a bad performance the first map, and we even talked about in the desk. I don't really think it was a bad performance. I mean, me and Fox said it was an average performance. But the second map clearly goes to show he has what it takes. He understands already at the level of T1 what it takes in these moments to be able to clutch up, close out series, play with the team, play in that sort of dynamic and style of what T1 level takes. Now it's just a matter of he can keep replicating the success and expand upon it and just develop as a player that we see time and time again with these rookies.
Yeah, I think it was a great start, great debut. I mean, players, when they join the league, live for moments like that, being able to have your first 1v1 in the league, your first clutch, situations like that. So, you know, I'm not surprised that he was, you know, stressed out or not stressed out, nervous a little bit in his interview, because that was a hell of a 1v1 to be able to close it out on, you know, with all that pressure on your shoulders for him to come through, close it out. It was a really good showing of his testament to how good he can be and how much potential he has. And we just saw a glimpse of it. Hopefully we're able to see DZ cultivate him a little bit more, and, you know, more plays, there's more opportunities for plays tomorrow.
And obviously, Rival aside, as we've said, Dark Zero, big strides in the right direction, looking to continue that on the lower half of the bracket tomorrow. But here's what things look like. Again, if you missed some of the action earlier, it was SSG and M80 in the upper semifinals who took the opening win. They are going straight to Philly, December 13th. Tickets still available. You can see that upper final live on LAN. But we just finished Dark Zero and Wildcard. It is Dark Zero tomorrow who have to fight their way through a gauntlet of best of threes back to back if they're able to win, first against the Rebellion and then against OXG. Only then would they secure a spot in the top 3 and a spot at the Philly LAN in just a few weeks. So clearly a lot of work left for all of these teams, but if there's anything we know, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail tomorrow. But that brings us to a very important moment today, Laxing, where we're going to talk about a black light detail of the day, because it was Dark Zero, it was that second map that caught our attention and said that right there is the difference maker.
Yeah, it has to be round 8 here. I mean, this was such a good clutch. I mean, round 7 coming out of Nafe here. I know a lot of the chat was hyping up Spirits being able to clutch this moment, but if Nafe didn't get that 3K, it would have never enabled Spirits to go for this clutch.
Yeah, not at all. But this was such a smart heads-up play to know that the time's dwindling down. You get the first pick. Common knowledge would assume that Spirits as the defender is going to rush the planter. And so that's why we see him get off of the plant. Spirits decides to hide. He does the little bait run around. It was very smart game sense from Spirits, but I agree. I mean, it wouldn't have been possible if Nafe wasn't able to get the first 2 kills off the mirrors, the first kill earlier, to be able to set him up. And that was just great individual play from both players to be able to close out that round.
Well, as we said, that's what they'll be looking to do again tomorrow. Dark Zero have to take that team synergy, and they walk right into Shopify Rebellion's open arms. Laxing, from what you saw from both of these teams, are we going to see that Dark Zero staying alive to take down Rebellion, to take down OXG? What do you have? What do you envision for tomorrow?
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't really know what to expect. I mean, you know, going into this matchup, I didn't fully disagree with what Fox was saying in terms of SR being able to right their wrongs. And given that match, we didn't really see a lot to take from this, where there isn't a lot of tangible things to hold on to. Whereas aside from Dark Zero, from one map to the next, it was a complete night and day difference in terms of their performance, especially on attack. So I really am expecting a lot more out of SR, and then kind of the exact same thing we were seeing on Nighthaven Labs being display it through their match versus SR on the Dark Zero end.
Yeah, you'd like to hope Shopify is going to eventually wake up and just play a little bit more strategically. That's the reason they have a player like Canadian on the team, to have the strategical aspect. So we need to see that tap in a little bit more. As for Dark Zero, again, the ship's not sailed for me on the team's improvement as a whole. I'm happy Rival is doing well so far, but I would like to see more.
Well, 2-3, best of threes down, 2 to go, and then we're in person, and then we're on LAN again in Philly, fighting for it all. Thanks for watching the action today, but don't forget to tune in tomorrow. The lower bracket continues here in the North American Regional Finals. For our producer Ferme, for Foxe and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern. The action continues.